Okay, so start to draw that picture. Okay, so draw the picture of where you are currently, your emotions, maybe how you feel about maybe your career or your life's goals. Draw the picture of where you see yourself with our business currently. If you were to define with just pictures who you are and what you look like, Dean, would you draw a little snapping turtle? Would you a little T-Rex? Did you do a little T-Rex? That's good. Cool. It works. Gotta be muscular though. Yeah. Okay, so once you've drawn your picture of who you are, I want you to draw the picture of who you want to become over the next 8 months. Okay. Okay. And you're more than welcome to do that. Draw the dinosaur that you are currently, and draw the dinosaur you want to become. 8 months from now. Draw the animal you are currently and the animal you want to become. You guys are, like I said, better at visual. It's a powerful exercise to actually have to draw. She talks about it activating, the different modules of the brain. It releases serotonin. It kind of, it's a very soothing and calming, but also exciting process. Any of you guys ever taken an art class before?
Yes.
And again, I'm not an artist, so for me to my idea of a good time is not to go and do one of those sip and stroke. I'm talking about where you know what I'm talking about, right? You get together, drink wine, and paint. That's not my idea of a fun Saturday night. But I know some people do, and they have an awesome time doing it, right? It's an idea of a good time, but and of course it's a great business model for those companies to do it. But by just drawing it, it's different than just having to write out the words. Now as you've drawn out those pictures, what I want you to do beside it is write the words that helped you to think of that picture. Like, what emotions are you trying to actually illustrate? And then once you've done that, on the right-hand side of the page, I want you to write, where you want to become, or who you want to become, what dinosaur you want to be like, right? What animal, right? I know that they don't they have that on Facebook, and that one of the quizzes you could take is, what animal are you? Right? What character are you on certain TV shows? Well, do that exercise here. Who do you want to become? What do you want to become? As you're doing that, as you're drawing that picture, it's funny. I see some of you guys are just drawing it very just stick figure, right? Like, that's how I would do it. Some of you guys are coloring with highlighters and making it pretty, right? Some of you guys are erasing and shadowing with your pencil. And again, you can see the artists in the room, and and there's the knees in the room, right? Just very plain, right? Happy face, mad face. But I know that in the video, in the TED Talk that we just watched, she talks about, really just 3 things that make up the difference, right? Say it's, see it, believe it, and act on it, right? And it's accurate, but it's also a very simplified process. It involves a lot of very complex decisions and questioning and action steps. It's not a lot of times people look at where they are and where they want to be, and they look at it as simply as this, right? If you want to go from point A to point B, right? What has physics and logic taught us to do, right? Shortest distance between 2 spots is what? Straight line, right? So this is how we look at growth, right? Just straight line. In fact, a lot of times, if you were to look up pictures of growth, you'll see things like that. You see straight lines, vertical lines, see ladders. You'll see a lot of things that make it seem very simple, right? In fact, in our business, our promotion is a very simple path. Right? You know, when we talk about as representatives, you launch, then you get on key staff. You get key staff, you get to a management candidate, you branch. Once you branch, you know, the doors open up to any number of different opportunities within our company, CSP, or becoming management full-time as a district. Once you get into that role, there's several ways that can split. You know, as a CSP, you've got being a home show rep, you've got being a realtor rep, you've got being a business gift consultant, you've got being a service call master, right, or service call area rep, right. You know, there's a lot of different I guess roles within the CSP role, and the management role. There's a lot of different roles. You know, you got district manager, you got ADVM, you've got DVM, you've got region manager, you've got regional consultant or region sales director, which we've had in the past. There's promotion managers, there's national promotion managers, there's national sales directors. There's all sorts of different paths that can be done on either side. But it's still a pretty basic, simple thing. Like boom, 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 right? And growth is, point A to point B is pretty simple. If you're here, you got to do the right things, right? Unfortunately, this is what it really looks like when you do it. Right? That's usually how it works. You know, it's not just here to here. It's all over the place. You know, you're taking a step forward, take 2 steps back. You know, you feel like you're figuring something out, but then in some cases, you may feel like you're learning less than you knew when you were a new rep. It's hard to do in our business, right? Because, before you started the job, most of you didn't even know what knives were, right? So to go backwards from when you were a brand new rep is very hard. But there's times as a manager when I'll do that. I'm like, man, I was better at this back when I was brand new. But it's just the way growth occurs. You got to have setbacks in order to step forward. You have those breakdowns before you have the breakthroughs. And it's usually right at that point when you start to question whether or not something's going to work, that it actually starts to work. You get that early return where it's like, oh man, here we go. But then it's like, wait a minute, was that just because I was excited that I started getting those results? Maybe the program doesn't really work. I was just excited, so that made it work. Maybe the program's flawed. You start to question. Then eventually you're like, no, maybe the program is it, and I'm the one screwing it up. And then eventually it's like, no, it's me and the program. You see something, you believe that you can achieve it, and then of course you act on it, and then slowly but surely you start to see progress. I'm excited to talk about your situational leadership later today, but it factors in to that very model that we just talked about there. I'm excited for management training. The reason why I'm excited for this management training, probably more excited about this year's management training. If I were to be honest, this is probably the second most excited I've ever been about management training. The only time I was more excited than this year's management training was my very first management training when I had no idea what I was doing. Right? It was the fall of 2006. I had just gotten promoted. I was 23 years old, I think. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I was 23 years old at the time. I had no idea what I was doing. I stood up in front of a management training class. I had my white book, right, of what I was going to say and what I was going to do and make sure I was cover all the talks. I think I finished like so far behind schedule that we had to skip a whole talk. All right, we're going to can that talk. Not happening. It was a pretty important one too. I remember telling Scott and Amar, they're like, how do you not do that? And I'm like, well, I was looking at what they needed and figured, and they're like, no, you're wrong. Right? But again, the energy and excitement level was at an all-time high. So to say that I'm more excited than that would be very tough. I'm sure as I was a lot more nervous back then than I am running management training now. But I think part of the reason why I'm excited is because of where the business is and where we're going. The last couple of years, a lot has changed, and we're finally getting into some really kind of exciting realities that we just used to take as maybe kind of being an outlier. It's just, no, this is just where the business is. Certain programs that we thought were kind of additive that are now like, nope, This is the program. This is what we need. We have to have in order to run our business. The business is changing for the better. Recruiting is changing for the better. Productivity enhancements, again, for the better. So when I think about for you guys, in some cases, brand new management trainees, in fact, who's first, I guess, non-summer management trainings? SC3 doesn't count. Okay, not you, Molds, I know. Right? So okay, so for several of you in the room, this is your first like management training course, so to speak. I'm excited about that because for many of you, it's been a long way since you first started. Some of you guys started this past summer. Who started this in the last 4 or 5 months? Okay, several of you did. Okay, cool. Ish, right? That's fine. Okay, so you started in the last several months. You know, chances are you knew nothing about knives before you started working here. I knew nothing. I knew that I knew about like hunting knives and fishing knives. That was about it. But as far as kitchen knives, I knew nothing. Didn't know how to cook. Knew I used a fork, microwave, George Foreman grill. And that's what I say in training. That's what I used, and that's what I did. Right? For me, everything had to be used on a George Foreman, otherwise it wasn't getting cooked. Right? You know, or I could boil water. Like, you know, I used to brag. I know how to make a mean egg, right? And it's like there's nothing exciting about knowing how to make an egg. I mean, it's just like you crack it, drop it in the thing. As long as you don't put it on high with no Pam, you're going to be okay with making eggs, right? That's probably like one of the first things they teach you how to do. I knew how to make ramen. I knew how to boil water, right? Again, pretty simple. But then going from there to learning about how to cook, learning how to cook food, learning about how to prepare the product. It's something that makes all the difference. Chances are, before you started working here, the idea of being a professional, business professional, was something that may have seemed like an exciting thing eventually, but not a reality in the here and now. You know, Matt King likes to joke that I showed up for my interview in cargo shorts, flip-flops, and a t-shirt. It was actually a polo shirt, but that's what I wore to my interview. Cargo shorts, flip-flops. And this was not a steroid interview where we were meeting at a coffee shop or meeting on campus. I mean, this was in an actual business setting, coming into an office where a receptionist greeted me, met with somebody who was wearing a suit, interviewed by somebody wearing a suit. Okay? I did not show up as most professional. I remember coming into the business not having a tie. Well, actually, I did have a tie. Take it back. The one tie I had was a basketball tie. Okay? It was black with a bunch of orange basketballs all over it. Hideous, right? And the only reason I had it was because we needed to wear a tie when we played sports at my high school. And when we traveled to games, you wore a tie. You dressed nice, right? You dressed up. And so that's what I had. And so it was actual, like a real, like meaningful event. Like, you know, for example, you know, I'm trying to think of some of the things that I had to go to, you know, like baccalaureate mass and other stuff like that. I used to wear my dad's ties. You know, I'd borrow them, right? Did not, you know, my dad would tie them for me and then I'd put them on, you know, type thing. But it's just one of those things where I didn't know about those sorts of procedures before I started working. You know, I didn't know a lot about, you know, managing other people. I know I'd been, you know, I guess captains and stuff on teams, but then it was all that was about just leading by example, so to speak, being vocal, leading by example. You know, and there is a big element of that in our business, but there's also elements of working with different types of people that I didn't know about. So you've come a long way. Chances are, before you started working here, or when you first started working here, you didn't even know how to calculate how your paychecks were made, right? Didn't know how to calculate CPO. Some of you guys may still know how to calculate CPO, and if that's the case, we can have a little crash course at the end of this. But you didn't know how to do that. You know, all the guys. I will tell you that it's not easy choosing this path. Okay, to get this far in our business is not easy. You know, to get to be one of the top people at the end of the summer, recognized at SC3. You know, I mean, you're talking probably somewhere in the neighborhood of the top 1 to 2% of everybody that we work with for a summer session for the year. It's just still down to the top couple percentile. You know, part of it, people take themselves out. Part of it, people don't make the cut. Part of it, people walk the walk when it comes, or sorry, talk the talk when it comes to walking the walk. They don't follow through, you know. But here you are, and you made that choice. And it wasn't the sexy choice or the easy choice, right? I mean, there's the easy choices, right? Things like working on campus, you know, taking a, MIC job, right? Basically working in a restaurant, bar, you know, lifeguarding, those sorts of things. Those are the easy jobs, right? You know, I'm not saying they're fun. And for those that have worked them, I would never say, you know, to say that being a server is not easy. I've got an aunt that's career waitress, so that's not easy work. But what I am saying though is it's simple, right? You know what you're signing up for. You show up. You know, you're basically just bringing stuff to somebody from one place, right? You know, I mean, you know what you're signing up for. Server job, you know what that means. Bartender, you know what that means, right? Working in a bookstore, for the most part, you know what that means, right? If you're working on campus, you pretty much know that you're going to be sitting in a desk, kind of, you know, being a gatekeeper of some sort, okay? Whether it be answering the phone, checking emails for somebody, you know, signing people in. You're working at a gym, right? You know what that. I mean, you don't know exactly all the details you're going to have working at a gym, but you know it's going to involve some way, shape, or form around fitness, right? Either lifting weights, showing people how to lift weights, or signing people in that are going to come in and lift weights. May not tell you have to clean the bathrooms, wipe down the tanning beds, those sort of things. It's kind of gross, but for other than that, you pretty much know. Here, there's a lot of unknown. It's causing you to have to grow up. It's causing you to have to do things that you're not normally doing. Things like networking, building a recommendation base from scratch, right? Having to go out of your comfort zone, meet and interpersonally communicate with people and sell a product. Having to hear yes and no on sales calls, right? One of the scariest things is asking somebody to purchase something. Right? And then having your pay be tied into that. Yeah. It's the highest of the high, right? The lowest of the lows. Somebody says yes, you're on cloud 9, couldn't be better, you know? You leave that house having closed a big order, right? You're just fired up. You know, you go to that awesome house, right? Have a no sale. So disheartening, you know? You go to that house that, you know, you think about, you know, I don't know if I even feel safe leaving my car outside while I go do this demo, right? Then you go in, you get a big order, and all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, this is awesome, right? It can wreak havoc on your psyche if you're not stable, right? You know, it can really mess with your head a little bit, you know, the emotional roller coaster sometimes you go on. But here's the great thing is that you've grown through this whole process. You know, if you think about how, you know, your confidence level, your ability to speak, your presentation skills from the time that you started as a brand new representative to where you are now, chances are it's night and day. You've become a lot more comfortable, confident. Things that you were afraid of, now you're just like, hey, no big deal. You know, having to get up in front of a class maybe now is not as big a deal and speak and give a presentation, especially if you've already had to do it in management training. You know, it's one of those things where the things that used to bother you now are just not that tough. For those of you that have run a branch office, going back to school, it's like, man, this is a joke, right? Taking tests, you know, papers. It's like, really? That's it? 10, 20 pages? Got it, right? Yeah, I remember being in management training when I was at Chapel Hill, and I remember I was at a team meeting. I left the team meeting, and I called Matt on the way home. And I remember as I was talking to him, he's like, what do you got going on? I was like, I got to write a paper tonight. He's like, oh, well, when's it due? I said, tomorrow at noon. He said, oh, okay, cool. How many pages? I said, 12 pages. He said, how much have you written? I said, I know what I'm going to write about. Right? I've got the topic, you know? And he started laughing. He goes, yeah, I guess after you've been through a vector summer, it's not that tough. I said, yeah, I'll figure it out. If I need to pull an all-nighter, I'll do it. No big deal. You know? And just, you know, and the things that normally would cause people just to break down and not be able to handle it. You know, you start to be able to grow and say, you know what, I got this. No big deal. Okay? Well, I will tell you that, you know, if you think about what you've learned and grown since you started, what's going to take place over the next 8 months, it's, again, same type of thing, night and day. You know, some of you guys I know have already committed to running offices and have got their letters of intent in. And by the way, I do want to recognize, if you've got your letter of intent already submitted, go ahead and stand up. I know DMs are already in, so that's not, you guys, you're fine. But for everybody else, go ahead and, you've written your letter of intent, go ahead and stand up, whether it be for round 2 as a branch manager, be for being a branch first time, be for being a district manager. Let's go ahead and give these individuals a hand real quick. Let's go. And And I know we have some people that are joining us remotely. So here's a 1, 2, 3. All right, cool for you guys, right? But it is one of those things where, you know, some of you guys have already committed. I get that. Some of you guys are still trying to figure it out. So, man, I know what I want, but I'm not sure yet whether or not I'm 100%. That's okay. We're going to train you the right way as if you are, because the bottom line is the skill set and things that you need are really, truly the same, whether you're a branch or an assistant manager for these first several months. And the true cream will rise to the top over the next several months. The commitment level does increase as it goes along, but so does the reward. So does the opportunity. So do the doors that open up. When I think about our division and where we're going, you know, it's a fresh and exciting division. One of the reasons why I think I'm so excited about working with you guys, because I'm just excited and working about our DM team. We've got a young and hungry, excited DM class. Yeah, with the exception of the old men, James and I, right? Everybody's new. Everybody's young in the business. Everybody's within their first couple of years of running their business, which means that I'm starting to go back and rethink, you know, hey, as a brand new manager, what do I need? What do I do? You know, and it just kind of re-engages my, I guess my neurons or whatever. They start firing, and so I start thinking about, okay, you know, if it was just me, what would I be doing? I know a lot of them have assistant managers. They got people here today, but it's still when you're a new manager, you know, your possibilities are so endless. You know, you can recreate your name for yourself within a couple of weeks. You know, one campaign can put your name on the map as a new manager. And so by doing the right things, you know, over and over again in a short period of time, it produces outstanding results. And so I love that. We have a fantastic group of managers. You know, people that, you know, you'll be working with as the right-hand person over the next several months. And I love that. Couldn't be better hands, by the way. I'm personally confident in my ability as a division manager in helping prepare and equip you guys to be successful. You know, we've had a long track record of success with new managers here in our organization. People producing high numbers, high recruiting numbers, high productivity numbers in some cases, and we're making these growth programs that were so instrumental to the success of other offices in other parts of the country. We're going to be bringing those into our division. So adding the recruiting efficiencies that we have, the recruiting strengths that we have, adding in some of those productivity enhancements, it's going to be real exciting to see what happens over the next several months. You know, so we've got the right people, we've got the right programs. You know, I think about the programs that are already in place. You know, the recruiting, the training. I mean, this is not new. As a matter of fact, if you've taken a look at the link to the BAM binder, if you get that whole thing printed out and you have it, you're good to go. Now, as you may have looked at, it's a lot of stuff to print. Okay? It's, I mean, some of you guys have it in here. I see Jordan's is like all over this whole table. I appreciate you letting us share this table with Jordan. But I mean, guys, when you think about this, I mean, boom. Some of you guys are like, I have none of that. That's okay. Sam Branch already is additional. So, guys, if you just get everything, you know, printed out, it's there. You know, that's one of the great things, that when you have the right programs in place and you add the people to it, it makes life easier. Right? It's kind of like McDonald's. When you go anywhere in the world, McDonald's fries taste the same. I saw some of you guys were crushing Mickey D's in the back. There's different ways to eat it, right? You know, so some of you guys were just eating it straight up. Some of you were dipping it in ketchup. Some of you were putting it on the burger, right? You know, there's different ways to eat the fry, but it's always cooked the same anywhere in the world. That's part of their program, right? The burger tastes completely different, by the way, different parts of the world. Anybody had burgers, Mickey D's in other countries? A lot better, actually. The meat's different, right? The meat's meat. Yeah, the meat's grass fed. It is. It's grass fed. It's green, instead of green. But anyway, it doesn't matter, right? Point is, though, is that the fries, which is what draws a lot of people to McDonald's, right? It's the same. The processes are the same. The program is the same. We have the rock solid programs here in place. The thing that makes it work, grow, and really, really, really be amazing is the products. So you got the right people. The programs we're going to have, we're going to teach them. The product is what makes this whole thing tick, right? And I will say that, I've seen a lot of people that, run their own business, and that's almost always the most important thing is the product. If you got a great product, a lot of other stuff will figure itself out. And with us, no matter what, you have an amazing product. And the fact that you've sold Cutco in somebody's home and lived to tell the tale means that it works. And sometimes that's all you need. As a new manager, you don't have to have sold $100,000. As an assistant manager, you don't have to be, to have the highest closing percentage. The fact that you sold a knife on a demo in somebody's home could be enough. Okay. Obviously, the more of those knives you sold, the more of those homes you've been in, and more that helps. But a lot of it, the fact is that you've got such a great product, it makes the job easier, right? Definitely simpler. It's just, hey, show somebody how to do a demo, and everything else just kind of revolves around that. Okay? Show people an awesome product, something that's going to be better than anything they've got in their home, and it will help you somewhere. Okay? It's as simple as that. So we have an unbelievable product. It's pretty amazing. In our branch program, it's the same type of thing. It's an unbelievable product. It's got an amazing amount of information to be able to have at your fingertips or on your laptop at all times, be able to help you with it. You've got resources in place. You've got videos that we're going to be utilizing. You've got conference calls. We got these management preps we're going to be doing. There's a lot of things that are going to help you through the process. But the fact that we got a great program, we got a great product, we got good people are the three reasons why our business is done so well. I want to congratulate you guys on being a part of these meetings and being a part of our management training program, but coming to these. I know it is a sacrifice. I know it's not easy being here on Labor Day weekend. I try to make it a little bit simpler by having it on Monday versus having it during Saturday when all the college football games are going on. Those that are big college football fans, hopefully that felt a little better, right? For those who don't care, you're like, I don't give a shit, right? We're here, right? That's okay. We do have one big football game tonight, ish. We'll see how big it is. Maybe big for the first quarter, maybe the first half, then it may be a blowout. But I know that we'll be getting together afterwards. We'll go to Frontera, get some grub, get some downtime, and hang and debrief a little bit too. But I will say, guys, that it's not automatic that you come to these meetings, and I get that. You got to earn it. You got to keep working on your skill set. You got to keep progressing yourself. And by doing the right things, we look for the best and the brightest to be our branch managers and our district managers. For those that don't make the cut, assistant manager is a solid backup. We want our best and our brightest, running our offices and organizations. These meetings are a component of our management training program. But by being invited to these meetings, you're going to learn some of the higher level skill sets that you'll work on at the local level. The local preps, the local week-to-week stuff, that 3 hours a week of just working on your skill set is what's going to help you take you from, here to here quicker. Okay? That's what you're going to do locally. See, here we'll kind of lay out the path. But the local stuff is where all of this happens locally. Independent work, things that you're doing on a weekly basis, observing. Observation time is another great way to help kind of straighten that learning curve for you. And the more that you see and observe and do, the better you're going to become. The quicker you're going to get to where you want to be. And so that's what we're looking to do. My goal is to have the best trained branches and assistant managers in the entire region. My goal is to help you guys be at the top of the class nationally. And we've had some track record of that. I had a branch training class a few years ago. The average branch did $160,000. And I went back and I started looking at, hey, what did we do? What did we teach there? And a lot of it was just forced local accountability, teaching the big topics on a monthly basis, but then getting people in there, getting people's hands dirty, actually doing, observing, and teaching things on a weekly to monthly basis. So you may be sitting here, like I said, not knowing what path next year is going to take for you. That's okay. We don't know unless you've got your letter of intent in, unless I've taught you about it. We don't know yet for you either. But over the next 8 months, we're going to figure it out. Really over the next 4 months, we're going to figure it out. We're going to evaluate you. We got some things that we're going to be evaluating today. In fact, there's going to be things that you could do on your own and here. There's different ways that we evaluate. The first way that we evaluate is, of course, going to be on your skill set. So when you come to these meetings, you'll be performing. So the thing that we're going to perform today, and I'll be having my DMs help me, not DMCs. That was something that we've done in the past that I felt like maybe held us back a little bit. We relied too much on our next level to be the teachers and the observers instead of the performers. So next level is going to be performing just like normal now. And that's a new enhancement we're going to, or not enhancement, I guess, retread that we're going back to the old school ways. But our districts are going to be actually helping to grade, while our DMCs, our branch manager candidates, our next level people are also going to be working on their skill set and actually performing it. Okay? So that's going to be something that's going to be big. Another thing we're going to be evaluating is going to be on your sales, both career and personal, career and campaign. So career sales make a huge difference, but so does what you've sold lately, right? In fact, I would say more important than what you sold in your career is what you've done lately. Now, I know everybody's in different places. For example, if you're Skyping in and you're up in like New York, or like Thomas, you're out in Copenhagen, right? You're not going to be selling and doing a lot of demos out in Denmark, right? However, what do you do with the time that you have? For those of you that, are away at school, can you make sure that you maximize at least the SLC push and the Olean push? For those of you that are here local, every week it's an opportunity to get ahead. Every week is an opportunity to separate yourself from other people. So career sales, campaign sales matter. Startups, another big thing. I know, most everybody in the room has already started some sort of withholding for their personal startup. But guys, the more that you have saved, the bigger your commitment account is towards next summer. The more that you have saved, the bigger the market you'll be able to command. The more you have saved, the more you'd be able to spend on things like mailers and having receptionist coverage and really attacking campus the right way by ordering big lit and going after all the other programs that we have. Okay, having that big war chest is something that can help you, especially as you're preparing to run your first office. Because there's some initial startup costs that are associated with that. There's some initial things you got to get in order to help get your business rolling. Another thing that we're going to evaluate, guys, and that's something that it's harder to grade or give you, hey, this is exactly what you got to do. But we will be evaluating your leadership skills that you display. And that'll be things that you're doing outside of just kind of, hey, I said to do this, right? It's going to be like, hey, do other people know who you are? Outside of just your own office. Do other people know who you are? Like if I were to say, hey, who's Will Bice? Are you able to say, hey, I think I know him? You need the guy with one hand, right? or is it like, no, I've actually had good conversations with Will. Or I was trained by Will. I was trained by Will. I came from Will, right? That's a leadership example. I think in this room, you say, hey, do you know who Jordan White is? A lot of people know who Jordan is. It's like, yeah, I remember hearing her speak at conferences. I remember her going out there and performing. Well, a year ago, that wouldn't have been the case. People in the own office said, yeah, I know who Jordan is. She's a nice girl. Hard worker. But outside of the pilot office, not a lot of people knew. People knew who other people were. So it doesn't matter where you are right now. It's over the next 8 months. What can you do? Maybe you're known as that person that sold a lot, been an assistant manager, but that's about it. Well, there's an opportunity to kind of reach out and connect after these meetings, before these meetings, coaching and mentoring people. If you're on next level, guys, if you're in the next level group, I would find somebody that's in the first prep group and say, you know what, I'm going to try to mentor this person. I'm going to take them under my wing, and I'm going to learn and grow with them. Okay? There is some things that you could do to improve your leadership score. Okay? Another thing, guys, that we're going to look at is just attendance. And showing up is the big deal. Showing up to these Mets. There's only one every couple of weeks. It matters. Right? It matters. It gets factored into the grading. And again, there's certain things like somebody's across the pond, right, in another country. That's tough to get them back for every month. I get that. There's other things like, man, I just had a late night last night and I just can't wake up. Well, that gets factored in. gets analyzed. When it comes to making territory decisions, if somebody's going to get a market, things like that matter. Have you made the most of the time that you have? Are you making sure to get here and to be a part of the team? Those do matter. From a local office level, being at those preps matters too. In some cases, it's Skyping in. In some cases, it's making the trek and the commute. I remember talking to Anthony Mercer. Anthony Mercer wanted to be the #1. Some of you guys know who Anthony is. He's a high-level CSP in our division. He'll probably end up selling some in the neighborhood about 150 to 200 grand this year. He was a district manager for a couple years in Augusta. Was a #1 branch manager. Was my pilot sales manager for 2 years. But Anthony came to me when he was after being a rep one summer. He wanted to be a branch the next. He said, "Hey, I want to be the top branch candidate. What do I need to do?" So we got to be better than everybody at everything. And he said, "Well, how can I do that?" I said, "Well, one thing is you have to be attending local preps." Now, we didn't have the ability to use Google Hangouts back then, or to sync people up virtually, or any of the other processes. That meant that he needed to drive 3.5 hours every week, both ways, to come up and train. So Anthony would drive from Georgia Southern, right, all the way here every week. We'd come up on Sunday, so we'd leave on Sunday, go back Sunday night. And he would train for 1.5 hours, 2 hours while he was here. So spent more time driving than he did actual in-office training. But I'll tell you, that commitment that he made a big difference. He did $160,000 that summer as a branch, was our #1 branch that summer. Next year was the PSM, and helped train the branch class that was, the $160,000 average. And part of it was that they had seen what Anthony had done. They saw the commitment that he made. And they're like, crap, if he's doing that, what am I feeling uncomfortable driving 30 minutes to come to the office or something? The observation level increases because they had seen from the leader before them what it took. Okay? So that was an example of Anthony producing in both ways. What we'll be evaluating during the next several months, we'll be evaluating your mastery of the material that we present. We will be evaluating that because that's going to make a big deal. And the first thing that we're going to do today is going to be the pre-interview. So we got the pre-interview about to happen here in a couple hours. Hour or two, maybe hour, something like that. So we're going to have that happen here in a little bit. And I know we got some people excited about that. I got some text messages. I've almost got completely memorized, right? Or I've got it memorized, or I'm, nervous as crap, but we'll see what happens, right? Hopefully none of us like, what are we doing again? That would not be good. That would not help your grade here. Probably be a 1. All right, but it will be evaluated, all right? And that'll be shared with your manager. We're going to be evaluating that. I'm excited to be working with you. We're going to experience so much together. The meetings, we're going to grow. Afterwards, hanging out, chit-chatting, development, that's going to be a lot of fun. And we got we got the Halloween party happening here in a couple of actually about a month and a half, right? October 17th or so. A little Halloween get that together that we'll have. That'll be a lot of fun. But it's going to be one of those times, guys, over the next several months, we're going to learn, grow, probably yell, cry. A lot of that stuff's going to happen together over the next several months together as we help prepare you to take it to the next level. I will tell you, for those of you that do branch together, you'll end up developing friends that will be your friends for life. I'm privileged enough to be in Ben Jackson's wedding this upcoming weekend. And the best man in the wedding is actually Chris Reed, who they branched together. So it's actually, in the people in the wedding, his brother's in it. So obviously he's not Vector, but then there's Chris, myself, and I believe there's only 1 or 2 other people. So, Vector represents a huge portion of his people that are in his life. Right? I know in my own personal wedding, my best man was Jeff Gamboa. Ben was actually in my wedding. Some of you guys in this room were actually in attendance at that wedding. And also many of you guys were there as a part of the whole process, right? And it's one of those things where, Vector becomes a huge part of your life. And that's a good thing. And part of the reason why people that you branch with, or part of the management training team with together, makes such a big difference is because you're spending that time grinding together, learning together, growing together. All that stuff gets factored in, and it makes a big deal. Right? You'll make some awesome associations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with high level people. And that's why I love being a DBM. is because I get to help people go from being in this place right here to this place right here. Help people go from being that left side of your paper where you drew where you are versus that right side of the page where you drew where you want to become. You know, this is surrounding yourself with the right people is such an important part of growth and becoming the best version of yourself. We talked about the 4 pillars, right? 4 pillars, what it means to be part of the Georgia division. Number 1 is absolute professional integrity. And doing the right things is the right thing to do. Okay? Number 2 is sales excellence. Number 3 is explosive team building. And the last one, most important one, is pursuit of holistic personal growth. That's what management training is all about, is the pursuit of that holistic personal growth. So not just becoming better here, but becoming better everywhere. So this growth process that we're going to have together, it's not just going to be about teaching you how to run a vector business. If you just want to learn how to run a vector business, just take that binder that's already been shared with you, print it out, see you in a couple months. You can run it. There's videos on Vector Connect that teach you how to open up your office. It shows you how to run training. That all that stuff, it's there. You can run it all. Okay? But that's not what it's really about. Because the difference between people that are good versus people that are great is it's about growing themselves in every facet of their life, not just here in the business. You know, starting next month, we're going to go on a personal growth, nutrition kick, right? You know, we're going to grow ourselves, utilizing Chris Gamboa, who's a good friend of mine, and in personal, nutrition coach, Mullins, pretty fired up about it, right? But Mullins was able to see kind of firsthand the transformation that can take place both with myself and many of you guys I know Peter Chow, and you saw kind of Peter go from being, kind of pudgy Peter to being, 8-pack abs Peter, right? And same guy is the genesis behind both of us. Right. And I will tell you guys that getting on it at a younger age helps. Okay? You have a lot less, stuff to have to work off. Right. Your body, it changes and adapts a little bit quicker. But here's what's awesome. It doesn't matter what age you get on. So long as you get on it, you'll see pretty drastic results. And I know for me, it was losing 2 inches in my waist, gaining 2 inches in my shoulders in the span of just a few weeks. And really what's crazy was it wasn't changing my workout program at all, actually. For me, it was the exact same. It was just changing the way that I was eating. And what's funny is that I would have been like, oh man, I ate too much. No, actually I had to eat more when I went on this. But it was about learning the processes and learning what I was putting into my body that was helping make such a big difference. And so we're gonna be doing that. And what's great about it is it's gonna be very inexpensive. I think normally he charges something like, if he were to coach people one-on-one, I want to say he did it for me as a kind of a discount because I know his family pretty well. But even still, normal, even still, I was paying, I want to say it cost me $200 for 2 months, something like that. Which isn't, even that's not bad. $100 a month. I want to say it's like 25. And it includes, conference call. I mean, it's not going to be a lot of one-on-one, like individual coaching, but it is going to be a group coach. We're going to teach and utilize some apps and other programs that you can download for free that can kind of help you track things and measure things. And overall, it's designed to drive energy up, make your body kind of like a furnace. So you help, burn stuff quicker, be healthier, have more, like I said, everything should improve based on your mental acuity should go up. A lot of things that are, whether or not you care to be ripped and shredded physically, there's a lot of health benefits that you can have just by processing things the right way, and so we're going to be utilizing that as part of our growth. We're going to talk about financial fitness. It's going to be another big growth program that we're going to tackle. So I'm going to, not necessarily in this very first one, because we got to start before we get into all the fun, like, health and finance, stuff like that. We got to teach you how to actually run a business. We got to teach you how to actually work with people, which is what situational leadership, that's going to be the big growth topic we're going to talk about today. But it's going to be a fun journey over the next several months. So are you guys ready for a big day today?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, here's the deal. I've made a commitment to not passing out a bunch of papers this year. Right? The reason why, well, with the exception of Mariah. I have personally made a commitment to not passing out a bunch of papers this year. And the reason why is I felt like in years past, they've been passed out and then kind of disappeared into the great beyond that is the vector back seats, right? And trunks, right? And they never seem to show back up, especially not when they're needed. So you should have access to the drive folder. And if anybody does not have access to it, what I will ask you to do is send an email real quick to the number 3 and then Ketchum. So 3ketchum@gmail.com. And Ketchum is KETCHAM@gmail.com. Okay, so 3ketchum@gmail.com. Just send me an email. I'll make sure that we get you somehow added to the group folders and stuff so you have them. But in the 2016 management training folder, under.
Want them to have access to the band.
Do you?
Yeah, because I didn't make you an error this time.
The heck?
It's in Motor Cutco. That's the old one. I wouldn't use that because people went and edited and changed a bunch of crap, so I did redo everything.
So if you did not have access to the 2016 management training folder, you need to email me and I can add you to that. And then I guess Jordan will you have to request.
Just, I guess forward me on the emails. Are they sending it to okay.
Should have access.
Also send your email to this one, Jordan, JORDAN _white91@yahoo.com.
So if you look at the prep agenda that is in there, it's pretty simple, guys. We're going to start off by talking about the recruiting funnel. Part 1 is really talking about how to drive touches and then how to handle campus touches, which will be kind of a combination of our DRM and our PSM. So Mariah is going to be talking about touches in general. What is a touch and what does that mean? When we talk about that, we talk about the recruiting funnel. Brian is going to be talking about driving campus touch specifically, which is things that you can actually do right now, like next day, like tomorrow, to help your office. After that, we're going to drill for skill. We'll walk through the calendar real quick, then we'll take a break. Okay, so that's the first half of today. Then after that, Jordan White is going to talk about the actual group interview. So you got the pre-interview already, but she's going to do the group interview for you. Talk about how to establish control beyond the program. She's going to share that with you. We'll talk then about situational leadership, how you can implement that in your organization. After that, Sam is going to talk about his branch experience. And Sam's kind of a unique story. Sam is somebody who a year ago at this meeting was like, man, there's no way I can run my own office. I'm just going to be an assistant. I'm just going to be an assistant next year. I'm graduating from high school. Just going to be an assistant. Well, he ended up being a branch and ended up finishing, I believe, number 3 in the whole whole division at least. Finishes number 3 in our branch class. So he was especially exciting considering the fact that wasn't even planning on branching up until like the very end of January, which is kind of crazy. Then after that, we got a little audible. Jake Cook is actually going to be talking about going to the MECDs. We're talking about the Olean trip, which is the big exciting Olean. And I don't know if any of you guys have already signed up for Olean, but as that trip is going to be unbelievable. I remember going to Olean my very first time, never having been to Canada before, and going to Canada was awesome. The Niagara Falls are amazing. Anybody seen Niagara Falls before? I guess for those of you that have been on the trip, you've seen it, but it's pretty epic. I mean, you think about what you think it's going to be like, and then you actually see it. I know you and your sister make like some crazy drive like through the middle of the night. Yeah. So I mean, it is one of those things where I think they still say it's one of the wonders of the world, right? There's a second 7 or one of the first 7.
I think it's one of the
first 7 wonders of the world. So that's it's unbelievable. You see that. Just unbelievable in my mind though was going to see how Cutco's made. I know that's kind of corny, but as a Cutco rep, I mean, there's nothing cooler than seeing how your product is actually manufactured and made. Seeing all the steps that go into it, You know, seeing it's not actually shipped here from China and just stamped with a made in U.S. logo, right? It actually is done here, you know, which is pretty awesome. And seeing all the steps go into it, not only is she seeing, you know, the pride that I have, but seeing the pride that people that work at Olean have, and how excited they were to see me. And I say me, us, right? Like doing like, oh, hey, there's Trey. You know, I was a nobody back then. You know, I was just, you know, I was nobody. But it is cool. And I know every year I go back, it is fun to see those people, that my old friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was in Olean, or in some case, if they're part of the exec team, people I hadn't seen since SLC. You know, so I only get to see them a couple times a year. You know, and so it's kind of cool to be able to talk about Olean. Jason, talk about that with you guys, and then after that, we'll be going over some assignments for next prep. Right, so we've got a big day ahead of us. So hopefully you're excited, ready to rock. Up first, we have Mariah. And she's going to be talking about the funnel itself and the first most important part of the funnel, which is the touches. Okay? And so if you think about, you know, the way that our business operates, okay, is you start up here with all of these touches, which is, and she'll explain what a touch is and how we measure it and all those sorts of things. But just think of it like this. Think of it as an applicant, right? And then from all of that, we select, or they select, we kind of pre-select down to getting a launch number. So all of you guys started as a number at some point in time. And it wasn't until a lot of steps that you ended up becoming a launch. And this funnel that she's going to kind of cover with you guys is going to be something you're going to want to familiarize yourself with. Okay, so that when I say, hey, what should the schedule percentage be, you'll know. Okay? I say, what should the show percentage be? You'll know. Both for regular and PRs. I say, hey, what should the kept percentage be? What should the signed percentage be? What should the show to training be? And then what is the launch? You'll be able to know all of these things. You know, and so she's going to talk about these touches and specifically where they come from, what they are, and then also, you know, what that ends up leading to. But understand, guys, the more effective and the efficient that you are with this program, the better that you're going to become at the job. You know, the more profitable you'll be as a manager and as a leader. So Mariah is somebody who, as a representative, you know, got thrust into a capacity at the receptionist level very quickly. She was put into a receptionist management role very quick into the business. So she had to learn, you know, this part, you know, sooner than really any of you guys will ever have to learn. And she had to learn it while she was still a new rep. And she started, you know, really going in typical Mariah fashion, very forceful and full speed ahead with learning it and growing it, getting good at it, and became such a valuable source in that local office there at Marietta that she then became kind of a voice amongst the division. And so then when it came time to run, you know, multiple divisions out, one Marietta, one here in Gwinnett, it was like, all right, there's one person that's good for the job, and that's Mariah. So she's going to talk to you guys about driving touches and what exactly the heck that means. So let's go ahead and give her a hand and bring her up. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just really glad Trey actually drew that for me because that helps out a lot. So y'all all should be getting the paper. That's in your drive and everything like that. Just wanted to make sure that everyone had it this first prep. Like Trey said, we're not actually going to be printing off a lot of things. But since it is the first prep, I want to make sure y'all have it. So first off, I know some of you may know a little bit more than others. Obviously, some of you have done receptionist work. One of my favorites in here. So what is a touch? Not like you poke someone, right? What's a touch?
Contact.
A contact. Anyone, right? Anyone that we can possibly reach. So there's active touches and there's passive touches, right? So which one do you think is the best type of touch to get? Active, right? You have to go out and do it. Sounds like fun. Cool. So I want to go over the different types of touches that you guys are going to have to do. No matter if you're a branch, AM, DM, doesn't matter what you do, receptionist, you have to be good at this. The better you are, the better your paychecks are. That's what I love about this business is it is what you make it, right? Is there anyone that was like, oh shoot, I didn't work very much last week, my paycheck reflected it? Probably, right? Oh, I worked a lot during a push, my paycheck reflects it. Same thing with touches. So I want you guys to get really, really good at the front end so you can be better at the back end. Now I'll let you know that 2% plus or minus these percentage points that I'm about to show you can affect sales by 20+%. So it's really gonna have a huge difference each week in your paychecks. So like I said, it's a contact, anyone that contacts us. So we kind of measure it different ways, but we at least have to know that they contacted us. So what are some different types of active and passive touches? Can y'all name some?
PR.
Okay, so we got PRs. What else? Campus,
Craigslist.
mailers.
Craigslist.
We got mailers, Craigslist.
Campus.
Break down IOPS further. IOPS go into,
So you got Craigslist, and you also have
Monster Jobs.
like Monster Jobs, Snag a Job.
so any type
Job.
of web source, like
Job
web
ads.
boards. What's really awesome about this business is that a lot of work is done for you. So like all the web advertising, the Craigslist posts and everything like that, it's all with TeamViewer. Does anyone know what TeamViewer is? Some of you not use TeamViewer correctly this year. Okay, so lesson learned here, right? First lesson for you guys to start making money, right? Use TeamViewer correctly. So can someone explain what TeamViewer does to a computer?
Takes over it. Allows you to control that computer from an alternate computer, not in the area.
So mainly allows a Craigslist posting, right? So let's say that someone up in the region or Olean or whatever, something like that, they can post a Craigslist ad in your territory so it doesn't get flagged, right? You know how Craigslist goes by territory, so they can post it from your computer. Okay, it's storming. Everyone can look outside, then we can get back to focus. Cool. All right, so we're all squirrels, right? Want to look outside. So obviously that's a main thing. You got to have that computer turned on. That's really all you have to do. A lot of like Craigslist areas are free and stuff like that, but that's all done for you. It's not something you have to worry about. Obviously with campus, there's flyers, posters, and then we also have graduation letters. So what's a grad letter?
And a letter in hand at an actual graduation.
Okay, why do we do that?
Target market.
Yeah.
Some good people, right? Good people from grad letters. Who in here got a letter in the mail or got like a graduation letter? Wow, Jordan, I didn't know that. That's cool. That's awesome. So we got some pretty good people in here from that, right? So that was maybe at least a fourth of you guys got a letter. Who was like a PR? Okay, it was a PR. About half of you. And who was like online? Any other source? Craigslist, really?
Yep.
Okay, we do get some good people from Craigslist, right? Really? Okay, cool. So did you hear about it through online? Okay, cool. So mostly it's like a fourth online, fourth letter, and half PRs, right? So it's a big thing. So is it kind of obvious now why it's important to do every advertising source? I'll let you know right now, and I'm not going to take away from like active advertising or what Brian's about to go through, but I'll let you know right now there's some offices this summer decided to go through one advertising source, and that's why their summer was not where they wanted to be. So make sure when you guys go out, you do all different types of things and you really get it done. Okay, I've had people say, oh yeah, I'm going active today, and they don't actually go. Guess what? I do know that. And so do your receptionists. They can tell if you didn't go active that morning. Jen, am I right? You're like, oh shoot, we're not gonna get any touches today. What the? So it's important. Obviously there's two types, active and passive. Active is when we actually have to go out and recruit it. So what are some types of active touches? You can use the list up here.
Clipboarding.
All kind of campus, everything campus.
Everything campus related except for maybe posters, those aren't as active. PRs, definitely active. So can you see there's different types of active, there's different levels. So the higher active the touches, the higher PPR. What is PPR? Okay, do we want a high PPR? Heck yes, right? Higher PPR means more money we're making, the better the rep's doing, better office is doing overall. Higher PPR means obviously more income, and it's naturally, traditionally speaking, the higher the PPR is, the more higher the active touch is. So it's really, really important. So obviously we can do 80% of our touches do come through IAPs. Okay, like 20% is at call-ins and things like that. So do you think it's important to make sure your ringers are turned on in the morning, your receptionist is there when she's supposed to be? Let's say that we have our voicemails on. What else could really happen? I guess that's most of it, right? Yeah. Internet running, that happens a lot. Exactly. So mainly that's just a scheduling issue, so make sure you do have that. That's about 20% of the touches. So make sure you do have that. Obviously, sometimes there's walk-ins, very rarely, but that's an opportunity. That's a really active touch too. If you see someone that's like giving someone a ride, always give them an application, because that's probably the person you want over the person that doesn't have a car, right? So there's a way to do that. So campus, web, Craigslist, OCPs, no one really mentioned that. That's something really new. Did you? Did you really say it? Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say it. You gotta speak up.
You just don't handicap, that's all.
Listen, I might be deaf. You're making my handicap. Okay, so mailers, like I said, we only do this in the summer though. We only send them in the summer because that's when it's most efficient. How much does a mailer cost? 50 cents per mailer. That's a lot of money. So people like Ben and Trey send out over 100,000. You do the math, it's like $50,000 that they spend just in mailers. And you kind of don't really know the return on that unless you're really on top of things. So we know, traditionally speaking, in this territory, this percentage of people are going to respond to mailers, this and that. You can go off that, but you really got to make sure you're efficient throughout this process that we're about to go through to make sure that you do convert those touches. Because what are touches if we don't convert them? It's really going to be nothing for you. So obviously we got to wait on a response for that. There's active touches that we go out and get. So we do different types. Like obviously Brian actually got a card at a movie theater. I think that's pretty funny, but I love doing active at different places other than campus. Campus is going to leave the best touches, but obviously make sure we know what to expect on that. More active, the higher PPR, like I said, so we need to go out and get those active touches, right? The passive is going to be done for us. We don't have to worry about it, but we want to focus mainly on the active. So the higher it is, obviously, the more we want to do it. So what do you think has the highest PPR on this list?
Campus, PR.
Okay, so it's probably PRs, right? PRs do about 50 to 60% of our business in the summer. It's a lot, right? But how do we get PRs?
Everything else.
Through everything else, right? But we probably get them mostly from campus, right? Especially to start your summer. Adrian, what's the first thing you do when you went and branched? You have to go create that. It doesn't really just happen. You do get the web touches, but is that like what you actually really wanted? Probably not. So then it's probably campus, the different forms. Like I said, you can break it down into flyers, posters, cards. Clipboarding is probably the most active of those. Like I said, because you're actually getting those and you have results, right? If you give someone a card, you never know if you're going to see them again. You don't know if they're going to sign up. They don't know if they're going to call in. So you want to do that first. Look, what's next?
What?
Mailers and grad letters. Why would we spend 50 cents per letter if they didn't have a high PPR, right? So it's probably next. And then obviously we've got Rub and then Craigslist. So the list goes on with that, but I want to make sure you focus on the right types of touches. So let's say that your receptionist gets a call in. She gets a call from someone on Craigslist and she gets a call from someone on campus. Who do you think she's going to talk to and schedule first?
Campus.
Probably the campus, right? You want a teacher to do that at least, because that's going to be helping you out a whole lot more. With that, we're going to go over the different types of numbers you should do. So when we get a touch, how many people, let's say if we had 100 touches, how many of those should we schedule? Y'all can say that louder. It's
99.
So you want to schedule 90%, right? That's the goal here. Now, people like Angel in our office, they schedule way over 90%. We even have people schedule over 100%. Okay, so to expect only 90% is pretty easy. What you're saying is that 10 people literally chose to talk to you and hang up after you started talking to them. They're interested at some point. So after scheduling the 90%, we obviously want to make sure that we have those people. They want to make sure that you follow the approach word for word. That's going to lead to scheduling. Obviously, we want to have the receptionist with the right rapport, voice inflection, and they need to handle objections correctly. This is one of the major reasons why people choose not to show, is because they didn't get their questions answered or answered in the right way. I probably wouldn't have showed either if someone was saying some ratchet crap on the phone to me, right? Cool. So that's all on your paper. From those 90% scheduled, how many of them want to be set same day? What percentage? 50%. So if I have a girl that comes in from 4 to 9 every day, do you think she's going to schedule people 50% of the time? Probably not. So the early shifts in the morning, like Monday through Wednesday shifts, they expect 50% scheduling. Now, if you do have a girl that comes in for a PR shift, a later shift, we expect 30% for the week, because we're going to take into account that she only has like 2 hours to schedule same day, right? Does that make sense? Now, why do we schedule people same day? Right? So they have less opportunity to miss it. They have less random reasons. It's urgent, more likely to show. Also, who was set like same day or next day in here for their interviews? Anyone remember? I was set like 5 days out. I was out of town. Obviously, I showed to my interview, but most people don't set 5 days out. They usually forget or anything like that. So, or they have like a death illness, right? That's the only other reason why they wouldn't show. Just kidding on that. So, with schedule percentage for same day, SDE, that's what we do that. We want NIE as well. NIE is next interview efficiency. So let's say that the girl that came in from 4 to 9, it's like 7 p.m. She's probably not going to set for a 7:15 interview. She's going to set for the next interview time. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I want to make sure this makes sense to y'all, because this is really, really going to affect that. So 30 to 50%. Now, good receptionists obviously are going to get higher numbers than this. That's your goal. Now, how many of those for IAPS would you expect to show? We're going to have 3 different funnels for these. How many IAPS would you expect to show? These are people applied online, took time on their day. Okay, we expect anywhere from 50 to 55%. If it's 50%, that's above standard. If it's above 55%, they probably should get a pay raise, right? So that's what the way that we kind of go by things. So let's do this color. Show should be 50 to 55%. Now for PRs, this is going to be IAPS. We're going to do one for PRs. The scheduled percentage for PRs, what should that be? This one's going to be a little bit harder, unless you probably don't know this. Okay, so what we expect is a 2-to-1 ratio. For every 2 people they talk to, they set 1. So it's 50% scheduled. Okay, now a good receptionist is really 3-to-1, so it's like 1.667 or something like that. Does that make sense? So that's why we have call tracker sheets and things like that. I'll tell you right now, if I get someone on the phone, I'm sure Jen the same way. If you get someone on the phone, very rarely do they be like, no, I don't want to come in. Is that true? It's not that hard. It's not difficult. Jen, you're probably the same way. You're like, if I got you on the phone, you're coming in for an interview. Not an option. So it's 2-to-1. Good receptionist, above average is going to be 3-to-1. It's not hard to get that. It's all about expectations. Now your receptionist is going to shout at you on the phone and things like that. So you got to be relentless with them. You're going to be able to schedule them. They should too. So that's schedule percentage, and then same day efficiency should be the same. Show for PR should be
30. Yeah, 30.
30, 35%. Jen, what was your show last week for PRs?
56.
Okay, so it's not hard to get that 35%. I chose her because I know her show for sure was good last week. Jen, I think yours was like right at 33% in Jake's office. So it's not hard to get that 35% mark, but why do you think it's lower than IAPS?
So did the
We're calling them.
We're calling them, we'll reach out to them. Obviously, it's less opportunity for same day since we do call PRs a little bit later. I don't really have that expectation. I expect everyone's numbers to be good, above 30, 35%, because you're saying that 70% of the people aren't going to walk through the door just because we set them. So, like I said, that's the average for that for show. Like I said, good PRs. We'll talk about steroids a little bit later. That's going to be more advanced, but that's going to be a whole different ballpark. It's completely different numbers, and there's not a lot of data on it right now. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with that. So with the kept percentage here, that's the whole receptionist part. That's the first part is the receptionist. Has to do solely with them. So how you train them, how involved they are in the program and everything like that. By the way, you need to get your receptionist involved in the program. You guys need to get involved. You should be taking calls. Do you think you're going to have an awesome branch if you know how to be the best receptionist and your receptionists are better? Right? I think Jordan can tell you in advance. That is like the number one thing that she said she wanted to work on. And she's awesome at it too. I'm not even going to go with some negative examples there. So with this show, it's mainly about how they follow the script, directions. We had a roadblock up here for like 2 months. That was freaking miserable when the receptionist didn't give them direction. Look, all of our AMs are literally like pounding their heads against the table because it was miserable. It was like a 20+ minute detour. Traffic in Atlanta, yeah, it was great. So make sure they're giving directions. Make sure you have proper directions. You got to do that too a little bit later on. And then you've got to have a good send-off firm up. So kept percentage with that, what do you think our kept percentage should be? Okay, so it's 85% kept. Wrong marker. So Trey always says the 5 senses. If they don't appeal to the 5 senses, should we keep them?
No.
If they don't appeal to our 5 senses. So if they're not like smelly, they smell good, they look good, should we keep them?
They taste good.
I mean, I guess you could imagine that, right?
What are the other
We're not gonna go there.
senses?
That's a little bit
What are the
extra.
5 senses?
Essentially, we're not trying to play God in the pre-interview. We're not. We want to give people the benefit of the doubt unless you know they're going to ruin your interview. Jordan's going to go over the group interview later, but like I said, unless there's 100%, you're like, this person smells like I got to get him out of here. This person won't shut up or something like that. Whatever it is, unless it's going to be a problem in your interview, you want to look to find a reason to keep them. There's some people I know I probably shouldn't have kept, but I decided to just because I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I knew that if they worked hard, anyone could do this job. This job isn't for anyone, but anyone can do it. Does that make sense? So I want to look to find reasons to keep them. Different markets will have different kept percentage. This market's a little bit higher than most, obviously. But like I said, make sure you look on that. And then after we have them for the interview, we want to sign 90% of them. So what that's saying is 9 out of 10 people, maybe one person, the job isn't for them. Okay. I don't have people walk out of my interview. We run pretty sharp interviews here. So that shouldn't really be the case. Also, we'll go over show to training in just a second, but my philosophy is if they took the time to apply online, to hear our phone call that's like 10 minutes, get directions, come through an 1.5 hour interview, probably shorthand, it takes an 1.5 hour. If they did all of that and I sign them for training, do you think they're going to show? They better. There's something I said or did wrong if they don't show to training. So our expectation for the division show to training is 40 to 50%. But if I'm getting below 60%, I'm like, what the heck did I do wrong? Okay, if you're getting below 40%, there needs to be a conversation with your manager. Right? So I know a lot of branches, Adrian, you usually have a really high show to training. Yeah, yours is pretty consistent. Jen, yours is pretty high. I know Jordan's is probably pretty high too. Sam, yours is high, right?
Mhm.
All the branches get above 50% shows. And that was their first time branching, most of you. Some of you had a few other branches, but like I said, it's not hard to get that. It's mostly the things that you do in those. So Jordan, I'll go over that a little bit later. But that's 40 to 50%. Cool. Now going back to PRs, do you think we're gonna keep most of the PRs that walk in the door? Probably a lot higher than IAPS, right? So it kind of averages out to get to this 85%. There's a reason why we call PRs, we call the top list. We don't call like the people that barely made it to training. If we need to call those, we can get it, right? Especially AT1, those interviews on Monday night, those are killer interviews because you got your top people coming in same day. Like I said, you should sign pretty much all of them. And then you have 40 to 50% show to training. Launch is 70%. So for those of you that are AMs, this should be your focus, is launch 70+%. Those of you that are branches, have you noticed whenever you're like AMing for someone else, your launch was a little bit lower than whenever you were running the branch? You notice it was a little bit higher? So the reason why is because you're actually running the training. So if you do the entire process, it's usually typically higher. You pretty much launch everyone. So like I said, just training and consistency from the interview to actual training is what it's going to be. Okay. Show to day 2 is really the interviewer's deal. Show to day 3 is really the trainer's deal. So if someone doesn't show to day 3, I'd look at the trainer. Someone doesn't show to day 2, probably something wasn't consistent in your interview to what's in training. So make sure you're following the interview script. Cool. Any questions on that?
Just out of curiosity, what's the potential inconsistency that would prevent them from going day 2 from the interview?
The fact that they don't know that training isn't paid.
Okay.
If you don't mention that. The fact that it's in-home presentations, it's a major thing. Just simple things like that, that if you're nonchalant about it, they're like, okay, cool, that makes sense, right? But if you don't mention it to them, they get there and they're like, oh, I'm not getting paid for this. They'd become a little bit mad, right? Does that make sense? So obviously that's in the script. Just make sure you're following the script. Pretty simple. Sure, we'll wrap up in a few minutes. Okay, so on a side note, for PRs, how many calls do you think a receptionist should make an hour?
20 to 30.
40, 45.
Right, 20 to 30 is our division, what we want to reach. So if someone's only making 18 calls an hour, how do you think that's going to affect? They have like a 5-hour shift. They're missing at least 2 calls an hour. That's 10 calls. That's an additional maybe 5 people booked. At least 1 person launched from training. So that's kind of a big deal. So make sure you're making sure that your receptionists are making those landmarks per hour. Obviously, you want them to set 2-to-1 ratio. For every 2 people they talk to, they should set at least 1 person. Need to be tracking their logs, things like that, to make sure that they're not being inefficient on that end. We talked about 35% show, 35% show. Just so you know, the PR program, guys, this wasn't a huge thing in 2011. Like PRs is like secondhand, you guys, right? It's like, that's just what you do. Well, Trey and Ben pretty much developed that in 2011. And then they've just been perfecting it since. So there's a bunch of new programs. That's why I'm not even going to go over steroids or anything like that. So that's pretty much it that I have for you guys. If you guys have any questions, let me know.
Go and give a hand. So guys, these are going to be numbers that you're going to want to commit to memory, right? Just have them up there. So I say, hey, what should schedule percentage be? What do you say? Hi. I say, what should launch percentage be? 7. There you go. Right? Cool. Yeah, those should just be things that you just have off the top of your head. So now that you kind of know the flow of the funnel, and you know all the different types of touches that we generate, we're going to talk about now the one that can really truly be impacted right away, and that's the campus result. That's the campus program. And Brian Horn is going to be speaking on the campus program. He's somebody who here as a pilot sales manager has been getting on campus a ton, right? He's been on campus almost every day, had different types of campus touches too. And so there's not just campus in general, there's all the different variations of activity that can happen when you're working through your school. So the best way to think of it, the analogy, the best way to think of the quality of your territory is think of it like a fishbowl, right? When you get to the summer, the quality's everywhere, right? Meaning it's out and about. It's hard, you can't really pinpoint them anywhere. There are different high schools, they different events going on. Some of them working other jobs. But during the 8 months of the school year, I guess 9 months technically of the school year, they're all in one location. They're at your campuses. So all of these people that will eventually get a graduation letter, they're on campus. All these people that could apply online, that you wanted to apply online, you can find them on campus. People we send letters to, find them on campus. PRs, on campus. So, it's the best place to start to get pure quality recruits in your organization. And your ability to handle those recruits and to get those touches makes a big difference in the quality of your overall office. And I will say, as a new manager starting off this summer, upcoming, your ability to get on campus and jumpstart that PR program with high quality kids is imperative and essential to early May success. And so Mr. Horn is going to be coming up here talking about campus. And the reason why I think he's such a great person to speak on is he actually was an active advertising touch. He actually got a business card and found out about the job when his manager, Alexandra, gave him, I guess, approached him at a movie theater down in Macon. And he ended up going on to be #1 representative in that organization, and top branch 2 summers ago. This past summer was our pilot sales manager. So let's go and give him a hand and bring him up, Mr. Brian Horn.
Thank you. Are you gonna stand up here with me?
No, I'm just.
I just didn't. I know you can.
Fading away into the background.
It's all right. You can do sign language if you want to too.
I'm listening, Mayor. Don't worry.
No, that's good. I know you are. I was always listening.
Always do.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I love that. What he said about I don't know, like it being. I don't know what he said. I don't remember what he said, but I know what I wrote down about it. I said, okay. I was gonna say there's a lot of different spinning plates. That's why I like campus. It's really fun because there's a lot of different things that you're doing, that you have, your hands in a lot of different pots. Is that the saying? I don't know. You have a lot going on. So you have a lot of different things that you can do when you're on campus. Doing active advertising. Just if you could do me a favor, so I kind of know what your experience level is like. How many of you have helped out with active advertising before? Okay, so that's a little more than half the room, so that's good. How many of you have no idea what I'm talking about? Okay, so that's just a few. Cool. All right. How many of you would say that you've helped out, but you don't really know like what's going on? You just do what you're told. Is anyone like your manager just takes you and you go with them and do stuff, but you have no idea why you're doing it? Okay. So that's good. So that's basically what I'm going to go through today. A lot of like the whys and the hows and that kind of stuff, and some technical things about like when to do things or how to do a certain thing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the mentality of active advertising and of working on campus. And then after that, I'm going to go through some of the separate programs that we use and the different things that we have and some of the things that we've started doing more recently, and talk about what works with them and what to do well, what to do in order to make it go well. So the first thing you need to understand is it's like the recruiting funnel. If you look at the recruiting funnel, you can tell that the more touches you get, the better. Right? If you can drive that number to be as high as possible, then it's going to make all the other numbers, be bigger. It's going to make your office a better office. So with campus recruiting, you want to be able to get a large number of touches, because you can tell, and a lot of you might have been pretty surprised if this is the first time that you've seen that, how many people we come in contact with before it's whittled down into the training class. And then before it's whittled down into the launch, then and even from there, you're going into retaining reps and keeping them around and keeping a good culture going, keeping them, making good money and all that. So it narrows down to a very small point, from that initial number you get. So you want to make that number as big as possible. And I would say one of the easiest parts of our business that you can control, that actually is something that you can go out and make an impact on, is going to be campus touches. Because if you go out on campus and you're passing out business cards, you're clipboarding, you're talking to people, you can make a big difference for your summer. This is going to sound really weird because this is an example that I always hear in a talk like this. But this example is about me. So like Trey said, Alexandra found me at a movie theater. She just walked up to me in this terrifying manner. I did not know her. It was weird. I was sketched out, and I came in anyway, and now I'm here, so it doesn't matter. It didn't matter that it was weird for her to be talking to me then, but she was at a point in her summer where it was kind of like slowing down. She had stopped recruiting for the summer. She was just selling with her team, and she wasn't really where she wanted to be for the summer. So she was going out to the movie theater, going to the mall, going to all these different places, including her college campuses. This was a little bit later in the summer, so it was mostly all over other places because no one was at school. But she went out and she went to find people who she wanted to have on her team, who she knew could do well. She wanted to get some sharp kids into her office. And so she did that by going out when she didn't have to, and taking extra time to go up to people she didn't know and talk to them. Rita, Recruiting is the Answers. One of my favorite. What was that? I'm trying to think. Sorry, I'm talking to myself a lot today for some reason. I was doing this in training too. I was like commenting on what I was saying, but it was out loud, and so it just blended in with everything else. Everyone got confused. But yeah. So anyway, she was going out there and putting in extra effort to find the right people. And then, I came in, I sold $25,000 that first summer. So as a branch, that put her in the, that was the difference that put her in the top 20 there. So for her, she was a top 20 branch then. She would have done that much less if she hadn't gone to the movie theater to pass out cards that day. So she was able to control her summer and affect her results, and that's what you can do too. You can actually go and have an impact if you ever need to give things a little extra jolt, or if you want to just obviously, next summer start the summer right and get the right crew starting off. So it takes 20 to 25 campus touches to get one launch. So that means 20 to 25 people apply online or call in or whatever from campus, or you get their number, their clipboard, and we call them. But it takes 25 of those, basically. When in doubt, I would go with the bigger number, so you at least overestimate what you need to do. But that leads to one person. So, go big. Go big or go home. We've been out on campus every day, but our touches have been low here. So that means that we need to be going bigger when we're on campus, for the pilot at least, because we haven't been getting the touches that we want. We want to be getting more touches because we know that to have one person in training that week, we need to have at least 20 to 25 like iApps or online applications or whatever coming in as we're going on campus. So that should give you an idea of what the number is and how big it is. You want to be getting out a lot. I never want to leave a campus without getting out at least 1,000 cards. And I tell myself that 1,000 cards is one box. One box, I think, is like $1,250 or $1,200 or something. I might be wrong, but it's 1,000 cards that's why I say, because I want to, get myself to get out more. I want to have more of an impact. So, I want to make sure that I'm getting out at least 1,000 cards, that I have a number figured out for, what I want to get out for posters. I want to have this many people that I, talk to them and get their numbers or interview. And we're going to go through all of these different methods here in a second. But, focus on that number. It'll drive things higher for you if you keep yourself accountable and just focus on getting the number out. I remember, like, for me, I was going by myself a lot in the spring when I first moved up to Atlanta. And then I went out with Mariah once. And Mariah and I went to GGC, and we just decided that we weren't going to leave until we got out 2,000 cards. And we were so excited about it. And we like had a mission and a clear goal. And we knew that we had to do it. And I made that decision. So that was like double what I had ever done when I was there by myself. And we did it in less time. We got out those 2,000. So just commit to that number, and then it's not as big a deal. You just know that you have to, keep working and keep going. But as far as the shifts goes, as far as timing goes with campus shifts, you want to have a shift. Ours are 4 hours, 4 hours long. You can have them a little longer or set up, I guess, a little bit differently when it comes to your helpers. But you got you have anyone from your office that wants to help out, and you want to have them at different times throughout the day. So what I want to do when I'm making my active advertising plan is I don't want to hit the same school at the same time on the same day with the same kids and the same me and same outfit. It's not good. I don't want to get the same people every time. Now I could go on a Tuesday morning twice in the fall and be okay. Just because I saw the same people twice in one semester doesn't mean I necessarily touched all of those people and saw all of them. So there's more people for me to get to. But I want to make sure that I'm getting on Thursday, instead of going in the morning, we've been doing 8 to 11 in the morning and 10 to 1, 10 to 2, that kind of times. But we were like, you know what, let's do afternoon. And we did afternoon at Georgia Tech. We were at Georgia Tech during the afternoon because there was a game on Thursday. So we knew that people were around a little bit more. So you want to have them at different times or at different shifts at different times of the day. And the first thing you want to do, so if you are, if it pictures anything at all, it's a big deal. They'll be quizzed.
Really normal.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if she had written anything extra. Okay, so let's see. And this will kind of be, I'll do it anyway. It's not much, okay. Just thinking when I go over them all individually, I'm probably gonna say this anyway, but kind of in the morning, like at the beginning, like say 6 to 8 a.m. is gonna be the ideal time for you to be putting up posters, doing sidewalk chalk, putting up chalkboard.
6 to 8.
Yeah, sorry, my 8s look like 6s. My 6s look like 8s. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's in the morning before classes get started. So you can still do that stuff if classes are going on. Like if you're walking around a building and there's nobody or just students in a classroom, like you could go in there and like put a poster in or write a message on the whiteboard or something like that. But it's easier to get it done when you can just go down through everything and all of the rooms are open and there's no people in there and you can just put everything up that you need to put up. So you get all that stuff out early. So what's happening is you have all these advertisements that are just in place that people are seeing everywhere. And we'll go into more details about that. But those are there for the whole day, and they stick around for a little longer after you leave. It's not just like you handing out stuff or talking to people. After that, 8 to 12 is a good time to is a great time for clipboard or clipboarding, and really for business cards. Well, no, wait, hold on. It is, but the best time for business cards is going to be like around 11 to 1.
So like card in hand.
Yeah, like in hand. Yeah, so put 8 to 12 for like just clipboarding and business cards, all that. In hand, 11 to 1 is going to be the best. And pretty much, there's no way to, you don't really want cards if they're not in hand. It's the only way to go. So you'll have some blitz days every now and then where you're like, okay, this day we're going to get a crazy number out, or this day we're going to do this, or this day we're going to be there all day, or have some special things going on. But normally you'll just get there in the morning and do posters, chalkboards, You're going to do the sidewalk chalk. And then you'll go out and, pass out business cards. You'll go out and start clipboarding. You'll do all those things. So the first one I want to talk about is going to be chalkboarding. So chalkboarding is my personal favorite because I go to art school. So this is when we write the little ads and messages on the whiteboard in the classrooms. So some of you that are helpers have either seen it done or have done it, obviously. But you do it early in the day, so there's classes throughout the day that see it. But some people think when you chalkboard, you want to write a big thing all over the whole board, work for students, come here, are you broke or whatever. But if you write it all over the whole board, or if you make it really big and make it grab a lot of attention, then they're going to erase it once class starts. So the very first class at 8 a.m. is going to erase it. But if you have it up in the corner, if you have it blocked off, if you make it so it's not getting in the way, then the teacher has no reason to erase it and keep people from seeing it. It's just something up there. So you want to put it up in the corner, and I like to separate it with something, depending on what my theme is for that chalkboard. But I want to separate it with like a little thought bubbly cloud thing, or whatever, like I do that POW, like wow thing or whatever. I like to draw palm trees and sunshines and money and all that kind of stuff. Not all at once, but it's like a quick palm tree and then we're out. But you do it pretty quick. But you want to make it kind of fun. I like to be pretty creative. I like to do it with a marker that's clear and sharp that stands out, not something like that you can't see. So either like a clear sharp black or like a bright red, something like that. It's going to be good. So mine that I usually, the one I do the most is going to say like summer work, or right now it's student work or part-time work. Fun, flexible pay, or fun and flexible, great pay, good experience, or like no experience necessary. And then starting pay is $15. So make sure whenever you're doing any of these things, like where you're writing something or making something like that, make sure that when you say $15, you say base/appointment. So base/appointment is like the legal whatever way that you have to say it. So you don't say like $15 an hour. You don't just put 15 bucks up there. We don't just pay them 15 bucks after they get accepted and move on. So you block it off there. You can actually get a domain name specifically for your school. So you could go buy a domain name that forwards to our website, workforstudents.com, or collegeincome.com, that has like, UNG jobs now or something or whatever, or something you can say. So that is something you can do when you get close to the summer and you know your territory as a branch manager. You can start getting these domain names and having these websites that you can put up as your advertisement, so it's like catered to them. The next one's going to be posters. Posters, you just want to put them up in any kind of place where it makes sense for a poster to go. I always go for places where people are going to be standing and not walking. So people will just walk right by a poster, but people stand at a vending machine. People stand at a water fountain. People stand like in a line at a restaurant or at a place where they're like going to pay for something. So you want to put them in bathroom stalls. People sit there. That is true too. So yeah, there are places where people are a little more stationary is where you want to put your posters. You want to put them at eye level. You want to make them kind of pop a little bit. I like it when they're a little crooked. I like it when they're kind of in a weird place. I love the ones that we have now. We have these bright red ones that stand out a lot. But you want to make them pop. They're the tabs at the bottom. You fluff the tabs. So there's individual tabs. You know how they tear it off and has the phone number on it. So there's individual tabs. You want to make it look like some people have already just gone crazy and tried to rip them all off because there's a lot of interest, because no one's going to be the first person to do something and no one really wants to be the last person to do something. So if it's just perfect, no one's going to go up and rip something off of it. That's hard to do. You know what I'm saying? But it's easier if there's one ripped off for the first person or the first follower to go up and go, hey, I'll take this. and then from there it just keeps going. So you rip one off, you mess them up a little bit, so it looks like some people have been grabbing them. And if you're in a place that's a really high traffic place, that's really big, like if I was in the like the bathroom in the main floor of the like student center, if I was putting one like out there between there by the fountains, or if I had like one, like the school's like, here, we'll give you one board that you can put a, poster on or something, I'm going to make sure that I layer them. So if you layer your posters and then put them up with the tacks and have like several of them kind of stacked up, then once the tabs are pulled, there's more of them there. So if I layer 3 posters, that's going to be able to get to 30 people or not 30, I guess it's more than that probably, right? It's like 15, yeah, something like that. Whatever. It's going to be 3 times as many, people that can get the number and actually call it. And then people are still seeing it obviously afterwards. Business cards. I love business cards. That's probably, I know we've been doing a lot of business cards recently, but business cards are really fun. I love carding. I love handing out stuff. It's pretty fun when you go on campus. You see it all the time anyway. Like we were at Georgia Tech, there were probably 3 other people handing out stuff for, God knows what. We had that the Zeta golf tournament that they were doing, and they're like trying to get people to come to that and trying to get people to come to parties. And we got invited to the first party of the year at GGC, which is exciting. So there's no party like a GGC party. But anyway, so it's fun handing the stuff out. But you want to go to a place when you're doing this, you do want to be in a place that's very carefully picked where people are getting funneled into one path and then like going down that path. I like places where it's like a bridge and they all have to walk across the bridge, or there's a certain section that they all go through, or a certain sidewalk that they all kind of have to get narrowed down into. Or if once they come out of that building, they can go one of 2 ways, but they got to go by me right here before they go one of those 2 ways. So, you're kind of in that place where you're in their way. You're, in the middle, and the tsunami or whatever is going to come hit you. It's like a lot of people coming at you, so you don't have to like run around and chase people. Okay. I wonder what Trey's doing. All right. So when you're handing out the cards, sometimes you're handing them out and it's like a huge rush of people and you're just like, here you go, here you go, here you go. If you have more time to actually talk to somebody, you want to talk to them, don't just walk up with and just give it to them. That's kind of weird. You want to say something. So the best thing to say that I found so far is going to be, hey, if you get their attention, if you know anyone who's looking for a job, can you hand this for me, please? Or, hey, how are you doing? If I have a little bit more time than that, instead of just, hey, if you know anyone looking for a job, can you hand them this for me? I'll have a little bit of a conversation. I'll say, hey, if you know anyone's looking for a job, I'll say, hey, can you do me a quick favor? So it'll almost be like I'm just making small talk, and then I'm just like, oh, yeah, I just remembered. Can you do me a favor? If you know anyone who's looking for a job, can you hand them this for me, please? Awesome. Thank you so much. So you can you pass them out there, and you have them do that because someone's going to take it, and even if they're not looking themselves, they'll have it, and then they'll look at it. And if they do have a friend, they'll probably give it to that friend. Or if they know someone else, they'll probably get it, or might put it somewhere where someone else might find it or something. But you do that, and then if it's a million people coming at you, you're just like, hey, here you go, here you go, here you go, and that usually works just fine. Now, where you hold the business cards out is important. If you ever have like trouble people taking them from you, if they're like, oh, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks, you just got to make sure that you're making it not an option. So with the gentleman that you see, you want to take the business card. You hold the business card when you're walking by. Doug, can you help me with this? I won't hit you. Okay, so you take the business card. Okay, so Doug and I are about to cross paths. Okay, here, walk by me. Okay, a little faster. Okay, here you go. So he's gonna grab it if I go down like this, right there. See what I'm doing? So he's walking by me. There's an impending disaster going on here that he's going to try to avoid by taking the business card. Okay? The ladies are going to do the same thing when the lady walks by. One more time. the lady's gonna do the same thing when I go like this, okay? So that if you go for it's weird. I know it's strange for you to think of it. Some of you probably don't. You'll never. This is the first time you've ever heard from me, and you'll never forget it. But whatever. That's what. Yeah, that's how you're gonna get more people to actually hold on to them if there's like a stream of people. Because sometimes you might have one person walk by and not take a card, and then it it keeps going. It's like a domino effect. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen. The way to reverse that is there. Okay, OCPs, off-campus posters. So the off-campus posters are really exciting because it's new. We had offices that were doing it that were getting amazing results, getting a ton of attention from people, and they found out that it was a lot of good kids too. A lot of good, sharp people were calling in from these off-campus posters. So this is the one that basically looks like a presidential campaign sign or whatever, right? On the stakes there. So I'll have some of those from my campaign coming in soon. But when we're putting ours out, there are several keys to doing it well. I think the first one's definitely volume. Like, you got to commit to this stuff. And that's active advertising in general. It's just having a lot of action, just massive action, just doing everything, doing a lot of everything. It's just you want to do as much of as many of these things as possible, so that you have as big of an impact as you can. But you want to put OCPs in areas around the school, but you do want to avoid putting them on campus. Like, I wouldn't want to just have one sitting in the middle of the courtyard at Oglethorpe. It'll look kind of weird. It's more of a thing that you're putting out and about. But these aren't just on the side of the road somewhere. You want to be careful to put it in a place where cars are stopped. If it's on a road, like if it's on out there on Indian Trail, when we have them out by GAC. They're going to be near the stoplights. They're going to be near where people are stopping to turn into the school, and they're going to be set up in a place where I know, oh, okay, I'm looking at it. All the kids are going in here, and if they're turning left in here, while they're turning left, their kids' eyes are going to dart around. They're going to go, and then they're going to see the sign, and then they're going to have a second to remember the number or grab their phone and take a picture of it or something so they can call in. So pay attention to which way they're facing to, and put them in areas not only around the school, so kind of around the perimeter of the school, but also in places where people hang out, like where your sharp kids would hang out if they weren't in school. So, if they go to study at a coffee shop, make sure you have some stuff there. If they go to study at the library or this place, or if they go hang out at this bar, and you can put one near there, or if they go to Waffle House, Chick-fil-A, the kinds of places they're going to go a lot. Sidewalk chalk. As far as sidewalk chalk goes, make sure you have somebody on your team, somebody helping you out that can draw or write if you can't, so that when you're doing sidewalk chalk and chalkboards, it works. But sidewalk chalk is fun because it's actually on the sidewalk, so you got to get a box of chalk. But go out there, you do it early in the day, clearly, so you're not in the height of campus traffic, trying to draw on the ground. They never do it that way. That doesn't work. But it's a pretty good way to get your message across. And you can see some really creative stuff. If you've walked around on campus, you've seen those when people do them as pathways, or they'll do footprints or whatever, so that you can do them you could do little footprints walking over to a bank or something. And I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. Okay. It's going to take a minute. I'll get back to you. So, but yeah, you want to be creative and fun. And I always have the website, Work for Students, or right now it's Work for Students Now. Is the one that we're using because it goes just tracks it better. But you put basically the same things that you would put for chalkboarding. You're putting for a sidewalk chalk, but it's on the actual ground. All right, and then clipboarding. Clipboarding is a little bit different because you're going up and instead of giving someone something and them calling us, you're actually getting their number so that we have control and can call them whenever we want to. So clipboarding is something that takes a little bit more time. It's a little bit more targeted. Business cards, you're out there just handing out everything and trying to get as many things out as possible. Yeah, you're trying to connect with individual kids, and you do want, to give people the right impression. But clipboarding, you're actually talking to them. You're making it a connection. But you're also because you got to get enough interest that it's not weird that you just ask for their number. So yeah. So I would say go with a group. Bring other people there. So if you bring a good group of people, some helpers there, they're going to do a good job. And if you make it a competition, if you have some sort of contest there, if you have reps helping you, it's going to help them get more. It's going to help drive them to do more because it's a little bit, I don't know, so I guess a little bit different when you are clipboarding to, to get as much. So you want to drive that number up. But you also want to go when it's busy around lunchtime when you do have a lot of people around you that you can, talk to. But you're basically, when Alexandra clipboarded me, Trey said she gave me a card. She didn't. She just like saw me and like got my number and typed it in her phone or something to clipboard me. So, you want to actually have a clipboard. She just didn't have one with her at the time. But she just said, hey, how are you doing or whatever? And she's like, do you go to school around here or something? Or do you go to school here? Or you could say like you headed to class or whatever, make small talk. Huh?
Is it at the movies? She said. Head to class.
Yeah. Well, no, I decided not to go see The Purge at the last minute. And then I gave her the ticket and then she gave it to, it was weird. We'll talk one-on-one. Okay. So make it a competition and obviously, be, when it's busy, like around lunchtime is a good time, but that is something that you can do anywhere. And that is something that can be extremely targeted. Like I said, Alexandra was there to see a movie with her boyfriend and, she found me and just talked to me and decided to, she didn't have to come up to me and talk to me. She could have just said, no, I'm not doing an active shift right now. But she did it and she got me. So, you could do this anywhere. You do this anytime. So, anyone that, you like, and you get their number and then you can call them and get them booked that way. The last ones are the, we have two more of these and then we have the interview. So, so classroom emails and then school email blasts. Those are going to be two different things. So classroom emails is when you send out an email to all of your classmates. So if you have like Blackboard or I don't have any more examples to give, Blackboard or whatever the other ones are.
Guys, let's do this right now.
Yeah, this is something like during a break today, like
Just do it now.
or right now as I'm doing it. Yeah. Go to Blackboard. You can go find the emails of the people in your class and then send them out. You can send out an email. Basically, it says like the subjects like, part-time work, respond if interested. We actually have like a Google form that we have that they just fill it out and it goes straight to us. And so we just, pull up a thing on Google and we have all their information there. We can just get in touch with them. So it's like an application they can do.
Post it on WhatsApp real quick. If you have WhatsApp, there's a standardized form. All you want to do is take off the link to the Google form unless you're in the pilot. If you're in the pilot, obviously use the Google form link there. You can change Atlanta to whatever city that you're in. And then for those of you that are in school, and maybe you've already sent this out, like Doug and Mullins, send this out to past classes. You can look up old classes too. So it's not just people that you have class with this semester. You can go back usually for another year, like the last 2 semesters previously, maybe even more. So use this as a way to reach out. Because I would send this out to these counties, PRs for you, helps your local organization. And if you're not in the pilot office, what you could just say is, we're filling positions all over Macon, for example. A lot of students from whatever school you go to or went to, high school or college, right? And they've earned some scholarships and internship credits, so I want to reach out. We regularly interview on campus. You can apply here or let me know if you're interested by replying to this email, and I'll have somebody contact you.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you'll have people responding to your email and people applying from that, and that's a good way to get the attention of the people around you. And the great thing is these are people who are going to be in your classes, so if they're hesitant or have any questions about it, they'll know how to find you, or they might find you, and you could clear up for them and get them there. So also email blasts are different. That's when the school sends out an email. GGC sent out an email blast for us in the end of March this year, and I got an email last week from somebody who responded. I guess it took them a while to check their emails, but the campus actually sent out an email to all of their students. It was to let us know that we were going to be there for a campus table that we were running. but they actually sent out an email to all of the students. And during that email, or in that email, they just like, you know, told them, it just said like everything that Trey just said, basically, and how to apply. And so we got a lot of people from there, and it was coming from the school too. So it had a lot more credibility because it was coming from like the actual career center. They're the actual career center. Sorry, I don't know what that was. Okay, and for on-campus tables, on-campus tables is the next one. I love these. I think they're a ton of fun. So with an on-campus table, you have an actual like fort or an actual station on the campus that is, you know, it's basically sponsored, I guess, by your school that you're at. So again, there's the credibility of the school backing it or organizing it. You know, they were actually letting you, they let you there, right? And then you have it in a high traffic area. So there's a lot of people who are going by and who see it. So with the on-campus table, I definitely want to make sure you have something there that's going to attract people to it. So whether that's, you know, donuts, pizza, you know, a bowl of candy, or if you want to do something more creative, have a basketball hoop, or, you know, start some kind of game or contest or challenge or something like that. You know, in a perfect world, we'd all have a dunking booth there or whatever, but or a dunk tank, not dunking booth, you know what I mean? But it gets people excited, gets people coming over there, so they actually have a reason to go. You know, it's like, oh, there's this candy. Why am I getting candy from you? Why are you here? And then, you know, you can talk to them and recruit them that way. So with on-campus tables, we definitely want to. That's a chance where you're actually getting more time to talk to somebody and give them an idea as a recruiter about the job. So you have a chance to give them a little bit more detail, and you're not just like getting everybody to, you know, see a bunch of stuff and then hopefully, you know, some people apply or some people call in. You know, you're actually kind of being a recruiter at that point. So it's very fun to tell people about the job and to explain it to them, and of course, you know, doing it all the right way and everything there. But one thing that I found was good is when the traffic wasn't as bad or wasn't as good, I wanted to have, it works when I go out and like get people and bring them. And it's like a exciting, like, hey, y'all come over here. Have y'all checked out that table yet? They're here. That mixed with the email blast from the school, you know, tweeting and hashtagging or Instagramming your location or whatever, that you're there too. So if people put their location, they can see your post too. I like to do that as well, because then they're actually, they can see that you're there and you're kind of promoting it, so that they all know that you're in the student center. I want to have somebody, whether it's me before the table happens, or if it's other people, like maybe helpers that occasionally might go out. I want to have people on the campus that are passing out stuff and creating interest and bringing people back to my table and telling people about it. So it's not just the people that happen to walk by. There's like advertising going on for it. And then the last thing that I do have to talk about is our most recent thing that I like a lot. The most recent program that we're doing is the on-campus steroid interview. Did we ever get to a place where we figured out whether or not we're going to call it a steroid or not? Okay, I thought I put quote mark, or there were quote marks around it, but yeah. So an on-campus steroid interview. If you have somebody like in any of these situations, if you're clipboarding and you talk to somebody and y'all start talking for a while, or you know, you're passing out business cards and you're talking to somebody and they're interested, or if it's somebody sharp that you really think, you know, you really want to have come into an interview and they need a job. You know, you can set up an interview with them on campus at that day, so that you can go over everything with them, and you can, you know, do a steroid interview with them and recruit them there and sign them for training. So you actually have them set for training after you leave campus, instead of waiting for them to call in, to, you know, show up to the interview, to, you know, be kept, and then show up to training. It's like, you skip all that other stuff. It's just show up to training. That's all I have to do. So now they're there. So that's all I have to do is show. So you're skipping some steps. I'm pointing out it's not there. They're in the recruiting funnel, or at least getting to kind of streamlining that there. So it could be anybody that you get in touch with. You can also have helpers that are helping you out with active advertising. Any of your helpers, any of your reps that are on the team, they're with you, or receptionists that come out with you to do it. They can also help you set these up. I know Adi was instrumental in getting one a couple of weeks ago for me on campus. So she just talked to him about the job and set him up for a time that day that I was doing it. So it's like after the shift is over, I do them like 30 minutes apart, and you just sign them up there and say, hey, let's meet over here. Like, let's go meet at the Starbucks on campus. I know there's a Barnes and Noble on campus, or there's a dining hall or a place to sit down. It could be anything. So you can meet them there, and I'll tell you all about it. And it's also a good thing if you have somebody that's like asking a lot of questions. Oh, well, let's set this up, and then I'll meet with you then. So during that actual interview, which obviously I'm not going to teach the entire steroid PR program today, but during that actual interview, you do want to make sure that you're doing two things, both building a good rapport with them during that interview and connecting with them so that it'll help your show to training, but also name dropping other students from that school and creating credibility and history of success, I guess, that's proven for them. So when you have somebody on campus and you're just talking to them, if you're name dropping all the kids that worked with you that go to that school or that went to that school and talk about how well they did, it makes it pretty easy. So that's pretty good. And then the last thing that's not like a program, but it's a note on helpers that I wanted to tell you how to get people signed up to help you with your active advertising shifts. So you have all these different things that are happening during your active advertising. It's not all happening at once. You decide what you want to do when you want to do it, but if they overlap, like I'll put up a poster if I see a good place to put up a poster and don't have one there while I'm handing out cards or something. But if you want to have helpers there, the more people that you have on campus, the better. It's more fun. Obviously, you can get more out. If I have 5 people helping me on campus, that's 6 people. Compared to just doing it myself, I'm sure I could get out 6 times more stuff with 6 people. I could probably get more work done. So you want to have a lot of helpers, especially with a campus table. That's a big one. If you have a lot of helpers, you have a lot of cool young people and reps and students, and whether they go to the school or not, your reps are going to look like they go to that school if they're just hanging out there in normal clothes. So except for Larry Bullard, he might not blend in very well. But some of y'all know who that is. It's so funny. So you want to have a lot of helpers there with you, and I like it for business cards and stuff because you can all be posted at different places. But when you're getting people to help out, we're giving them Cutco bucks for that. So we do $10 an hour in Cutco bucks for helping them out on the shift. Basically, your helpers can cash out when they want to. But I like to have a goal for them for what they want to get as far as Cutco goes. So at the team meeting, every week at the team meeting, we're going to talk a little bit about it among the other announcements and that kind of stuff. It's like, hey guys, get out your blue book. Get them to get out their blue book and a blank sheet of paper and write their name at the top. And then I basically do a wish list. Go through this blue book and figure out what you want. Figure out, what you like. Like if you want it, write it down and we'll get it or whatever. So I have them do the wish list, and then I explain the Cutco bucks, explain active advertising, and I want to have some people that I know are going to be there. Like this Wednesday, I know Adi's going to be ready to go do active with me. I know that we have a girl, Naomi's going to be, coming. She's definitely going to be there. Jen's definitely going to be there. I know I can count on Doug, but I want to, and I know I can count on Mullen, sorry. But I want to have other people already signed up so that I can, you know, say, okay, we already got, you know, these people coming in this day, or I have something up, you know, up that says what who all's helping out, or how many hours people have, or how many Cutco bucks people have. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're doing that. Yeah, so you have those, and then you have other people, you know, that have already signed up, so that, you know, they do it. But after you explain the Cutco bucks and that they'll get paid and they can get it, get what they want from you know, the Cutco, obviously, you get them signed up for those different shifts, and you got to just be appreciative of them. You know, have a lot of fun with them. Make it a fun experience. Don't make it just like, you know, pounding the pavement and running around, you know, doing manual labor. Like it's fun if you make it really fun. So make it really fun for your people. Have them enjoy it, and then obviously, you know, just keep promoting it and keep making it an important thing on your team, and you know, have them you know, stay excited about it and stay talking about it. When you have a rep that does like cash in and says, hey, I want to go ahead and, can we go ahead and get this? Or when you finally get, when you get somebody's Cutco in, you want to hand it out to them at the team meeting. So you want to have a, you want to be getting their Cutco as soon as you can. It's like fast start stuff. You know, if I have somebody in their fast start at a team meeting, you know, I would like somebody to have their fast start prizes that started like 2 weeks ago. Because if they already have them, you know, at that team meeting, someone who's in their fast start will get really motivated about the fast start when they see them. You know, it's like if I were to just give a rep at a team meeting, just randomly like give a rep a cleaver, and then everyone's gonna be like, wait, why are you giving that to that person? Why did they get a cleaver? Or why did they get a K-bar or whatever? And I just say, oh yeah, they were helping out on campus. So you know, what you appreciates basically. All right. And that's all I have to say. So that's it. Thank you. They clapped this time.
Hey, baby, you got it.
You didn't do your disclaimer, but they did.
No, that's good.
Felt obliged.
Yeah, I ran a training one time and I told him to boo. And just like at the end, I just boo. So at the end, like he was like all excited. They're like, boo.
Like, all right, that's it. And then I just I left shortly.
He cried, so. All right. Okay, takeaways for the first couple messages. Big takeaways. Questions, feedback. Yeah.
Well, I know when I went active with Brian, he kept saying like, I won't get out of 1,000. We need 1,000 touch, 1,000 touch. I was thinking like, man, that's a lot. How is that funneling in? But after, you know, watching this, I see that 1,000 is really not that much when it comes down to 25 per rep to get, or per person to get inside the office, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, if you can get, usually you can get out typically about 200 cards per person per hour, you know, and if you just think about that, I mean, so the more help you recruit to go with you, the easier it is to get that 1,000 out. Right? If it's you by yourself, it's gonna take about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours to get out 1,000 cards. You know, if it's you and a couple other people, though, it may only take a couple hours or 1 hour even if you have a ton. You get to the right school, hit the big class shift, you can very quickly get out 1,000. And use it as kind of like a field training time. We can ask questions. You talk to them about the future of the business. Other feedback, questions, thoughts.
The thing about passing the cards to the guys down low and the girls up high, that was pretty good.
You like that one? Yeah, good. Glad you like that one. Yes, yeah, this is recorded, so not real fired up about that, but hey, it's perfect. Go along nicely with our mailers this summer, so good. All right, cool. Any
I have a question. Like, I know he said that, about steroiding people on campus.
Yeah.
Like what type of a rep do you think, okay, I'm going to steroid them and not, like, say class is coming out and one kid just happens to ask, hey, so what's this job that you're getting this card for? And do you want to like keep going and steroid them, or do you like stop and try to pass out more cards if it's just?
Well, yes, good question. So if you have the people that you want to sit down one-on-one for an interview right there on campus are people that express an interest, or people that you kind of set up in advance before you go to campus. So this could be somebody that responds to an email. And hopefully you guys, here's the deal, guys. If you haven't sent those classroom emails yet, if you didn't do it during Brian's talk, make sure you do it during this drill for skills section. Get this out. It's a good way to kind of get feedback yourself. Even if there's not a local office near you, do it anyway. This could be something that you're going to want to get better at for next summer, and you're going to want to teach your reps how to do it. And so if you've never tried it or done it yourself, it's impossible for you to ask other people to do it and know what you're talking about. So like, for example, even you being in Savannah, right? I would still do it, right? There may not be a close office near you, but this could be one of those things where maybe you arrange something with James, where it's like, hey, look, here's the deal, James. I'll interview him on campus for you. I could train him on campus. You just pay me. You know, and you work out some sort of an arrangement with James that way. I mean, I'm sure James would be fired up about getting sharp SCAD students that he normally would not be able to recruit year round. So there's things like that that you can do, even if you're not near campus that's within an hour or two of your local office. But send them out, do it anyway, nothing to lose. If you need help doing it, you could certainly ask either me or one of the other managers that have done it. Brian, I know, has done it. He can walk around and kind of help people with it during this break time. Or not really break, but while you're on break in between drilling for skills. So up next, we're going to test your skill set on the pre-interview. And so what we're going to do is we're going to utilize our district team. So James, we'll have you use my office. So if you want to slide back there and just probably, you may need to move some papers and stuff around. That office tends to become kind of like the dump spot for all the mail and stuff while I'm out of town. So just kind of sort it out. And as you guys know, for those of you that have not done this before, it's going to be a scale of 1 to 5. So grading scale of 1 to 5. The only way you could get a 4 or 5 is if you're not using your outline. Okay, so if you're sitting there using your outline, the best score you're going to be able to get is a 3. Now, during the group interview, we don't expect you to have that thing completely memorized, but for the pre-interview, this is something that you should have down. So, so it'll be 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. We're going to have James be back there. We're going to have Rel. Jarrell's going to be back here in the interview room, which is the very front room of the office, and we're going to have Cole and Mariah right back in there in the back office. So we're going to do it on a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 count off. So I'll be walking around listening, getting all the grades and following up. So we got, you'll be 1,
2, 3,
1,
2,
3.
2.
We're having trouble with 3s here. All right, so 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
3,
1, 2, 3,
2.
2.
Oh wow, exactly divisible by 3. Excellent. All right, so 1s will be right back there with Cole and Mariah. 2s will be right there in the front with Jarrell, and 3 right back there with James. So guys, while you're waiting, what I would be doing is sending these emails. Also,
You called me donut. I was like, what?
donut. Yep, donut. All right. Also, be looking through and practicing that.
Trey, where's that?
Hey, that goes down.
And it'll be, I know that. Just go into Google Drive and search. It'll be in the band binder.
It's not, I don't, the binder that I have is in the same. No, because.
Yeah.
Make your way over here.
Are you free? Me too.
It only has the, oh, this one is recruiting. Oh, there it is. My second year was only probably these 2.
No worries. No worries.
I have mine.
It's on the left, all the way over there. So
2, front room, right? The very front room with the TV.
Mr. Jack, are you a 2?
Yeah, I'm a 2. You a 2?
Oh, have you run an interview yet?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran interviews last summer.
You did?
I did 30.
I ran about. Do we have to say that?
Which one? I don't know.
It's just like, somebody says like, well, I should, well, based on what I've seen, see, I don't say that. I'm gonna say, I always say, what I'm doing today is just getting a feel for all supply, like I said before. Shoot. Hold on. All of our projects are with customers. So, like I said before, what I'm doing is just getting a feel for all supply today. So what I'd like for you to do. So what I'd like for you to do is say for the second project, now what I'm gonna do is there's about 35 to 40 minutes for all the details. Hey, please.
It's when I originally say that.
Go ahead and grab
There you go. Yeah. But I'm gonna get rid of this one.
you have until 5 minutes left?
That means nothing to me.
As you know, my name is Mark Hughes.
Let's get this down.
I got it down. I gave him my paper.
Boom.
So I'm so nervous.
Do you have it?
This is the third time I've been doing this.
Better be looking at it, then, dude. What's that? Yeah, dude, you're gonna be tested, man.
Is accepted when it's going to start? Okay, well, as you know, there companies like and then something else which is the high quality line of culinary and outdoor products. We also work on a appointment style basis, which means that everything and they're called calls.
Did you ask me questions earlier? I just
And they can feel for who
See, I knew it
applying.
didn't find the
Like I
first
said
time.
before, based on what I've seen so far, I'd like to have you stay for a second. What I'll do is take 69 minutes to go over all the details of the position and also give you whatever I look for. And at the end, I'll need you to do one or two things. I'll either welcome you to a team or I'll let you know you're going in a different direction. I'll give you tips to help you in that direction. Do you have plenty of time to stay for the second interview? Great. Go ahead and grab a seat in the other room and grab a magazine from the front. I have a couple people to meet with. I'll get started.
Just make sure you slow down. I know. Make sure you slow down. I think I just want to run.
I've been trying to do that as long as years. I think I got missed. But
Well,
go ahead and grab a seat.
Oh, yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
Once everybody sit down, you sit down. Wednesdays,
Go ahead.
grab for those who are planning, as you told.
Wait, who said that?
But what I'll do is I'll ask you a few questions, give you some information about the company, and company, and then we'll see
That's
what
fine.
we can do. So let's give you a quick rundown. Alright, were you looking for full-time or part-time? Full time? Alright. So would you be willing to work on the occasion? Would you be able to work a flexible schedule an occasional night or weekend? No? And if accepted, when is as soon as you can start? Yesterday? Alright, well, as you know, Marcus, I don't know where it be. The company is called Effective Marketing. We've been in business since 1981. We work with Cutco, which is a high line of culinary and outdoor products. We work on a blend style basis, which means that there's no canvassing and go quick positions. And we'll interpret.
Hey Trey.
All of our appointments are with customers that have been personally recommended. So like I said before, what I'm doing is being quick for those who are applying. So what I'm doing today is I'm gonna collect all of the applications that we received today. I'll review those tonight and make my decision.
What's his name, James?
Aaron?
What's his name, James?
Yeah, James. Yeah.
Closing it out.
No, that's a child. Yeah, child's on the end. Yeah. These are what's the 81 today.
I feel it.
All the time,
I
I'll
feel
fix
it.
tomorrow.
So there's a couple of lines that I know as I'm practicing, I know what comes next, but I'll forget for a second. And then I just stand there and I smile.
What I'm gonna do is I'm collecting
And
all the
And then I'm like,
applications
oh yeah,
today.
keep going.
I'll review those tonight.
And then
and
people I've been
I'll
practicing with
check
are like,
applicants tomorrow.
okay. Oh yeah, I just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
It's better than saying,
It's true.
or like looking like you don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna give you a call back for a second and see which is the best one to give you a call. Tonight here? Okay. And when will be the best time to reach you? Alright. Alright, great. And like I said, I'll review those tonight. And if you don't hear back from us tomorrow, I do wish you the best of luck in your job search. I do wish you the best of luck, but I'll see what I can do.
All right, so after going through the skill set test, hopefully you scored what you feel like you should have scored. Chances are there's 1 of 3 places that you're in. The first place is that you worked hard, you crushed the material, you got material down, and your grade was reflective of that. You got a good grade. In some cases, you may have been in a place where you put in a ton of work, but you did not get the results, or the output was not what you felt like you should have got based on how hard you work or how much you put into it. And there is little things that you could do to kind of help out with that. One is just spend more time drilling for skill out loud. I think sometimes people just look over something and they kind of read it to themselves, and that's not the same as actually participating and practicing live like you're doing it with a customer, right? Or live like you're doing it with an applicant. That's going to make a big difference. So role playing with somebody just like you would when you're in the middle of it. Live repetitions are always more effective, and they last longer, and stick better in your memory than just kind of reading something to yourself or reading it out loud. If you're one of those people that just get nervous, you kind of get that stage fright type syndrome. Well, the same thing goes. Get yourself in those situations where you have to be in front of groups of people more often, and you'll just find yourself getting better at it. If you're in those, then the other place that you may be in is you may have gotten away with one, right? You kind of pulled a sly one, right? Pulled a fast one, so to speak. Or maybe you got a grade that was better than you actually should have gotten. Meaning maybe you got kind of not lucky, but you just happen to naturally be good at presenting or public speaking. Like for example, I've dealt with a lot of people in the past that did theater in the past, and if that's something that's been a big part of your life, memorization of lines and be able to get up and perform, is something that does come just natural to you. The challenge that you'll find as we get later on into management training is that the little short things to memorize are very easy for people that have been doing theater or plays or other things like that. But as you start to get to some of the bigger, more in-depth topics, you really got to make sure that you don't fall into the trap of just kind of being easy or laying low or kind of coasting through the motions just because you're naturally adept at it. Okay, don't rely on your talent. Talent itself can be overrated when it comes to getting production. It's that hard work and sustained intensity that really, long term, dictates somebody's success. I'll give you a quick example. The guy Anthony Mercer that I mentioned, he went in and did his first drill for skill in front of the group, and it was so bad I had to cut him off. I just said, "Now you're done. Stop." Because he was trying to remember it. He was trying to remember the pre from heart or from memory, and didn't want to get below a 5 or whatever, below a 3. And so he was just trying to do it all off the top of his head. It was so bad, so terribly bad, that I just finally had to cut him off. I'm like, "No, you're done. Stop. Just stop." And it was a kind of an awakening moment for him, but it caused him to work harder than everybody else moving forward. So, like I said, if you didn't get the score that you want on this first one, use it as a wake-up call moving forward. If you did get the grade that you deserved, we'll continue the excellence. If you got a grade maybe better than you deserve, just don't be complacent. That's all I'll tell you. And you'll find yourself getting better. Because the next topic that we're going to talk about is going to be the group interview, and that is something that you're not going to be able to memorize right away. It takes a lot of repetition and time to get it completely memorized and down. But the more that you practice and rehearse it, the more comfortable you'll get being able to look down and look up, and the better you'll be with getting really what's supposed to be accomplished, showing people how they can do the job and be effective at it, and being able to connect and really recruit people. So we're going to do that after the break, of course, but for now, that's just something you want to be looking at. I know some of you guys did not get your grades yet from your manager. I'll be emailing those out. You certainly can pull aside whoever it was that graded you during the break and ask them. I'm sure they'd be willing to tell you, as well as maybe give you some tips in future situations. So let's go over the calendar, though. So if you pull out your notebook and calendar, we're going to go through some of the topics and events that are upcoming. First one is September 19th. This is September 19th. That's going to be the next management prep. Now, guys, that is going to be the management prep that happens during SLC push. So there's only 2 weekends during the SLC push, one of which we have Saturday meeting here. What do you look for there, Mons? Yeah, probably that. All right, so so that's going to be 2 Saturdays from, I guess, today. We'll be getting back together. I know that's a couple of weeks right after each other, 12 days apart. One of the reasons why we're doing that is there's 3 that we run throughout the course of the fall, and just with Labor Day being later this year than in years past, it just got pushed for whatever reason. So it just kind of is a funky setup. But the next one will be after the 19th of September. The next one won't be until October 18th, which is actually a Sunday. So October 18th, I believe, is Sunday. Yes.
I have a question.
Have an answer?
Today was 1/7, so it says 2 to 3. So is it still 2 to 3?
For which one? 19th. That'll be about the same as this. So it'll be 1 to 7. Yeah, and then 9 to 12. Yeah.
Yeah, so, so that Saturday is just the little thing you do?
Talking about Saturday night?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Halloween meeting.
So it's not the thing on Saturday anymore?
No, we're probably gonna be doing a joint meeting with Ben's division for that, for a joint division meeting. So it'll be our division and his division together for a little mano a mano competition a la SC3 again. So that'll be kind of fun.
Where's that? What's that gonna be?
When it'll be Sunday the 18th. It'll be probably here. Just because this room's a little bit bigger. So we'll probably just do it here, the home court advantage. Right? And that's Saturday night, for those coming up, we'll probably do a Halloween party. The Halloween party will either be here or up at my place, depending on the number of attendees and festivities, fun, that sort of thing. So more details coming up for that. So if we do it here, we'll be able to go to Netherworld down the street, which is kind of cool. It's a fun haunted house. It's a good time. It was rated one of the top 10 haunted houses in the U.S. A few times. So it's a good time. So, okay. All right. So those are just a couple upcoming events. The next upcoming event after that is going to be the Olean trip. The Olean trip, that's going to be November 7th through the 9th. So it'll be Saturday. Yep. Fly out on Saturday for that one. Yep. So Saturday, this is when we'll fly out for that.
So the push-in's that Friday then?
We'll come back. I believe we come back that either Monday or Tuesday morning. Probably Tuesday morning, just to be safe. Just plan on being the 10th. Fly back Tuesday morning. Okay. All righty. So guys, we're taking a little break. During the break, you got about, we'll do about 5-10 minutes. We don't have too extended of a break because we got a lot of big topics still upcoming ahead of us. We've got situational leadership. We got the group interview. We've got the big Olean trip, and then some what's important now wrap-up thoughts. So make sure to use the restroom if you need to. Stretch your legs. We'll give, like I said, we'll do about 10 minutes. So it's a good 10-minute stretch break if you need to. If those of you that can't make it till 7 or 7:15 to eat, order Jimmy John's or Pizza Hut or something like that. So they will deliver if you call ahead. So, all right, guys, take a little break. Do your thing. Get your grades if you need to. And we'll reconvene here in just a little bit. Yeah.
October 18th.
crazy.
I'm not.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I'm not. I quit that day.
Put one of those that day. See one of those, put on someone's room.
They're like, oh, that's a little scary there.
I also hate that. You can see the color, the line, you see that? It's like, I just have this. I just have a break time. Yes, I love the sticker off. Like, the sticker there is like, I take the sticker off. I took the sticker off, I just this dark black.
Like, I love the rest of it.
Okay, well, probably won't wear this hat again because there's a little black.
Yeah, so they weren't so nice.
Your parents are gross. They're just so
What do you want that last slice of pizza?
Yep.
What do you want that last slice of pizza?
Will you sit up front for me? Like, you?
No, Jack.
All right.
Don't be like the hard
All right, guys. Up next, we've got Miss White talking about the group interview. And I can't think of a better person to give this message than Jordan. She's somebody who, as a manager, was on the nose when it came to manager efficiency. 52% showed a training all summer, over 70+% launch. So she was extremely efficient. It's part of the way that you evaluate your recruiting ability is the number you get in training, the percentage, right? Getting plus 50% is obviously a major focus. Another way that you evaluate is your quality show, right? Meaning if you have 10 quality people set, how many of those show? The 3 stars, how many of those show? Which is another measure that you can look at. And then the other thing that you look at is what is your launch from your show? Because sometimes you'll see where somebody can get the right show, but if they're coming in under the wrong pretenses, their launch will be at a lower percentage. Well, she excelled on all fronts when it came to the recruiting process this summer. So she's going to show you guys how to run an effective group interview. She may have a couple of random tips at the beginning, just a handful, but then she's going to be actually running the actual group for you. So the main focus at this point is going to be the group itself, and then we'll follow up in later preps with her giving recruiting keys. So let's turn the floor over to Miss Jordan White. Give her a hand. All right.
Hello. Okay, there's a lot more of you than I realized. All right. So just so I know, who was here for SC3 and saw that talk? Okay, good number of you. Good deal. Okay, cool. My number one tip from SC3 when I was talking about the pre-interview is making sure that you're the sharpest person in the room. And not that you're just telling yourself like, I look good today. Like, no, you have to feel and embody that you are the owner, or if you're not the owner, then you're the assistant and you're going to own the crap out of this interview. You are the sharpest person in the room, hands down. So it's important that you preface that in your pre-interview. You should feel confident. You should look confident. And then when someone meets you, they should go, oh, God, this chick is a badass. Or if you're a dude, they should feel that way too. So that you're a dude badass. No. But you definitely want to appear like you're very, very confident, very, very stern. Earlier, I was wearing my little sweater vest. I changed that for my power suit. This is my power suit. This is my power ponytail. And I normally wear my power pants, but I don't have my power pants on right now. I have my power skirt. So I want to feel good, okay? And you want to feel powerful. Not necessarily that you're over the top, but that you look good and people are going to pay attention to what you have to say because it means something. If you know that, they'll know that. So my number one tip is you're never impressed. If somebody gets the right answer every single time, you should not be in the group interview going, oh, great, amazing, perfect. You do not want that person walking into the group thinking, or walking out of the group thinking, I got this job, hands down, it's mine. Like, they shouldn't feel that way. They should think, okay, I feel like I did a decent job. I think that I have a chance. You don't want them to be completely unconfident, but they shouldn't feel like they got it hands down because you were so pragmatical about it. So you want to make sure that you're never impressed and you are the sharpest person in the room. That's huge. And number 3 is probably the most important, that you have control. One thing that I was really, really good at all summer was having control of my interview. It's not something that I had when I first started. I think it was probably the most disgraceful interview that anybody had ever seen. Everybody was laughing and I was having a good time. When we cut the penny in my interview, I was like, did you guys see that? And they were just like, that is not how your interview should be at all. Because while they might be excited then and there, it's not very professional at all in the long run. Can you imagine if you walked into an interview and the person that was interviewing you was just laughing and smiles the whole time? You might think, oh gosh, they're really cool. I'd love to work with this person. But would you ever think that you'd want to work for them?
No, because at the end of the day, you're like, that wasn't very professional. I'm better than them. Nobody wants to work for somebody who they think they're lesser than. So, or you get it, I mean. But certainty is a big part of that. So you want to feel like in my case, being a branch manager, I was the owner of the office. I knew that. Didn't matter who walked into my office. And I can tell you there were several occasions where I was running an interview and a parent busts in. Do I let that frazzle me? Absolutely not. I'm in the middle of the interview. What's the F is the parent doing? Like, that's how I approach that. Not the, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, no, they're in my office. They're being rude. I did have a moment where I was running an interview and the girl's dad walked into my interview and started he just started yelling at me. And I was like, excuse me, sir, I'm in the middle of an interview. Can I help you? And of course that's a little condescending because I have no intention of helping this man at all. I just want him to leave. But at the same point in time, I'm telling him I'm the owner. What are you doing? You want to have that ownership, even if you're not the owner of the office. I know a lot of you guys are just assistants. Own your interview. That person that's coming in is looking at you as their employer at the moment. Even if you're not the owner, they're looking to you for a job. So you should have that inside your soul for that moment. I know some people will walk in front of the mirror and they'll tell themselves, I'm a great recruiter. I'm a great recruiter. I got this. For me, all I had to do was go, you're the sharpest person in the room. You look good, Jordan. You got it. All right. It was just a matter of boosting myself up. I know that no matter who walks into my office, I have a job they don't. I told you guys this at SC3 if you were there. Trey Ketchum could walk into my office and I'd still be the sharpest person. Why? Because it's my office, not his. When I was an assistant here, I was running an interview, still the sharpest person in the room. It's his office, but I'm running this interview. It's my interview. Hands down. And your applicants should feel that way. If you even seem a little bit unconfident, they're unconfident. And that's not a good thing. They should feel confident in you. Now, before I start this interview, I do want to show you guys a couple tips on creating control. So the number one thing that you can do that from the get-go is your pre-interview. Now, I know that I'm focusing mainly on the group and we just kind of role-played the pre-interview just then, but everything you do has a preface in the pre. So that means if people are talking in your pre-interview, you stop that immediately. They're not supposed to do that. A lot of people, because we're college students, they don't know that. They've never been to a professional interview, but it's very unprofessional to talk to people that you're technically competing against for a job. Very unprofessional. So you have to correct them. Not in a I'm a big bitch kind of way, but in a way of excuse me, you're being rude. And they should understand that. So for instance, if Jen and Adrian are talking and I'm about to meet with somebody, I'll approach them. Oh, excuse me, do you have a question? Okay, good deal. Well, please be quiet and respect the interview process. I'm still meeting with people. That's pretty much putting her in her place. If she's a little terrified, it's kind of good. Lets her know that I mean business. But I shouldn't be shut the fuck up, okay? So, you don't want to go over the top. But at the same point in time, you want to put them in their place. Is this recording?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Sorry. All right. So, anywho. Oh, well. All right. You got that one. Okay. So, at the same point in time, I'm just trying to show you guys my seriousness. I am in interview mode right now, so I mean business. I think you guys can tell that because 10 minutes ago, I was like, Jarrell, what'd I give my score? So, it's I'm able to switch in and out of moods. But for your interview mode, you should be very stern. You should feel very professional. If you guys don't understand quite what I mean when I say you're the sharpest person in the room, think of it, you're as the most professional person in the room. They're looking to you for a job. You're the professional. Show them that way. Even if somebody's all out rude, do not stoop to their level. You're above them. The reason they're being rude is because they know that. So just embody that. All right, guys. So we're about to go ahead and get started. Does everyone have pen and paper? Raise your hand if you need pen or paper. Okay, good deal. Alrighty, now Sam, can you go ahead and move to this front seat for me? Good deal. And Adrian, can you make some room for him? Thank you. All right, guys. As you know, my name is Jordan White. I'm actually the owner here for the Dahlonega office. That puts me in charge of some of the recruiting and operations for the North Georgia area. Now, what I'll be doing here today is just going over the details of the position. And as I mentioned earlier, we just went through a brief pre-screening process, and you were the ones I decided to spend a little more time with today. Now I'm going to spend the next 30 to 45 minutes to explain the full details of the position, the pay, the perks, and things like that. Now at the end, I'll meet with each of you individually, and I'll let you know my final decision. If you've been selected, I'll let you know why. And if not, I'll let you know why not, and I will give you some tips for future job search. Excuse me, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Please respect the interview process. All right. Now, obviously, guys, I will be using my notes, so I recommend that you take notes as well. Do you need paper? Okay, please take notes. Awesome. Now, my first question for all of you is, why do you think that I have this part of the interview in a group setting?
It's faster.
Okay. It does allow me to compare you guys against each other and also save myself time. If I spent 45 minutes with every single person in the room, then I'd be here all night and I want to go home too. Now, as I explain the details of the position, I will be asking a lot of questions. I'll base almost all of my decision today on this part of the interview. Now, obviously, your application and previous experience do matter, but I'm mainly looking for interaction and engagement because this allows me to accept the right person for the position. Now, have any of you guys ever had a job where you were accepted, but you didn't really know what you were going to be doing when you got there? Okay, Sam, and what company did you wish to work for?
Edge Fitness.
Okay. I know some companies do operate this way. I found that my representatives are much more comfortable when they know exactly what they'll be doing. So here's what I'll be covering today. I'll be covering the company, the product, the market, the pay, the training, as well as the perks. And like I said, guys, I am going to cover everything. So to save us some time, if you have any questions, write them down. You'll have an opportunity to ask me your questions when we meet one-on-one at the end when I give you my final decision. Now, when I first started with the company, I actually began where each of you is sitting right now. Everyone in Vector is promoted from within, including the presidents. Now, as far as the company goes, I'm sure you guys know how a lot of companies are owned by larger corporations.
Yeah.
Okay. So our parent company is Cutco Corporation, which started in 1949 and is located in Olean, New York. Now, Vector was started in 1981 to handle the marketing of Cutco products. And to give you a little insight, Vector in 1981 did about $750,000 worth of business, and now we've grown to a $250 million company. Adrian, what are some advantages of working with a company that's growing? Okay. Advancement and job security. So our people have the security of a job as well as the opportunity to advance with the company. Now, as far as our corporate structure goes, we're divided into 6 regions. We are located into the Eastern region. We're a part of the Georgia division. And to show you how this office fits in, we're actually one of over 300 offices nationwide. Now, we have all different types of people on our team, from students to young professionals to career professionals to even people looking for supplemental income. Now, Rosalind Aaron, Miranda Booker, and Alex Corgens, these are 3 students full-time that go to University of North Georgia on my team primarily, and they work here part-time around their school schedules. We do enjoy working with students because they're used to learning, and they're also naturally attracted to our program based on the flexibility as well as the perks that we provide. We do have an academic advisory board. This consists of a group of college professors who help us have a strong educational point of view in training our people. The local professor that we work with is Dr. Joseph Hare. He's a marketing professor at Kennesaw State University, and he teaches a few of their business ethics classes. Vector also has an internship cooperative program as well as a scholarship program, so some of our students are able to obtain college credit just for working with us. And if that's something that might interest you, be sure to write it down and ask me about it when we meet one-on-one at the end. Vector does award over $160,000 in scholarships to universities and students every year. Now, as far as a career professional on our team, that would be somebody like Sarah Mashburn. She's a full-time career professional on our team. She graduated from the University of Central Florida over 10 years ago and was number 2 in the company just last year. And as far as supplemental income goes, that would be somebody like Chris Caslin. She's a retired individual who works for Cutco just a few days a week to help supplement her retirement income. So it really depends on what somebody has going on in their schedule as to what type of role that individual will end up playing on our team. Now, when the company was founded, we made several decisions about how we were going to run our business, and I do feel it's very important that you know a few of these. Now, the first decision the company made was to only manufacture high-quality products. Now, Jack, why would we only manufacture high-quality products?
Because people like quality.
Okay. Now, the second decision the company made was to present our products in a low-key manner. For instance, Jen, have you ever been on a car lot and approached by a pushy salesperson? Or maybe at the mall, approached by somebody at a kiosk?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. I know that generally makes the customer feel
Uncomfortable.
Precisely. So this means that we don't pressure our customers. Instead, we educate them on why our product line is #1 in North America. We have customers that have been with us for 30, 40, 50 plus years, and this is because of the way that they're dealt with. In fact, we have over 19 million customers, so dealing with them ethically is very important to myself as well as the company. That's why another very important corporate philosophy of ours is honesty and integrity. Adrian, how does a customer feel when they're misled about a product?
Pretty disappointing. I thought you had a company.
Sure. So honesty and integrity is important throughout the corporation, from the bottom of the representatives all the way to the top to the presidents. Now, the fourth decision we made was on how we wanted to market our products. As you know, we chose to market by appointment only. We did this for a few key reasons. Now, what happens to the price each step, Jack, that a product takes from the factory to the store?
It goes up.
Okay, and if it's a high quality product, will it be more expensive or less expensive?
A lot more expensive.
Non-store retailing is a very common way of marketing products through internet, catalogs, and so forth. We found that the most, We found that the most professional way of dealing with our customers is to deal with them directly, and I'll explain exactly how that works when I get to the market section of the interview. Now, the fifth decision the company made was on how we wanted to pay our people. We decided to pay a lot more than other entry-level jobs. This allows us to work with higher caliber applicants. Now, Ian, how are most salespeople paid? Okay, which causes them to be what? Towards the customer, right? Okay, everything I just said we do not do. So we do have a two-part pay program. We have a guaranteed rate to ensure we always have a low-key approach, and then we also have an incentive rate so the people who perform do have an opportunity to earn more. And we'll cover that in more detail when we go over the pay section of the interview. Now, as far as the product goes, I am going to show you some samples of what we have in the same way that a representative would show a potential customer. Now, does anybody have a shiny penny? Thanks. Snip. Okay, cool.
Wow.
Okay. So this is one of the demonstrations a representative does to show the quality of Cutco to all of our customers. Now, how do you think a customer reacts to seeing that, Adrian?
Pretty impressed.
Okay, so why do you think we chose not to sell them in stores?
Can't show that to people.
Okay. People won't know why they're unique, and they'd also be a lot more expensive. Now, our major product is Cutco cutlery. I know a few of you mentioned to me in the pre-interview that you had the product at home or you had some family or friends that owned it. Now, what do you notice is different about the handle design?
It's wavy.
Okay. And Seth, what are most handles made out of? And what's wrong with that? Okay. Chip, cracks, breaks, melts. Our handle material is made of thermoresin, which is a dishwasher safe material. Cutco also uses a high carbon surgical stainless steel, so it's an edge that's going to remain sharp and sanitary. Now, what's the most important thing a knife should do, Jack?
Cut.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you an example of what our representatives do to show the quality of Cutco to a customer. Now, to do that, one of our representatives would use a piece of rope that looks like this to demonstrate the quality of how our knives cut. Now, rope is a very thick and fibrous material, so it shows the different types of edges very well. So go ahead and cut. All right, now use this knife. Okay, now what did you guys notice was different in the sound between the two knives?
It's kind of sawing at it, I guess.
Okay, that's a serrated edge. Serrated edges need to be, serrated edges stay sharp for longer because they've got the points that make contact with the board. However, once they do go dull, they need to be replaced. Whereas a straight edge makes full contact with the board, so that needs to be sharpened frequently. However, it can be resharpened. Now I'm going to have you use Cutco. Okay, what did you guys notice was different that time?
We done in one stroke.
Okay, that's actually because of the double D edge. When you look at the knife, it does look serrated. However, it's not. It's not straight either. It's actually a combination of both. This is Cutco's most famous feature. We call it the double D edge. Double D stands for double durability, precisely because our knives stay sharp for 7 to 10 years and they last forever, and I'll explain how in a minute. Whereas typical knives like Jack used to cut the rope and leather only stay sharp for about 6 months to a year and only last about 2 years before they need to be replaced. Now, we're going to do one more comparison. Customers tend to get a kick out of this one as well. So Jen, go ahead and cut the leather for me. Okay, and now use Cutco. There you go. Okay, now customers do all of their own cutting on the presentation. Now, why do you think that is, Jen?
So they can get a feel for the products.
Okay. Customers will also cut food on their presentation as well to see how well it will be cutting on something they'd be actually cutting every single day because they don't really eat rope and leather that often. Now, our representatives will also use a blue book or prospectus during their presentations to present to the customer, so that makes it very easy to sit down with the customer while explaining the product. Now, representatives will also use their manual, as we call it, during the presentation while explaining the product. Our manual was designed in 1981 to cover all of the important facts about the product. All our representatives have to do is follow it. Now, we do want our representatives to use their own personalities while sticking to the basic outline. Now, Adrian, why do you think it's so important that our representatives use their own personalities but stick to the basic outline? Okay. In fact, all of our representatives end up developing their own style of presenting based on their personalities. So everyone's style does end up being a little bit different. The representative would first talk about the company. Then they would talk about, I picked up the wrong blue book. The representatives would first talk about the company. Then they would talk about what else is out there. Then they would talk about our product as well as our guarantee. Now, there are 4 major points to our Forever Guarantee. The first one is the Forever Performance Guarantee. This basically states that if anything ever goes wrong with the customer's product, they can send it back and have it fixed or replaced for free. Now, the second one is the Forever Sharpness Guarantee. This states that if a customer ever needs sharpening for their knives, we will take care of that for them. So once our knives do start to go dull, the customer can do one of 2 things. They can either have a representative come to their homes and sharpen it for them for free, or they can send them to the factory, and the factory will sharpen and polish them for free. Now, third is the misuse or abuse guarantee. This covers anything outside of the kitchen. So say a customer's son decides he wants to run outside and chop down a tree with Cutco. Obviously, that's why we have chainsaws. But if the knife does happen to break, the customer can send the knife back and it'll be replaced at half the current retail value. Now, if anything does happen to it inside the kitchen, that's covered for free. Now, the fourth guarantee is the 15-day guarantee. That basically says that if a customer is unsatisfied with Cutco for any reason, they have 15 days to try it out and they can send it back for a full refund. Now, our representatives really like this part of the guarantee because that way, if the customer is unsatisfied, they know that they can send it back. And if the customer keeps it, obviously they got exactly what they wanted. Now, we've had these same 4 points since 1949. Now, after explaining that, the representative would go on to explain what we have in our product line. So, customers can pick individual things. They don't have to get a full set. However, we do have individual sets depending on the customer's wants and needs. We have gourmet knives for our customers who like to cook from scratch, barbecue tools for our customers who like to grill outdoors. We have kitchen tools. Now, obviously, most of our stuff is for the kitchen, but we do have a few outdoor items, such as gardening tools. Gardening was actually found to be the #1 hobby for American adults just last year. And there's also gadgets and accessories for our customers who like to entertain, as well as gift sets for our customers who like to give gifts for weddings, birthdays, Christmas presents, anniversaries, and so on. Now, how many of you feel that if one of our representatives showed Cutco to somebody who likes to cook, they'd see at least one thing they like for themselves or maybe as a gift for somebody else? Okay. Okay. Now, does anybody in here happen to know somebody who hunts or fishes? Okay. This right here is our Fisherman's Solution. It's our most popular outdoor knife. Now, as you can see here, it's got an adjustable handle so it can be tightened or loosened, put on either hip. When I pull it out, you will notice that it is a fillet knife, and it's very flexible, just as a good fillet knife should be. But unlike other fillet knives, it can extend from 6 to 9 inches or come completely out for easy cleaning. There's a hole in the top and in the bottom to make sure it stays 100% sanitary. When the blade's put back in place, you can take it apart and use it as pliers. Hold down the fish with it. If you flip it over, you'll see there is a sharpener, so you can use it to sharpen your hook or for the blade. Now, I don't have time to go over prices of every single Cutco item, but to give you an idea as far as prices go, a typical fillet knife, a high-quality fillet knife in a store can run about $125 to $150 in a Bass Pro Shop or a Dick's Sporting Goods. Ours is priced at $90, and it does have the full guarantee on it. Now, customers' orders will range anywhere from $30 to over $2,000, just depends on their wants and needs. Our company average order is $250, and that's a national average based on all 300 offices over the last 10 years. Our company also allows customers to split their order into 2, 3, or 5 interest-free monthly payments, which makes Cutco affordable to everyone in our market. That's really the whole presentation that our representatives do for a customer. It takes 45 minutes to an hour, depending on questions and chit-chat. So it's just a relaxed presentation in the customer's kitchen where our representatives show the products, answer questions, and give the customer a chance to compare our product against what they have in their homes at that time. Now, the product is the main attraction, not the representative's skills. Seth, why do you think that's so important? Would you have been any less impressed with the quality of Cutco if somebody else showed it to you? The quality would remain the same, correct? Okay. So it doesn't matter if our representatives have sales experience or not. Customers like Cutco because of what they see Cutco can do. Thank you. That's why we don't need people who are experienced in the cutlery industry. All we really want is somebody who a customer would feel comfortable meeting with, and all I'm looking for is somebody I would feel comfortable placing in front of a customer. The product does most of the work for our representatives. Now, our company also has what's called a market niche or a market advantage. Most people don't have good cutlery. They have typical knives like Jen and Jack use to cut the rope and leather. However, they're not actively looking for knives either. So when we show a customer Cutco, they get a chance to compare it against what they have in their homes at that time. So they see need and often decide to place an order, even though that same customer might not have been scouring Macy's or Williams Sonoma in search of high quality cutlery. Does that make sense? This is our market niche. Now, the cutlery industry has actually been about $1 billion a year in the United States, and we've been the #1 brand in the United States for over 10 years now. And our target market is married people over 30. Now, Brian, why do you think that is?
They have kids.
Okay, so they cook frequently. Now, as you know, we work through an appointment basis only. We only see people if there's an appointment set and they know that we're coming. Our representatives can do 1 to 6 appointments a day, and they base their schedules on 3 things: availability, how much money they want to make, and how hard they want to work. Now, when a representative first begins, we allow them to do their training appointments with people they already know and feel comfortable with. Now, Jack, why do you think our representatives really like and prefer they can do their first few practice appointments with people they already know and feel comfortable with?
Because they will be less nervous.
Okay. Now, they get practice and good, honest feedback. Some people don't have previous experience, so we find this really helps them become comfortable and confident with the presentation and the product. Now, we don't do any telemarketing or cold calling, which means we don't flip through white pages, blue pages, green pages, orange pages, red pages. You get the picture pages, or knock on random people's doors to find people to show Cutco to. But if a product is good, Doug, how should somebody hear about it? Word of mouth is the most powerful form of advertising. Now, Sam, why is that?
Because people trust their friends.
People trust their friends. So if you go see a really good movie, Sam, or if you go eat at a really great restaurant, what's the first thing you do when you go home? Okay. We work on the same 2 principles. So to give you an example of how our representatives get their appointments set, I'm going to show you an example of a representative who does just 5 practice appointments. Now, Jen, how many people do you think the average family knows by name? Think about how many Facebook friends you have.
Oh, a lot, like thousands.
Okay. According to Forbes magazine, the average family of 4 knows 1,000 people by name, and that's through clubs, church, work, sports, etc. Now, I've never had a customer get so excited about Cutco that they recommended all 1,000 people, but on average it's 5 to 10. Now, part of the reason our customers are willing to recommend their friends is because they were recommended themselves, so they feel comfortable with the process, and another reason is that they like the product and they like the representative. So what our representatives do at the end of their appointment is they just ask the customer to recommend anyone they know who would be nice enough to take a look at the product. So a representative can get recommended to 5 or 10 or 20 or more, but on average it's 5 to 10. Now, in this way, they have a common connection they can mention where they can call to set up an appointment to meet with the recommendation, and we just have the customer send a heads up via text message. That way the customers know that the representative is going to be giving them a call to set up an appointment. So if you understand up to this point, Will, you'll see that we don't do any telemarketing, door-to-door, canvassing, or anything like that. Our representatives only contact people who have been personally recommended to them. Now, from these 5 appointments, the representative has at least 25 more people to see the product. So let's say they do appointments with 15 of these recommendations. Now, what happens when they see these 15 people, Sam?
They get recommended.
Who recommend them to more, and so on. So what ends up happening is our representatives end up having more people to see than they have time to see. So after they've been working here for a while, we begin teaching them to qualify their recommendations. That way they only begin working with their most qualified customers. Our representatives will also work in their local area, much like a real estate agent would. And because we work with so many people not from the area, we also have a virtual demonstration that allows our representatives to show to people anywhere in the world. And since our representatives set their own appointments, they also have flexible schedules. Representatives can work mornings, evenings, weekends. All we do as a company is help map out their schedule that works well for them around previous commitments such as school, a second job, family, friends, etc. And our representatives will enter orders into our online order system, and the orders are shipped directly to the customer via UPS or priority mail. Our representatives are not responsible for delivering any of the customer's products. This is not Girl Scouts. Now, we have a 2-part pay program. Our pay philosophy is to have a base rate of pay to take the pressure off the representative as well as the customer. We also have an incentive rate to reward people based on their results. For instance, Sam, have you ever worked in a job where you worked harder than all the other people around you, but when the paycheck came, it was exactly the same? And how did that make you feel? Our company rewards our people based on their results, and this is reflected in the paycheck through the incentive pay. We pay our representatives weekly, and at a minimum, they make $15 per qualified appointment. Now, how long does an appointment take, Jen?
45 minutes to an
hour. Okay. So to use a simple example, a representative who chooses to do 10 appointments in a week would earn $150. Now, obviously, representatives can choose to do more or less in a week. Again, I'm just using a simple example. If they did 20, it would be $300, and if they did 30, it'd be $450. And again, this is paid weekly. Now, each appointment is with a person who's over 30 and works. Will, why do you think that is? Right, because a 12-year-old with no job is not going to be our best prospect, nor are they going to give us the best feedback. Now, each of these appointments is one-on-one and not in a group, so that way the representative and the customer both feel more relaxed. Now, Adi, if the customer is more relaxed and feels more comfortable, what are they more likely to do? As well as what for the representative? Okay. Now, this right here is a presentation verification form. This is how we keep track of how many appointments that our representatives do in a given week. They turn these in, and this is how the base pay works. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the incentive pay is a program designed to reward people more based on their results. So the incentive pay can only be greater than the base pay. Now, the incentive starts at 10% and progresses based on a representative's career sales with us. So from 0 to 1,000 in career sales, a representative's at 10%. From 1,000 to 3,000, a representative's at 15%. From 3,000 to 6,000, a representative's at 20%. From 6,000 to 10,000, the representative's at 25%. From 10,000 on, a representative's at 30% without a bonus. Now, it is based on career sales, so it's cumulative, meaning the representative can only move forward, never back. Now, how much is an average order, Jack? So from 0 to 1,000 in career sales, on an average order of $250, a representative would make $25 versus the pay of $15. The company pays the higher amount, not both. Does that make sense? Okay. So from 1,000 to 3,000 on an average order, the representative makes $37.50. Now, Adrian, how long does it take at most jobs to hit your first pay raise?
6 months a year.
Okay. Here, most people will do it after their first 7 qualified appointments. So from 3,000 to 6,000 on an average order, a representative would make $50. All right. So from 6,000, excuse me? All right. So from 6,000 to 10,000, a representative on average order would make $62.50, and from 10,000 on at 30%, a representative on average order would make $75. So as someone increases on career sales, they naturally will make more and be more focused on the incentive. So let me recap for clarity how the programs work together. Representatives are paid weekly, either by direct deposit or by company check. They are paid for every order that they contribute. So if that amount is less than the $15 per guaranteed appointment, the company will add the difference to ensure our representatives always have a stable, steady, consistent paycheck week in and week out and a floor to stand on. Now, because a representative can do as many appointments as they want and a customer can buy as much as they want, there's no ceiling to how much a representative can make. Representatives also have some bonus levels that are even more exciting than this, and some of you have friends on the team that might have already told these to you. If accepted, this is something we would discuss further in training. Our representatives will also have tax advantages such as business write-offs, meals, and gas mileage, and I'll explain that more in training if you're selected onto the team as well. So is that pretty clear? Is it pretty easy to see why we can't work with everybody who applies with us? Okay. Now, in training, we teach our people everything they need to know in order to be successful with us. Our training was designed to enable us to take on people who haven't had any experience before and teach them to be successful with us right away. Our training's been recognized throughout the industry and been written up in many textbooks used at colleges and universities. Training's also been used in classes at LSU, Purdue, and NC State. And because of the quality of our training, we were also recognized in the Wall Street Journal. Now, there are 3 parts to our training. Initial training is 3 consecutive days here in the office, generally around Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We do feel it's important that our people know everything about the product so they can answer questions professionally when working with customers. And on the second day, we cover scheduling and philosophies of working with customers. And on the third and final day, we do review, paperwork, and we wrap things up. Representatives are not paid for their initial training. However, it does come free with the job as well because it is a $250 million corporation. So we offer training that you can put on a resume. Now, the second phase of training are paid training appointments. Even though our representatives are only 1/3 of the way finished with training, we begin paying them for their first practice appointments. The great thing is a representative can do as many of these appointments as they want. If they're not from the area, they can do a couple to get a feel for it and then utilize our virtual program. Or if they are from the area, they can do 30 practice appointments, they can do more. No matter how many practice appointments a representative completes, they are paid in full for every single one that they do complete. Now, one of the reasons that the company is willing to guarantee pay in full for just a practice appointment, even though it's just for practice, is because a lot of times when the customer sees the quality of the product, even if it is just for practice, they do decide to make a purchase, and they'll also recommend the representative to 5 to 10 other people that they can then see later. So for example, take a representative who does just 10 practice appointments. Those 10 appointments will lead to an additional 50 to 100 people that representative could see for an appointment. So it snowballs pretty quickly. Now, Adrienne, do you think our representatives have questions after their first few training appointments?
Probably.
Yeah, that's why we have ongoing training. While our representatives are doing training appointments, they come back in for 2 short advanced trainings spaced throughout their first week. We answer any questions they might have and help them continue to improve their results. Our representatives find that these advanced trainings are some of the best trainings that our company has to offer. One of the perks of working with Vector is that we continue to train our people as long as they're with the organization. The longer a representative is with us, the more they learn, the better they do. We also help them to improve through some of the perks of the position. Field training, for instance, one of my favorites, is an opportunity for a new representative to go on an appointment with somebody who has a little more experience. So they get to meet somebody new on the team as well as ask them questions and make a new friend. Now, there are 3 things that all representatives do each week to help them with the position. The first is to attend weekly team meetings. During this team meeting, we recognize top performers, we give timely instruction, and we help them get their appointments booked up, and then afterwards we hang out as an office. We usually go to Pueblos because I like Mexican food. Now, second is a one-on-one stop-in meeting to check in at the beginning of the week to turn in their orders and paperwork, pick up supplies, and get some individual attention by either myself or some of the other assistant managers to map out goals and weekly schedules. Then third is our representatives also call in for daily coaching calls. They inform us of their activity and we coach them to success. I personally take a lot of pride in the one-on-one support that I give my people. We do like to travel as a company, so some of our top people have had the opportunity to go to Europe, Costa Rica, Cabo San Lucas, Italy. We actually went to the Dominican Republic in February and we're going to Cancun in October. So we do travel frequently to meet from people all across the company and get to network. So the first perk a representative receives is that constant support and help to improve their results. Obviously, the more they learn, the better they do. Now, another perk is our sample program. On the 3rd day of training, the company loans each representative a product sample kit that's valued at $412 that a representative can use as long as they work with the company. There is no deposit or upfront cost associated with the kit whatsoever. However, we do require that they provide 3 character references that can vouch for them having an honest and ethical character, since it is $400 worth of product. Now, another perk is the pay. Our representatives have the security of a guaranteed pay as well as the opportunity to earn more with the incentive, whether they have tuition, bills, or things that just pile up. Our representatives also have the opportunity to advance with our company based on their results. For example, Rosalind Aaron and Miranda Booker were promoted into leadership positions in only 6 months. Now, I do feel that no matter how much someone makes, the most important thing is experience. Now, after all, what are most employers looking for, Jen? Experience. And how do you get job experience without a job? That's kind of the catch-22 that a lot of young professionals are finding themselves in. Most interviewers only look at an application for about 8 seconds. And when they look at those applications, they're looking for job experience. Now, they're looking for experience that qualifies an applicant for a job, but also experience that stands out from the other 200 resumes they've already read through. So what often happens is most people have similar resumes because most people have done similar types of jobs. Most people have done the labor job, the retail job, the restaurant job, the library job, the internship, the office work. Most people have done those. They really don't stand out on a resume because they don't build any kind of skills you can use in any other endeavors. Our people here at Vector do get the type of experience that does stand out on a resume because we focus on practical skills. Time management, goal setting, people skills, interpersonal skills, networking skills, presentation skills, communication skills, the type of skills you will use in any professional environment, not just in Vector, not just in sales. So working with Vector looks excellent on a resume. In fact, many former representatives have come back and said it's the single most important factor that helped them get their current job. Northwestern Mutual and John Hancock Financial have both stated when they see Vector on a resume, it guarantees a second interview. So if you don't get a chance to work with us, I would suggest finding a position like this that'll help you get the type of skills that you'll need in future endeavors. However, if you do get a chance to work with us, I'll tell you the #1 reason that I've continued working here and that I've been able to go so far with this company is because of the people I work with. I'm going to make it very simple for you guys. My favorite perk of the job is my team. I love my team more than anything. They are my favorite people that I've ever worked with my entire life. This is the first time that I've ever had a position where I enjoyed going into work every day, and I really like that. My team dynamic, my team culture is something that's very accepting and I take a lot of pride in. I really like that I have an atmosphere of comfort and also positivity. So that's what I look for in my applicants. It's important to me because we have huge office goals. Our #1 goal is to be the #1 office. That's a big goal. In order to do that, it's important that I select people that are not only looking to be successful individually, but are also helping to look for, we're also looking to help build the team, because that's the most important dynamic. I really feel that if you surround yourself with the right type of people, you will naturally go in the right direction. Now, that's why it's so important to me that I look for the right types of people, because I am trying to build this team. Now, those are the details of the position. Now what I'm going to do is have each of you answer a few more questions for me on this sheet of paper. Now what I want you to do is answer the yes or no questions on the front first. Skip the short answers. Save these for last. These are the ones that take the longest, and they're the easiest ones for me to just ask you verbally when we meet one-on-one at the end. What I want you to put a focus on is the team building section on the back. Right here's what's going to make the biggest impression on me. What I want you to do is brainstorm with anybody you know who would do really well here. Not necessarily people that you think are looking for a job or people that need work, but people that you know, if given a chance, would do very well here, because I am looking to build a very substantial team. So I do recommend 5 to 10. You may use your cell phone, since I know nobody has numbers memorized anymore. But I do ask that if you finish before I meet with you, there's absolutely no talking. This is what makes my final decision, so I do want to make sure that we respect each and every moment of it. Be polite and courteous of those around you. And if you finish before I call you, just grab a magazine. That's totally fine. If I pull you out before you finish, don't worry. I also want to let you guys know that first or last has no bearing on my decision. If you're first, you're first. If you're last, means nothing. Now, finally, I do want to wish each of you individually the best of luck. And I'm done. All right. Can I have somebody drink like water or something? Are there any questions, like, as far as the group interview goes, or how to establish control? Doug?
I liked at the end, like how you kind of added in the team building thing. I feel like that's something that I struggle with when I do my interview as an assistant. Is there like any way where you can look at like typed out or something like that?
I have it scripted, but I never look at it.
Okay.
I make a point not to. If I mess up in my team section, I just pretend it's because I'm so freaking passionate about it that I just can't even speak.
Okay.
Like, your team section is really important to not script and say the same every single time. It's important to have scripted once. That way you know what you want to say, and it's kind of like your default. But I say something different for my team section every single time. The only things I would make sure to include every single time are, I'm not only looking for somebody who wants to be successful individually, but also people that want to help build the team, because that kind of prefaces what you're about to ask as far as referrals go. I'd also make sure that you let them know that you're looking to build the team. So that's why it's so important you look for the right types of people. Just then I talked about my culture in my office. I usually don't do that. So it's like random stuff. But whatever you really, really, really feel. And as new managers, what you'll find is that if you don't have a team that you can be exceptionally proud of just yet, that's okay. Don't lie. People will see through that. My biggest tip for you, this is what I did at the beginning of the summer. I would either talk about what I'm looking forward to have as far as my team goes, like, this is a new office, and I would blatantly say that to my interviewees. I'm like, this is a new office, so I'm very excited to bring on people that are dynamic and looking to help build a strong team. I want to be the #1 office, and I'm going to get there. It's just a matter of who I bring on to help me out. And I would tell them that. And if you can't do that, and if you're like nervous to do that, then talk about somebody who you do work with that you're super excited to work with. If I wasn't so fired up about my current team, I'd talk about Cole. Be like, Cole or Trey. I would just talk about people I absolutely love to work with, people that have made a big impact on me. Do whatever you can to make sure that you're just super positive and really sincere when you go over your team section, because that honestly is what kicks it in the butt. Because I probably terrified a few people, and that's fine. But if you really sell out your team section and they just get that you mean business, but you're also somebody who really does give a crap, they will see that. Any other questions? Cool.
Let's give her a hand. Said you don't know how you become dominant. I see that. All right. All right. Excellent, excellent work that we're doing. These documents again are all going to be in the van binder, so you should have that. And I guess you'll just swap out the group there that you just did. For,
so you want me to do this one?
She's out. It's fine. Yeah, it's the same. All types of purposes of that stuff. Excellent. As you notice, guys, control, clarity. You know, she went quickly, obviously, but at the same time, you could understand what she was saying. And I think that's another big thing is that if you're going quickly, but they don't hear what you're saying, it doesn't matter what you're saying. It doesn't matter how confident you are. They'll just be like, okay, you know, and then you're just hoping that you have a good enough of a connection in the pre and the post for them to want to show. The 2 reasons why people show is because they understand the job, feel like they can do it, and they want to work with the manager. 2 reasons people don't show is lack of control, and what's the last one?
Not on script.
Not on script. Not on script.
And for the record, guys, like I probably wouldn't be that intense during my interview, like Richard putting on this. I probably wouldn't be that intense, but I just wanted to show you guys like how easy it is to take control of the situation. Like when they started the lap, like
She slammed that door. Slammed that door. Slammed.
I just wanted to show you like how you.
She slammed that door, and I was like, "See, she's establishing control." I was just making sure that she
I'm
was
sorry, Sam.
establishing control.
I'm probably gonna leave while you're posting somebody.
So.
You better post me first.
Well, guys, speaking of control, speaking of dealing with customers, dealing with people, the next topic is situational leadership. So if you've got the document should be located online in the WhatsApp, or not the WhatsApp, the Google Drive group under 2015. It'll actually be, yeah, Labor Day Prep 2015 is what it says. And it'll be under situational leadership handout September 2009. Okay, and so if you pull up, this this leadership model, think of dealing with representatives almost like being on a normal curve. Okay, so you've got these 4 quadrants that a representative is in. Right? And they're one of these 2. We'll call it, D1, D2, D3, and D4. Okay? And typically the way it works is if you've ever seen, you guys know what a normal curve looks like, or normal bell curve? Probably remember this way back in the day, right? 1 or 2 standard deviations, right, off of normal. Okay, so it works kind of like that. You really wanted to make it perfect, you would just go straight like that, right? And then this becomes your quadrants here, okay? So, so you got D1, D2, D3, and D4. And the whole idea is that as somebody's knowledge increases, right? So this is the bottom, right? So as your knowledge decreases, people typically follow along a certain varying degree of enthusiasm, okay? So this would be, knowledge is very low, so call it low knowledge. This would be kind of like mastery, right? And this would be, as it comes up right here, it goes down, enthusiasm. Okay, so this would be 0 enthusiasm or no enthusiasm, excitement, however you want to put it, right? Energy towards it. And this would be high enthusiasm. And so you would think that as knowledge increases, that enthusiasm would just go up, right? Man, the more you learn, the more excited you get. Unfortunately, that's not what studies show. Studies show that initially you're absolutely correct, right? So as you start to find out more information, man, you start to get excited, right? It's like through the roof. Like you look like right from here to here, right? You're not really learning that much, but man, your enthusiasm goes way up. Because you're starting to figure out things. Think about when you're a kid and you play a sport for the first time, right? You start getting all the gear, right? You get all amped up. You go to your first practice, you get excited about it. I'll use a good example for me is like jujitsu, right? It's like that, where it's like, man, you start getting into it. So, Andrea was like, where the heck is all this like stuff coming from, right? I'm showing up like every other day. I'm coming in with like something new. First it was, I had gloves, and then it became, tie pads, or, like knee, shin guards. Then it was, obviously I had the regular cup. Then it came home with like a metal cup, right? Because the other cup, what? It gives you enough, dude. need a good cup, otherwise you're gonna pinch yourself off, right? But it's one of those things where so you start coming in, like all the gear starts getting exciting, right? And getting the fighter shorts, like the shorts that aren't gonna rip, right? Versus like the Under Armours. You learn that mistake very quickly, right? Just wearing normal gym shorts and in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, your shorts end up around your knees. It's a little unusual, but it's just one of those things where you start buying all this gear, right? And you just all excited, and your energy level is very high. Think about the beginning of a relationship, right? You first start finding out about the person. It's like, man, this is fun, right? You're excited. They call, and you're like diving for the phone. They text, and you're like waiting by the text, and you're like, I can't send text right away because that'd be weird. So you kind of play out like the time that you're gonna wait before you respond, right? And then eventually you get into it, and you're like, I'll hit them back, right? No big deal. You start going to start going to practice more and more, and all of a sudden the energy level is not quite the way it was. But then eventually, indefinitely, what will happen is it will tip. Okay? And as it gets right up here, it'll get to a place, and unfortunately, this part right in here is usually where people give up. Is in this stage right here where they start to learn, they start to figure things out, but their energy just not much there. You guys ever been there? As a rep, did you ever get that way? When you're fast, think about your fast start, right? Man, you're all lit up about doing demos. You're learning stuff. You're like, dude, this is awesome. You learn about the secret weapon in advanced training. You're like, wait a minute, I can offer deals. This is something new. You're all fired up. Then inevitably, at some point, you hit a rut. It's usually post-fast start. Sometimes it happens around 10K, 15K, 20K. At some point, you hit that rut where it's like things just don't come naturally. You try something new and it doesn't immediately work, right? Whereas sometimes like with a demo, it's like, hey, try this. It's like, bam, it happens. You're like, oh man, this is it. All my problems at the job are solved. That one phrase fixed everything, And then eventually you will, like I said, you'll turn and you'll tip and things become better, okay? And so as I'm describing these, different quadrants, the best way to describe it is when you're in D1, what I would write down next to this, or as you're kind of taking notes somewhere separate, right? But in this case, you don't know, so you guys know this, what? What you don't know. What you don't know. Right? You're just excited. You don't know anything. And you're just fired up. And every time you find something new, it's like, ooh, this is cool. This is exciting. Right? You get into a relationship, right? Everything's killer, right? This girl's great. The guy's great. And then you start to find out things about him. You're like, I don't know. Not so perfect. Right? I don't know. She kind of that laugh that was so awesome. It's kind of annoying now. It's like, things that like once were like amazing, now it's like, I don't know, it kind of bothers me. The fact they're always kind of disorganized, while at first it was cute and endearing, is now kind of frustrating. I'm sure for me, the fact that I can never find my keys at first was kind of cute. Here's this guy running his own business, doing all right, multi-million-dollar organization, can't find his damn keys, kind of cute. Eventually gets really annoying. It's like, hey, we gotta go. Can't find my keys. Like where? There they are. Right, you're right there. You're right where they belong. Over here on a random table. Right. Cool. All right. So it's just one of those things, right? I get busy. I start doing. But that's so. But that. I threw them in my bag. Threw them in my bag. Yeah. I'm not gonna find one for you. You're right. You're correct. But I usually do. I have to keep my protein cup attached to my bag, right? It's just the way I am. If something's not on me, keys, wallet, cell phone, right? They got to be somewhere where I know I'm not going to lose them. But the point I'm making, though, is that initially, you don't know what you don't know, okay? As you start to learn more, this is the problem that some people get, is they know what they
Don't know.
don't know. They start to figure out all the things that they aren't good at, that they would need to get good at in order to be great, right? Getting into a new major. It's exciting, right? Prospects for a new type of business, exciting. You know, everything's great. Start to find out more information about it. It's like, man, this sounds awesome. Inevitably, it gets to a place where it's like, oh crap, there's a lot of things that I have to go through in order to do this, right? Indeed, but nurse, right? You know, pledging a fraternity, right? First, you know, this is the wine and dine time. So hey, let's hang out, let's get together. Dude, this is sweet. This is so awesome. Look at how awesome. They think I'm great. You know, like, it's like they really want me to be a part of them for the next 4 years. This is killer. It's like bid day. It's like, oh shoot. You know, it's like here we go. Oh man, a lot more to this than I thought. But you know what, guys? Inevitably, what will happen is you'll hit a tipping point. I would imagine, you know, for those of you that have been in a fraternity, there was probably a moment in time where you thought about giving up. But then there's a breakthrough. You know, for D, you may be in the midst of this whole part. I don't know. As a nursing student, I know in preparation for me as a manager, I went through this. Here's the thing: as a DVM, as a newly promoted DVM, I went through this. Where you get to a place where it's just like when I got promoted as a DVM, man, I was just fired up to get promoted. You know, Ben's starting to get into this part right here. I can see it because he's just, you know, it's exciting. You got promoted. You know, everything's just awesome, right? Didn't have to do any of the work for last summer. I did it all, right? As he was preparing for his division. I mean, he had his office, obviously. But as we were getting management out, right? All the management happened here. Now as he's got his own team, it's like, uh-oh, there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. There's a lot of time, a lot of preparation. You know, well, inevitably what happens is you get to a place where you're just like almost willing to give up. And sometimes it seems very simple, like a straight normal curve, or I guess a normal bell curve. In reality, it's probably more like, you know, the whole thing that we drew up there, but it just kind of moves that way, right? I mean, if you look at like the stock market, for example, right, last couple of years, it may look like shit, awesome shit, okay, right? And that's just kind of how it goes. But in between all of those ups and downs, there's a lot of ups and downs too, right? So the same thing happens here. So it's kind of just a gradual progression, but eventually you hit a tip where you go back into this part right here, which is now kind of exciting because now you know what you know. You know what you know. Meaning you know your skill set. You know your strengths. You know your go-tos. Right? In jiu-jitsu, I'll tell you, I'm right here for sure. Right? I'm past the part where, you know, I'm just excited to be there. And now when I go, it's actual going for real work. Like I'm going to learn certain skill sets because gosh, there's so many. Like, for example, there's one move, right, where you know, one of the positions that you operate from in jiu-jitsu is what's called guarding from a full mount. Miserable, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You got this huge human being just sitting on your chest, right? And their legs are bracing themselves so that you can't get them off of you. You exert too much pressure in one way, and you've exposed yourself, and all their weight's coming down, and you can't even breathe, you know? And you know, and I'm not a little guy, so they always put me against bigger guys. And most of them are not in great shape. So they're usually really sweaty, right? And they're just heavy and sweaty, right on top, right? For those of you that wrestled, right? You guys are used to this, right? I'm not a wrestler, right? You know, so I'm not used to this. So I'm just got this huge honking dude sweating, just dripping, right? And you're like, hey man, you know, like, ah, you know, it's like hit me in the eye, you know. Caught a sweat ball in the mouth the other day. You know, it's just. That's terrible, by the way, swallowing another person's sweat, right? But so yeah, it's bad, you know. And the worst part is as you get grossed out, you're like this, and then you lose your breath, and then it's even heavier on your chest, right? And so now when I go in knowing I've got to get better at that. Because man, I am not good at defending that right now. And so I got to get, so it's motivating and demoralizing all at the same time. Because every time you try, it's like you find somebody who's better, right? Who's been doing it for longer, right? You know, been doing it for 8 months, 9 months, or whatever. But man, some of these people have been training for years. And so it's nothing for them just to slip the guard, right? And then bam, they got you. So eventually though, you start to figure things out. And luckily for me, in the way that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is set up, is that I'm helping newer people. So for example, while I am right here when dealing with blue belts, purple belts, and all of that, right? I'm not really going up against browns or blacks, but when it comes to working with whites, brand new people, man, I feel like I'm in here. And so it's exciting, it's like, the stuff that I was bad at, I get to teach people how to get past it, and it's cool and it's invigorating. And then eventually what happens is you get to right here, which is where you don't know what you know. And if any of you guys been around people in the business that when you talk to them about how to do certain things, it's like they don't even know how to describe what they just did. Like a good example I would use in our division would be like if you've ever heard Alexandra phone jam. Like she'll just say stuff and get demos booked, and you're just like, how did you think to even say that? She'll try to remember like the chain that she went through to get to that decision, to say that phrase. But so much is just repetition. She's been doing it for so long. You sell over $100,000, you get that. Cole's the same way. When Cole was doing demos, it's just like, there were times when Cole would book a demo, and people were like, how in the world did you book that demo? Right? And even Cole's like, I don't know, And it's just because he's become so good at handling certain objections and working with certain customers that you just get past it, And so here's what ends up happening. Typically, once somebody gets from this low knowledge and high excitement up into here, this is the danger zone. Really and truthfully, it's right in here. It's kind of the danger zone. Because what ends up happening is as they get here, a lot of times they'll slip backwards. Maybe because they're not repeating things in their mind, they start to lose some of those skill sets. They start to slip backwards. And so they start to forget how to do some of the things that they know how to do. And that becomes very, very frustrating. And they're like, gosh, I knew how to do that. I can't think of it anymore, right? And it just becomes obnoxious. And so this is a very dangerous time for reps and in every type of person for that matter. Management candidates, when you're in jiu-jitsu, when you're dating, right? It's tough. That's a very tough time to be in. And what's funny is as you start to get here, it's like, man, things are great. And guess what happens right about here in a lot of things? What?
Get something new.
You get promoted. Something happens. You take it to the next level.
Start all over again.
Right? Yeah. Date, fired up. Will you marry? Sure. Yeah. Right? Same thing happens. Will you marry? Yep. Bam. Right? It's a different ball game. So you guys, you married, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like been together for years. You know how this works. Date for a while, engaged, like, I got this. No big deal. It is a big deal. Things change. What's that? Yeah, you're right. All right. Then, right, you start to figure out the whole being married thing, and then you have kids. And then you're really right here. Okay? You say forever. Yeah. So what I want to talk about is what type of, knowing that people are here. How do you identify? So if you got the handout, what I want you to look at is I want you to look at, the feelings that people have, okay, when they're in the different categories. So if somebody is in D1, that means that they are low competence and low commitment, right? Another word for, I guess, enthusiasm here could be commitment. So lack of commitment, lack of enthusiasm, lack of energy, right? I've seen it described multiple different ways, but commitment is low, okay? When somebody is brand new, commitment's high, low competence though. The feelings that they have, they're hopeful, they're inexperienced, they're curious, right? You ever deal with a little kid, right? Little kid's favorite question is why, right? It's like, why do you do that? They just do it. Why? Why? Have you ever seen Louis C.K. stand up? His why question. It's like, why does it rain? Well, because there's moisture in the sky. Why? Because it says why. And he goes, right, why do you do what you do? Why? Because I didn't study in school. Why? Because I hated my teachers. Why? Because I'm a horrible human being, right? And eventually works all the way back to, because he hates himself, right? But it's very funny. Kids are very curious, right? They'll ask why to the nth degree. But that's a good thing. New and unskilled, optimistic though, excited, eager, right? Enthusiastic. And like I said, don't know what they know. So what do people need in this quadrant here? If you were to describe the type of coaching, or well, not coaching, I say type of management style, when somebody is hopeful, inexperienced, curious, new and unskilled, optimistic, excited, eager, enthusiastic, what do they need? Very detailed plan, right? Direction. They see somebody who's going to direct them. That's what they need. They just need direction. So when somebody is right here, the type of management style they need is direction or directing. Right? They need to be told what to do. They don't really need a lot of the explanation as to why, because they're committed already. Just here, do this, right? Think about when you're a new representative in training, a lot of things are just done for you. Say, hey, turn to this page, right? They don't really say why too much, right? They just want to know how to do things. So it's like, hey, turn to this page, read this thing, do this, right? When somebody's brand new, that's really what they need. Okay, they're kind of curious, but they're really, they're into it. So you don't have to do as much quote unquote selling. You don't have to explain the whys behind the actions as much when people are brand new. If somebody's already committed, somebody's already high energy, they don't really know what to do, you'll notice there's not a ton of open-ended questions that you ask in the interview and in training, right? Even the direct questions which Jordan asked for the group interview, which were done on purpose to establish control and actually help, they're pretty rhetorical for the average person, right? For example, you wouldn't just ask a question, hey, Jordan, I know you know nothing about knives, so if you had to guess what the average order is, what would you guess? That's not a question you're going to ask in interviewing, because they're going to be like, I don't know, like $50. And you're like, no, $250. They're going to be like, really? You, right? So you're not going to ask them that. You're going to ask some things like, hey, does the average person know a lot of people? Yeah, a lot. Okay, good. Right? You're going to ask something that's just very easy, like a layup. Okay, to kind of instill a little bit of confidence, but really more so just to kind of get them involved. Okay? As somebody gets into D2, meaning they start to increase their knowledge base a little bit. It's low to some competence, but their commitment starts to wane. These feelings start to sink in. Overwhelmed, confused, okay? Demotivated, demoralized, frustrated, disillusioned, discouraged, still learning. Okay? Inconsistent, and flashes of competence. Okay? So if you think about that doesn't sound like a very positive place to be, does it? No. Okay? Here's the thing, though. That's where everybody does eventually get to with anything. Okay? And it's like that, like I said, with a new job, the new role within a job, with a relationship, with school. right? It's just how it is. With management training, you guys will go through this many times, right? If you get, as a branch candidate, if you haven't started getting into this level yet, you will soon. Usually I've found it's by next prep or October. I'll have a couple people come and say, Trey, I'm in D2 bad. Some people may have already hit it. They're already like struggling with it. And that's okay. It's part of the process. It really is. Some people don't identify it though early on enough. And then they just say, oh, it's my favorite phrase is, I'm just not feeling it anymore. It's like, really? Well, what are you not feeling? Right? Like you didn't know anything at the beginning. What do you know now that you didn't know then? Right? It's just all that happened was that as you started to learn a little bit more, it's like, oh, man, there's some things I don't know. They're not going to come easy. I'm going to have to actually work at this a little bit. Okay? So the good news is that there is a way to kind of help somebody get through that path. Right? Just like when somebody's right here and they need a lot of direction, they need as you see right here, it even tells you what they need when they're in D1. Action plans, information, boundaries, limits, step-by-step plan for learning, right? We break down the training seminar by every 30 minutes, right? Every talk, what needs to happen, every day, what needs to happen, every function needs to happen during the day. We even have, like I said, we've got, hopefully one of the things that should give you some confidence, but in some cases probably scare the shit out of you, is that when you saw like all the documents that are in the band binder, it's probably like, oh gosh, right? It's like, so at least there's everything there, but man, that's a lot of things there, right? That's okay. I'd rather you have it now than learn it later, right? Here's the thing. Once you get there, you need involvement in clarifying goals. You need reassurance. You need praise. Sometimes you just got to remind yourself, hey, I'm learning this stuff. I am learning this. All of you guys have learned the pre-interview in some way, shape, or form. Good, bad, or indifferent, you've learned it. Okay? Some of you guys just got it like last week, maybe. But for the most part, you've made some progress there. Okay. You need what type of management style? Coaching. Yeah, you need coaching. So you think about what a coach does. Think about the best coaches you've had. Okay? They teach as they support, right? So there's teaching, but also perspective constantly being given. You're just throwing out, hey, like I think about, I'll just use that example. I've used it a lot, but just with jiu-jitsu. Okay. Paul is a preeminent coach. He's constantly giving direction and kind of supporting. I'll tell you though, the person I learned the most from though is actually Isaac, who's his second in command, so to speak. It's program director. Why? Because Paul is up here when it comes to his knowledge. He's so good at what he does that sometimes it's hard for me to even get to where he gets to the step to go to where he's going. Like he'll say, oh, well, all you do is you do this, then you do this, then you're here. And I'm like, well, how'd you do that first thing? Right? And so a lot of times when I'm working, I'll work with Isaac. Because Isaac's we've been transitioning from just giving me direction, telling me exactly what to do, to now explaining the whys behind it, kind of supporting some of the things that I'm starting to learn. Okay? So as I'm getting frustrated with certain things, he's teaching me how to get better at it. So that coaching technique is very important. I'll tell you this, at the same time, my workout person that I work out with, name's Brian, my brother-in-law. If a novice, actually we've done this a couple times. I've brought a few people that work out here in the office with me, or they've joined me at the gym with one of my morning workout sessions. None of them made it more than once.
Yeah.
You haven't gone yet, Horn. That's true. You gone. Horn may be the first, right? Horn may be the first. In fact, I think I actually had a representative quit one time because he went, yeah. Ooh, the man. Strong guy, cool guy. He went one session, vomited in the parking lot afterwards, and we never really heard from him ever again. Turned in his sample kit about a week later after disappearing. Here's why, because the way that the style that Brian uses, it's very intense, but it's not designed for somebody who has little knowledge I mean, it works really well here, where it's just follow or get out of the way. We're just going with it, and it's intense. It's high energy. But if you don't have either of those, like some people come in with super high energy, and then they quickly realize, like within a set, they're like, oh, this is something not good. You know, people that have kind of some good things. I mean, they just don't last very long. You know, I laugh with him that I'm his longest running workout partner. You know, and I think probably one of the reasons why I last so long is because there's periodic times when I'm out of town. You know, and it allows me to kind of recharge a little bit. You know, but it just is what it is. Because you need a lot of coaching there as you start to figure out all the things you don't know. As you get to D3, you know, this is like I said, where it starts to get kind of, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, right? You start to get to where you see where you're going. Okay. It's mostly self-directed and productive. You're capable. You're self-critical, which sometimes can be kind of a pain and hard. You're contributing. You're cautious. You're doubtful. You're insecure. You're tentative. The worry there, guys, is it's easy to get bored or apathetic. You know, so you start to figure things out, but it's easy if you're not challenging yourself to kind of get into a rhythm, just kind of be like, it's just really giving me what I want. Right. So it's something where if you realize that you're starting to get to that place, it's important that you ramp up your own learning. You know, you need a sounding board there. Good questions that help build problem solving skills. Praise for high levels of confidence and performance. Opportunity to take the lead in goal setting and action planning. Encouragement and support. Helping and removing obstacles to goal achievement. Helping and looking at past successes and skills objectively. To build confidence. Also, not listed there, but looking at past failures to learn from it and to grow so that it can then become success moving forward. Okay? So it's that self-analysis that really kicks in there. And so if you were to define that management style, I think it listed in there for you, but what is it? There's an S word that we just talked about. Supporting, right? So right here, you need more supporting. You know, support it. And then eventually you get to that kind of the promised land, so to speak, of D4, where you've got high commitment and energy, high performance, high knowledge, right? And there you're justifiably confident, you're inspired and inspiring to other people. You're consistently competent, producing. You're autonomous, you're self-assured, you're self-reliant, self-directed. The challenge is sometimes you may be asked to take on too much. You know, as you start to become great at something, it becomes kind of like, hey, why don't we have you do this for somebody else? Let's have you do this again. Let's have you do this again. Let's have you do this again. You know, like in our business, a lot of times you become great at something, start asking you to speak on all these different conference calls, all these different regions, all things different organizations, divisions are wanting you to call in for conference calls. I mean, there's a lot of little things there that kind of go into it, right? But things that you need right there, you need trust, you need variety and challenge, you need autonomy, opportunities to teach and mentor, and obviously being a knowledge for your values. And here, last management style is what?
Delegation.
Delegation. So delegating or delegation, right? So, you know, you're starting to kind of, give them the rock, letting them do their thing, letting them, you start to learn interviews, right? You start to learn eventually, you got to get thrown in there. You start to realize, oh, crap, I don't really know it that well. Then you start to kind of figure it out. And it's like, hey, we're going to watch you. And you're like, uh-oh, right? And then eventually it's like, hey, you're going to do it for the whole training class. It's like, all right, I'll do it. I can do it, So it is one of those things where, it's like that with everything. And like I said, it happens as a rep. It again happens when you get into management training. It happens again as you go to the next level management training, because you start from square one again. It's like, okay, I'm taking this thing to a whole new level. It's like, okay, then you start to realize, oh man, there was a lot of work I put in to get myself ready for last summer, for last year, right? Then it starts like, man, okay, it's a little overwhelming, and then eventually you start to get through the process. As a district manager, same thing. First year DM, you're like that. Then eventually become a veteran DM, where it's like now not only are you doing it for yourself, but you're trying to bring other people along the way. That's a different ballgame, right? Versus, just being organized yourself enough to get to the finish line. Now you're trying to help other people get to the finish line. Then when you get promoted, become an ADVM or a DVM, now all of a sudden you're not just helping manage people's summer jobs, you're helping manage people's careers. Next 4, 5, 10 years of their life. It's a whole new ballgame. And then eventually, I guess, there's region manager and higher, right? Which hopefully one day I'll achieve, right? And if I get to that place, I'm sure there's going to be parts where I'm like, damn it, it's so much easier just being a DVM, And now not only am I having to deal with my own division, I'm having to deal with a bunch of divisions, and they're DVM. Who knows all this? It's like not easy enough, because then they start to play the mind games. Like, oh no, I know what's happening here, right? It's like you're just trying to support me. It's like, yes, just trying to coach me. Yes, I am. See, I liked it when it was delegation, right? Or sorry, direction. That's awesome. Like, you do this, this is perfect. I got this. Okay. So, I'll be honest, guys. As a DVM, I'm probably right in here. Meaning that I've got things figured out, but there's things that kind of throw me back. There's things that kind of ramp up my energy and excitement, right? So you go through these processes. I am not here yet, by the way. They said hopefully one day soon. So it is one of those things where you get to that place. As a district, you get through there. My first summer, just just fired up. Got into my first fall, started getting in here. It's like, okay. First spring, it's like, man, the first spring was tough. That second summer, man, started crushing it. And then I got to right about here by the end of that summer, that second summer. We just done like $700,000, which I think it was almost 700 new, which this summer would have been number 2 behind Hurlman in new business, I guess. Would have been. That was back in 2006. I got promoted. Now here's the crazy thing. That next summer, because I was at such a high operation level in my office, the next summer we actually went up in business in the pilot. But my divisional responsibilities were just overwhelming. And so it's just you deal with those dynamics with everything. Okay. And so the challenge that I have, or not challenge, I guess, but the exciting thing and opportunity for you is to self-analyze where you're at. I was reading, it was cool. I was looking at this DISC index that I had our next level candidates take, and where is that quote? It says, gosh, I was just reading it on. Can't even figure out now. So I messed up the pages in here, but it said, okay, it was on the values part, but it said self-analyzation or self-awareness is the greatest strength amongst people that are successful. So it's not that one type of person is better than another. It's knowing who you are is the commonality. Meaning if just for a fact that you're in a certain place, it helps you because you can self-analyze and say, okay, I know what I need. So for example, as you start getting into D2, you start feeling these feelings of overwhelming, demoralized, frustration, disillusionment. Don't sit back and say, oh, this is a sign, right? I've had people tell me that. I think God's telling me. It's like, no, you're just learning stuff. And now you're starting to get demoralized. That's what happens when you learn something. God didn't tell you to stop learning how to speak, right? Unless you don't speak ever, right? You gotta find out where you're at so you can move forward. If anything, God's challenging you to see how bad you want something. Maybe that's what God's trying to test. Maybe not whether or not you should do it, but just see how bad you want it. And you start to do that, it's a completely different way of looking at things. It's an exciting way of looking at things too. Jeff Gamboa has that fortune cookie you saw, right? Successful people choose the path of most resistance. The journey is, you see that a lot, right? The journey is what really matters. The quest. I was watching Impractical Jokers. You ever see that show? Impractical Jokers. I played blackjack with Joe Gatto, the big guy. right? Larry, yeah. Yeah, it was actually pretty cool because I was playing with Larry Manley at the blackjack table, and we introduced ourselves. I said, his name's, we were laughing. He said, hey, what's your guys' names? My name's Tressie. His name's Larry. He goes, there you are, you son of a bitch. Yeah. If you've watched the show, he's always yelling out for this guy, this, imaginary person named Larry. But
Where was this at?
it was in Vegas, so at the Hard Rock. They just finished their tour, and he was just out and about hanging out, and was walking through kind of the lobby, and we're like, Joe, get over here, So he sat down, he played cards. He was really, really, really nice guy. Exactly who he seems like on TV, which is pretty cool too. But I was watching their show, and and as we were talking to him, we asked him. We said, so, and you guys are really starting to, you're making moves. I mean, they've done their 4th season now. They're well known. This is a long-standing now. To get to that 3rd, 4th season of a TV show it's hard because you start running out of fresh ideas, right? So to get picked up for 4th and eventual 5th season, now they're on this tour, and we're talking, and we said, man, you guys are really going. And he said, it's he goes, yeah, we've been doing it for a while now. We're like, well, yeah, well, how long? Thinking he was going to say like, a couple years, whatever. He's like, since 1999. They've been grinding, working together as the Tenderloins, right? They were somebody that in high school, they used to do improv together. They got out and got full-time jobs. They were kind of doing it while had full-time jobs during the day. At night, they would do sketch comedy and stuff like that, local improvs, that sort of thing, and just were struggling. In fact, they were almost, this kind of cool ties in, right? They were almost at the point of giving up and just saying, what, let's squash it, when they got a shot with True TV for their 1st season. And it started going. And Joe said, it's like, yeah, we were what do you say? We're a 16-year overnight sensation, something like that. Yeah, 16-year overnight sensation. Because, now everybody, I say it, you're like, oh, yeah. A lot of, you asked who they were a couple years ago, nobody would have known. They were just starting to getting their thing rolling. And now, pretty cool. So it is important that you understand where you're at and what you need in order to get to the next step. Okay. So think about this with a representative. When you're coaching and working with representatives, when somebody's brand new, if you were to try to define the kind of just rough, just spitball here, right? What phase of a rep's career would each of these categories be? If you had to guess, like just, what's that?
Fast start.
Yeah.
D1.
Yeah, so right here, you're dealing with fast start, right? Somebody in D1, just fast start. It's just a lot of direction. When they're in their fast start, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this, right? Right here, where's this? What?
Okay.
Depends, right? Depends on how long they've been in the business.
Fall.
What's that?
Fall.
Maybe.
You could say it could be
Fish period.
What?
it could be their first demo. It could be like
Yeah,
6 months I don't know, like, oh, shit.
Into fast start.
Yeah, usually it's usually like the way that I kind of do is you have like this aura of the fast start, right? Those first couple weeks on the job, you're just grinding. And after that, like the dust settles, right? It's like, okay, now what? So I usually say this is probably that 2 to 3 week period. Somebody's, maybe, it depends on how much they sold in their fast start. So I'm just going to say somewhere between 3K and 10K post fast start. Okay. Usually it's in that, a lot of people hit it around that 3 to 6K range. If you have a big fast start, it's around 10 usually. When you hit that feeling of like, oh crap. Another great way to kind of think about it, start calling recommendations. You're out of your initial names list.
Yeah.
Right? So if you wanted to increase their time in D1, right, where they're just fired up, get them more initial names, right? Because that's when it's easy. Right? You think about when somebody knows just a ton of people and they're calling people they know, you're booking up one every 3, every 5 demos, right? Just quick, it's easy. And you start calling recommendations. So maybe we don't even call it. We'll call it just recs, right? Start calling recs. So after they're faster, start getting into those recommendations. First starts happening right in here, right? What about right here? What would that be characterized as?
Calling customers back.
What's that?
Like calling customers back.
Could be, but could not be. It's again, it's on a case-by-case example. It's different because everybody's got a different number of initial names. Everybody's got different, so it's hard to define. I mean, if I were to say anything,
Service calls?
no,
That's probably like a place of like when you hit the like hot spot when you're in your recs. Like you're calling recs, you're like, oh my god, I hate my life. All these people keep cussing me out. Or like one person cusses you out, you automatically hit D2. But I think when you get in D3 is like when you're starting to get good at calling recs. Probably like maybe like when you start like just hit a hot spot, start like hitting a lot of sales.
More demos in general.
yeah, I put alliances.
Yes, more demos.
You start to get into those alliances. You start feeding all that information. You get stressed, but it's like getting through that alliance. It's almost like you get through that. Like that's the time that I think people feel like, okay, now once you get, I guess maybe post alliances, right? Because that alliance sometimes like drives people nuts, right? I get it. Been there, done it, thought a lot, right? And then as you get right in here, this is when you start getting into like that. It could be Dirty 30, could be FSM. This is right about the time you become a management candidate at a high level, right? We'll put probably bonus land, right? Bonus land for most people, but again, it can vary depending on the person, right? But so when somebody's brand new, you just gotta look at their emotions and kind of analyze it. But just understand that typically as people start to get into recs or out of their fast start, that's about the time they start getting into that hump period, right? I mean, we lost Doug for what, 3 years? 4 years. Something like that. Yeah, he hit the wall and disappeared, right? Now it helped that he had to go away to college and stuff, but and sometimes that's what it is. It's like you go off to school, it's that new wrinkle where things start to get a little different. And I'll tell you, even some reps that are just crushing it right through here, you throw that new wrinkle of school into it, it's like, oh.
Yeah, maybe you're D1 somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. So, does this help? Cool. Good. Well, and it's fun when you're doing this on PDI, and because you start to see some of the things that people are saying, or you hear it in their voice, and if you got this thing, you just pull it out. So, boom. You talk about it. And this is in the band binder, correct? Yeah. Okay. So. Everything is. What am I talking about? What am I even asking? Stupid question, Trey. Stupid question. Why do you ask? I know. So it's in there. If it's taught, it's like Prego, right? It's in there. All right. Cool. Perfect. That's good. All right. Well, guys, up next, we've got Mr. Knapp talking about the branch opportunity. And somebody who has been through the gauntlet once before. Cool story. Started off as just a, no way, no how branch manager could I be. Just wanting to be an assistant manager type candidate. To, I guess we were hanging out at Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
And he, comes up to me wearing a pair of chubbies. Kind of elbows me, right? Gives me a little hey. He's like, dude, I want a branch. Like, it's a little late, But he kept talking, and sure enough, we're like, all right, let's give this a whirl. End up going off being a number 3 branch manager while graduating from high school. Cool story. Actually, had a couple of those. Made it happen this year. So number 2 and number 3 actually. So, but number 3 branch manager, and he's been begging. He's like, man, I want to give the talk. I'm excited about giving a message. I want to give the branch talk. And so. Unfortunately at SC3 we had Doug Sanson. He did a great job, but he had somebody else was fired up about giving it, but he is excited about giving his story and talk to you about the branch opportunities. So let's go and give him a hand and bring him up, Mr. Sanders. All you gotta do is just, I got that, dude. Which one do you have? You have the right. Okay. Cool. Boom.
Nice. Solid. All right, guys. As he said, I'm pretty pumped to give this talk. I've been waiting to give this talk. I begged for it for SE3, but you know what? With dual divisions coming in, it's kind of hard to get onto the list to give something. So I'm pretty stoked to be up here. Has everybody got pretty good notes today?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There's not too many notes that you have to take during this. There's actually probably none. I'm actually just want everybody to kind of just really relax. You've been getting a lot of information today, and really just kind of take in what I'm going to talk about. Like Troy said, I wasn't the traditional branch candidate. I wasn't somebody that wanted to branch. I was just like, you know what? I don't even know what it is to live on my own. I still live with mom. I'm in high school. I want to learn how to do that before I learn how to coach people and like teach them something. So I was just like, no, I'm just going to be the AM for Jay. But then it all changed when we went to the Dominican Republic. There's probably some influencers there to make me want to branch while I was in the Dominican Republic. But, you know, it was fun. And so I do want to start off by saying I don't think I didn't choose the knife life. The knife life chose me. You can see I trapping knives from a young age. So I've always been the candidate to kind of come on the board and trap some knives. And so when I first started, I want to let you know a little bit more about where I came from as far as, I mean, a pretty average family, nothing spectacular. But when I heard about the job, I was actually a PR. I was won over a slice of pizza. Y'all might know Micah Cruz. Micah Cruz won a slice of pizza, so he driven me into the office for an interview. Booked next day, came in for the interview, and I was really got to see the potential money that you can make as a sales rep, and I was pretty stoked. I was like, you know what, I can make the same money that I do now mowing yards, and I don't have to go out in the heat and work all day. It's awesome. Just work inside job, still make the same money. So I was really just involved, just did the typical rep thing, had a decent fast start. And then it really kind of took a turn. My fast start was actually the SE2 push last summer. So I've only been here a little over a year. And so when I came to that first SE2 conference, I know mostly everybody in here has been to a conference, right? Yeah, probably. All right, and so I came to that first conference. SE2 is the first one. I got to it really opened my eyes. I realized it was a lot bigger. I'm from Warner Robins. It was a lot bigger in Warner Robins, Georgia office, like a whole lot bigger. Like we had 1,000 knife selling machines present, and a lot of like rich knife selling machines present. And I was like, this would be pretty fun. I guess I could go further with this. And then that's really when I got to thinking, hey, maybe I could be an assistant manager. Maybe I could be a leader in the office, not just with sales, but maybe like coaching individuals, not just with field training, but maybe running interviews and stuff like that. And then we had the management tour. We've all been through it and met with Trey. I really liked the idea of being a manager. And at that time, like Trey said, and like I said earlier, I just wanted to be an AM. In my letter of intent, it said I just wanted to be an AM. Like I was stern. I did not want to branch. I was just like, let me be an AM. I'll write another letter later next year saying I want to branch. But I was pretty firm on that. And I know probably a lot of you in this room are probably like that. And that's kind of why I just want you to just listen to my story, and not necessarily just mine, but everybody's story. When you just get a chance to kind of dig in and talk with another manager. Not everybody's gung-ho branch. Not everybody's gung-ho manager, but we all done it, and we see the benefits of doing it. And so like I said, my attention changed when I went to Dominican Republic. And so we had that huge push in January, hardest push of my life, I'll admit it. But I hit it, and I got to go. And when I was working up the nerve to go to Trey, tell him that I want to branch, I wasn't really thinking that he was going to say yes. My intent was for him to say, no, you need to work on X. Like, you need to work on this. I was looking for something to work on, but he was like, you know what? Sure, let's do it. I nearly fell out. Like I was like,
astonished, and he was like, "Have you talked to Jake?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." I didn't think he was going to say yes, so there's no reason to talk to Jake. So he was like, "You know what? When we get back to the States, we'll talk about it." And so at this point, everybody had their territory. Everybody knew that they were branching. They knew they were branching. They already, there was a little liquid encouragement present that kind of helped me. But you know what? It worked. And so, and also another thing that kind of triggered, and you'll hear about this right after I'm done talking, is about Olian, going to Mecca, taking the journey to Mecca. I was sitting there. We're in the big banquet hall. Everybody's getting their little certificates for like thanking them for their letter of intent to branch. And then I remember Trey actually turned around to me and Micah. He said, "Guys, it'll be you next year." So, shit, I don't want it to be next year now. Like getting that feeling like you're that one kid sitting there is like, I'm not getting a letter. I want a letter now. So it was kind of that liquid encouragement, and I don't know. There's probably a couple other factors that wanted me to branch, but I took the leap. Y'all have heard about the leap. I took the leap. I decided to branch. I guess I don't want Wi-Fi, do I? How do I get off this?
Never been easier.
Sweet.
You have to get out and exit out of the paper extender.
Sweet. So yeah, here's us in Olian, bottom left-hand corner, and then Punta Cana with all of our liquid encouragement. None of it's present. We were just having a good time, I promise. But yeah, this was me as an AM. I mean, the chubby shorts and the sports coat. We had a beach theme team meeting. That's what I chose to do. And so when I had made the decision to be a branch manager, this is something that kind of stuck in my head, was this quote right here. Never be afraid to try something new. Always remember that amateurs built the built the Ark, and professionals built the Titanic. You don't have to be a professional to do things. You just have to have the dedication and the mindset to do things. And so, yep, I took the leap. This is my office. I actually had fun negotiating my office. I was on high school spring break. I called the guy up because he wouldn't answer any of my other calls. Finally got a hold of him on spring break, negotiated it, cut the price in half, whoop, whoop. And so that's also pretty fun. You get to be like the boss man. Like he actually, I did not meet my landlord until July. He had never met me. He thought I was an adult. And then he met me. He was like, "Okay, so where's the manager?" Like, that's me. That's me, the kid in the suit. And so it was pretty cool. He was kind of, I'm impressed. Like the fact that I got him down on that low price, and he asked $1,200 for it. I got it for $600. So it was fun. It's kind of cool having something to call your own too. This is before I had like a lot of posters and like pictures hung up and chairs and stuff. But putting that Vector Cutco on the front, I kind of wanted to get another sticker that just said like Sam Knapp's office, just because I was the boss and I felt like that. I had a cool neighbor next door to me. He was his name was, he actually reminded me just of Lauren Horton. Just like an odd old man that said really inappropriate things, and that's exactly what he was. If you got caught up with him, you just need to know that you need to, whatever's in your schedule for the next 20 minutes, it's not going to happen. He's not going to stop talking, and he's just going to fill your head with really negative thoughts. And you know, it was fun sometimes when I didn't have maybe an interview or something. I'd go over there and talk to him. He'd normally hand me my mail because my mail never made it to my office. He always got my mail for some reason. I'm pretty sure he probably has one of my knives that got sent to me. I'm just kidding. It's pretty nice. I don't think he was still nice. But yeah, and so one thing as a branch that really stuck with me as far as, and was kind of a trigger for maybe a reason that I'm choosing to stay, and I'm a DMC, as you know, is the relationships that you get to build. You are always surrounded by a group of individuals that you brought on board. Some of you are from a branch. You gave your branch manager this feeling. If you're from a district, you still give your district manager this feeling, the feeling to impact others and the ability to change their mindset. And I actually sent out a group text last night to a couple branches as well as some vet DMs, and asked them what they thought the most beneficial thing about the branch opportunity is. And I'll mention Jake. Jake said being your own boss. He said his most favorite part is being your own boss and having your name on the report. You know, it's going to show up like you see the sales reports like this individual sold blank. Well, we have the same thing as the manager. It's this manager's office sold this. Your name's on the report. You're the owner. And like I said, I wanted to put my name on my front door. Like, don't even put Vector Cutco, just Sam Knapp's office. And Jake kind of felt the same way. And Jordan responded and said, having the ability to change someone's perspective on how their lives had to be. And that can be taken a couple different ways. As far as the way I think maybe Jordan meant it, is it really gives you a perspective into the real, into the real world. And you're able to help people with that. You know, everybody in here has like their ideal career. And maybe you've kind of realized like what it actually takes to do that. Like, hey, I want to have a house with two-car garage, and I want like a portion of suburban in one of them. Like something like whatever that is. And you're like, I'm going to do it by working this job. But you haven't really thought about how you're going to get that job yet. And so as a manager, you're able to help them realize what it's going to take, and you're actually able to help them achieve that. And it's a really warming feeling when you actually help someone reach their goals versus you hitting your own. I'll admit, one of my reps came to me, he's like, I want to do this now. And I was able to help him, and he was able to hit his goal. I felt better about helping him be successful and make that paycheck that he wanted. I felt better about that than me hitting my sales goal and going to Dominican Republic. And I mean, that's honest truth. Yeah, Dominican Republic was cool, but you know what? The feeling that you get with helping somebody else and that impact that you make on somebody else's life will just set you back and really make you think about why you chose branch. And I think that's definitely a reason, definitely a good result of me or what I had when I branched. And then another thing that I kind of wrote down personally is just the knowledge that you can pass down. Some of you are AMs in your office. Some of you have been AMs in your office, and you've had the experience and the pleasure of a rep coming up to you like, hey, I don't really know how to do this. Can you help me? And you're just like, yeah, sure, no problem. It's like something that's like really easy to you. And you're just like, yeah, here's how you get more recs. Just say it this way. You're like, oh, great. They come back like, hey, I got 20 recs. Imagine that feeling on that, helping that one individual, and times it by like a sales team of like 30, 40, 50. Depending on how your team is, maybe even 100 people, you're able to impact that summer. I was able, in my branch office in Warner Robins, I was able to hire 4 different receptionists, and I hired 33 different sales reps. I was able to provide 33 people in the Warner Robins area with a summer job. And I was able to help receptionists. I was able to hire 4 different receptionists and get them with a summer job. Some worked longer than others, and that's just, y'all know that. Some reps stick around longer. But I know that if a sales rep launched from my office, they left with something that benefited them. They got something out of my training seminar, or in my case, me and Jake ran training seminars together sometimes, from our training seminar that will better benefit them than if they were to have worked at McDonald's for the week that they were with us. I'm very confident, and I'm very pleased to say that I was able to do that for so many different individuals in my branch territory. And as I had mentioned, the reason that I kind of stayed and chose to stay with the company and go as a DM, and that's just because here at Vector, you're in business for yourself, but you're never by yourself. Y'all have seen that huge band binder. Jordan could have made her band binder and then just shut up. She could have just made it and then just kind of walked away and not mentioned it to anybody that she made it. But you know, people here at Vector, they share things. They're not only about their own success, but they're about your success. So she was more than willing to share her BAM idea with everybody else. That's brand new. The BAM binder was created in 2015, like last branch class. And so she's able to help all the branch managers and district managers even last year, and it's going to continue out throughout the years. She was able to impact further on, and not because she only cared about her own success, but she cared about everybody else's. And that's one of the reasons that I definitely chose to stay, because I know that I'm not in business for myself, and there's other people in this business that care about my success, and not just theirs. And another thing, guys, and like I had mentioned earlier, some of you in this room aren't really gung-ho branch yet. You're just kind of like, I just want to be an AM. That's perfectly okay. Being in this management training class, you're going to be put and situation to be a branch manager. If you choose to do so, you'll be good. If you don't choose to do so, you'll be good, because you're going to have the knowledge base that will help you. And whether that's just mentoring other reps or just in your personal life. And it's kind of funny. I actually had a old rep text me the other day and said, dude, I can't stand sitting in college classes anymore. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He was like, this business class is whack, man. They know nothing. Like, not necessarily they know nothing, but they're just talking about the bold-faced word. He's like, this is so easy. They're just putting words to what I've already learned. And that's exactly what you're going to get out of management training and being a part of a bigger than yourself organization. You're going to get the knowledge base. You're getting the business know-how. You're getting the personal growth know-how. We're not putting bold-faced words to it necessarily, but you're going to know it. And I'm very confident that no matter what you choose to do, whether it's to be an AM this summer or be a branch, you're going to have the know-how to do both. And it's going to help you and benefit you no matter what. And so, and another thing, conferences. I talked about relationships, but you have a different job at conferences now. It's kind of different. You're kind of like going, oh, I want to learn so much. I want to learn how to do this. I want to learn to do this. Now it's kind of, I want to teach this person how to do that. I want to make sure that that rep hears this message and gets it out of it. You're like, hey, where do I sign in? Like, your reps are coming to you like, hey, where do I sign in? You're like the boss, even though you're not in your own office. People respect you. And that's the benefit of being your own manager and your own guy. And so here's a couple of fun pictures. Top left, some of you are there. This one went to the Braves game. So the relationships, I know, it's we shaking your heads like it was a pretty cool Braves game. I mean, some of you didn't even watch the game, but you're like, yeah, it was awesome. Who were they playing again? But yeah, it was awesome. Just because knowing that the relationships don't always stop at the front door of the office. They continue outside. Many of you know that through team night outs. We're going to eat Mexican night after this. And so the relationships always extend out of the front door of the office. And also you get to see your reps win some awesome trophies. It's pretty cool to win one from the office. And you're like, hey, guys, look at this cool trophy we won. They're like, what did we do? I don't know, but we got one. That's not the cool thing that matters. But when they get their trophy, when they, like a couple guys in the back, they got their swords. A lot of you got swords at SC3. That was awesome. Now you have a story to tell why you had that story. And as a branch manager, a district manager, you have the opportunity to say, I gave him that story. Like, I was able to provide him with the opportunity to win that sword and to carry on that memory from there on out. Who has access to the internet? Oh, my Lord. And I will. God, this is taking me off. And one thing that I will mention, as a branch manager, you're also able to take bomb selfies with Trey Ketchum. You know, I'm sorry if you go AM, he's not going to let you do it. So that was one of the cool things. I'm going to frame that and put it in my office. I don't know the story I'll tell behind it, but you know, that was Lake Hartwell. Some of you, how many of y'all went to Lake Hartwell? How many of you are ever going? Fun time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No party like a Vector party, right? All right. So I'm very quote oriented. I love quotes. I love different quotes. I love reading them. I'll read them all day, and I will waste my whole day doing that, and I won't feel bad about it. Just because I know each quote carries something. And so this is one of my favorite quotes. It's by Steve Jobs. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. This approach has never let me down and has made all the difference in my life. As a branch manager going into it, you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm benefiting from this, but I just know that my sales report says this, but it should say this. Or I want it to say this. Even if it says what you want to say, it's like, no, it needs to be better. Like, all you know is what you should do. You don't know what's actually happening. And that's kind of something that happened to me throughout my branch. I was just kind of like, awesome, I'm doing this, awesome, awesome, awesome. And it really didn't hit me until the month of August when I looked back. And I was like, wow. What did I do? I was able to employ that many people. I personally grew this much. I can tell you I was kind of like I kind of still am. I'm just a cut up. That's all I was, period. Like there was no knowledge to anything I ever said until I branched. Like even in the month of April, like a rep would say something to me, ask me a question, I would probably respond in some humorous way, and they probably got no information out of it. But now I'm able to include the humor with the knowledge, and then they feel like, ha ha ha, but they actually learned something. And that's pretty cool. And so, and guys, and that's another thing with management training too. Going management training, you're not going to really, like, okay, we talked about situational leadership or something like that. But you didn't really you don't really realize what you got out of it until you look backwards. Hindsight is 20/20. You always see what you should have done and what actually happened when you look backwards. And I have 2 more things that I do want to share about a couple branch managers that sent me. I know Will, and this ties in with what Trey was saying. Will had mentioned that his favorite thing about the branch opportunity is being able to put the situational leadership to work. You actually get to see how to interact with people and not necessarily get them to do what you want, but get them to do what in their best interest. To give them the support to push them to that next level, to push them to FSM, to push them to bonus land, and get the information that they need in order to be the success that they want. As well as I did ask Mr. James Chow, and Mr. James said, experience that prepared me for the real world. It made me the man that I am today. And that kind of goes with what Jordan said as well. I mean, you don't really realize what it takes to do what you want to do. But by branching, I was able to see what it's going to take to reach my goals. Originally, my original plan, I'll share with you guys, I was going to be a mechanical engineer. That was my plan. Pays pretty good from what I know. But you know what? I chose the DM opportunity because I know that it might take a little bit more to hit my overall life goal than that salary I was going to be collecting. And it's not necessarily all about the money either. It's about the people. I'm not to interfere with any engineers, but it's kind of an introverted job a little bit. You're just kind of sitting at a desk, or maybe you're out in the field. But this is something that I chose to do, and I really am passionate that I know I will affect a lot of people by going out next time this summer. By going out as a DM, I'll be able to affect more people. But even if take the D out of it and put a B, if I went out as another branch manager, you're able to affect more people and create more jobs and really be a leader rather than a boss. I know you're like, I'm a boss man. But you know what? Bosses tell you what to do, leaders show you how to do it. And so that's something that being a branch will do for you. And what it did for me is you got to see how. And in the beginning of my branch, I was the boss. I was like, hey, just do it. Like make calls, like telling the receptionist. But then I got to actually see by the end of my branch office how you are or how you're to become a leader by showing them how to do it rather than tell. And so a couple things that I do want to mention before we wrap up. And there's 3 things that I really think that you need to think about. Who you are, where you've been, and where you're going. And I think the most important of those 3 is probably where you're going, right? And so we watched TED earlier. I'm pretty much sure everybody was in here when we watched that TED Talk. And she said, close your eyes and think about the 3 steps that you need to do to hit your goal. See where you're at now, see where you want to be. There's 3 steps. If you close your eyes and think about it, you'll figure those 3 steps out. And one thing that I found out when I did mine and when I thought about my 3 steps, and I'm probably sure maybe a couple of you when you thought about your 3, whether your goal was in the business or in your personal life, one of those 3 steps, or maybe all of those 3 steps, could be achieved through working here. And I think almost all 3 of mine, I could, if I remember correctly, I could achieve through working here. And it's just a matter of doing the right things in the right time, applying yourself, being here, and really doing the necessary steps to reaching your goals. All right, so that's all I have for you guys. Hey, thank you.
Note to self: do not ever get Xfinity Wi-Fi. never sync up. You will no longer be able to access PowerPoint. All right. Now, excellent, or Keynote, I guess that was probably, right? That Keynote?
I've never used Keynote, but it worked fine then.
All right. Well, up next, guys, I've I've asked Cole Forrester to talk about the branch, or sorry, not the branch opportunity, but the Olean trip. And you heard Sam talk about his trip to Olean. Getting a chance to go to the Mecca, getting recognized or not recognized, and for that matter, getting pissed off for not getting recognized. I know. 1 year ago, Cole was getting recognized for being a DMC. And Cole was our top district manager, new district manager in our division this past summer. Somebody who was a pilot sales manager for the summer before that, and then branch manager, then key assistant manager, and a top performing representative for us in his career, while also one summer taking off to go to abroad and living overseas for a year. So, he is going to speak to you guys about, our version of going abroad during the management training program, which is where you go to Canada and all the exciting things that happened during the Olean trip. So let's go ahead and give him a hand and bring him up.
Sam, I still don't have that text. So I'm just kidding. Never asked for my input. That's cool. All right. So James was supposed to give his talk, and he also gave a talk at SC3 for public speaking. And that's one thing that I am not – my favorite thing is giving talks, especially ill-prepared. But I was asked today, so I'm pretty excited for it. One reason why is because the Olean trip is a pretty easy one to promote. Who in here has been to Olean before? All right, who in here has heard of Olean from your manager, but you're still not too sure what to expect? Because when I was first management candidate, do y'all like Cutco? Is it pretty cool?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought Cutco was awesome, but when I heard we're going to Olean for 5 days. I was like, are you serious? I didn't, population 10,000. It's a really small town. I'm like, man, it's an expensive trip. I'm in Tallahassee right now. We were going to win a national championship this year. And I got to spend 5 days in Olean. I thought it was a little different. But just so you know, it's not just a trip to Olean. Because I remember, I did not want to go. I remember, I think I told Trey even the first time, I was like, Trey, I don't know about this Olean trip. And so that's why I think it's funny, because at first I'm like, man, I could easily talk about this. And I was like, it's kind of funny because my story about it was really anti wanting to go. We're going to be in Olean for 5 days. We're small, cold. And yeah, the Cutco factory is cool there, but I think they're going to make me start doing machinery and stuff, in a little bit. But it's not like that. No, it's actually really cool. We actually stay in the Sheraton up by Niagara, and it's a really live city. In fact, the room I had, I don't know what happened to my roommate. Maybe he was in D2 and went the other way. But I didn't have a roommate, so I had a whole room to myself. And outside my window was the casino, and it was a pretty cool scene. And Sheraton hotels are very nice. My brother, he always brags about it with the Starwood points. So whenever we get to stay in a Sheraton, I always rub it in, always make it feel good, and I always have the sheets nicely tucked. And man, the view was beautiful. And now I remember getting there, I'm like, okay, this is a little cooler, because I still had no idea that we weren't going to be in Olean for 5 days. I still thought that okay, we're going to hop on this bus and go to Olean, because when I was in high school, I went to Fargo, North Dakota for a wrestling tournament, and Fargo is, not that much fun. So that's what I was thinking we were doing. I was like, okay, we're about to get on a 2-hour bus ride, go to Olean for 5 days. But no, they take us to a Sheraton hotel across a casino, and it just has beautiful lighting. It was a really cool experience. So I started thinking, okay, this is going to be a little cooler. And have y'all been to a summer conference like this past summer? Was it pretty fun? I mean, I always love the instructional stuff. It always makes you be better as a representative. But my favorite, I think that y'all could probably agree that the most fun part about the conference is just being around a lot of other people. It's a big crowd where there's people that are similar to you. And the fun part about the Olean trip is that it's all the best people in the company that come together. Ready for a new venture, ready for a new experience, but there are a bunch of people that sold a bunch of knives and are kind of the same boat where you are. And, that's the first thing, what the experience really is of going there is really seeing the factory, really seeing a lot of other people in the company and really enjoying yourselves there. I didn't know that Canada was right there. I didn't know that we're going to be at the Niagara Falls. So I kind of didn't want to promote. I kind of literally just wanted to show you a picture of literally go to Wikipedia and read you off the description. And but I don't think Trey would have been too fired up about that promotion. But it was really fun having that kind of mindset and then getting there and really seeing how cool it really was. So, I really lowballed it, but to be honest, out of all the trips I've been to, as Trey mentioned, in my first year at Florida State, I spent to travel. I was in Valencia, Spain, then Florence, Italy. But with the money I made, I was able to travel to 12 different countries, and it was an unbelievable experience. But definitely going to Olean, tops the cake, and that's one experience I'll never forget. And going to all those other countries is really cool, and I'm not going to downplay those either. But when I went to Olean, I heard a talk by John Oberg, and he gave a quote where he said, "The grass isn't greener on the other side. If it's not green, just become a better gardener." And he gave this. I mean, it was the first time I heard of John Oberg, and it's what kind of led my passion in coaching and teaching people. And it was really exciting to see that the opportunity is really great here. And I guess Sam fed in my talk a little bit, and I might feel a little bit in Sam's talk. But it's really cool being the owner and having that kind of mentality. But if I didn't hear that talk by John Oberg, I probably wouldn't be. I probably wouldn't have really been so passionate about our vector opportunity. Hearing the history in the business, hearing a guy who has consulted many people in other companies and other sexy jobs, as people call it in college. He really shows us how cool our company really is. The trips every year and just kind of the growth opportunity, the leadership roles that you can put yourself in. So I was able to hear that talk, which is really cool. You get to meet some of the higher ups in the company. You get to shake hands with Jim Stitt, which is really sweet. You get a picture with them. And there's really not that many other companies where you can literally shake hands with the president. I mean, honestly, guys, we're a small group of people who are here. Like, there are a lot of people, you are very special. But at the same time, some of y'all sold $10,000 to the management role, and you're meeting the president of our company. That's a pretty cool experience to have. And Olean, New York is definitely, definitely a cool place. This last time when we went, I wasn't asleep on the bus ride because the first time as a manager, I had fun in Olean. I didn't really care about. I started learning what it actually means to create a legacy when you go on conferences and things like that. And sometimes as reps, you're still kind of learning that, where you make a lot of bad mistakes at first. But my first time there, I kind of was making mistakes. I remember we had our first drill for skill, and I came down to the basement, and I had 2 different shoes on. So, I didn't know it. Yeah, it wasn't that fun. Actually, in fact, I wore 2 different shoes to the factory. Yeah, because we had to run onto the bus, and I wore 2 different shoes all the time. But and I was so tired. I slept the whole way to the factory because you had to wake up so early. The second time, though, I was awake, and I was kind of taking note of where we're going. And honestly, I've been to Eastern Europe. I've been to places where it's really not as well to do. And going through Buffalo really was like, oh my gosh, like it was a very industrialized city, and that's nothing bad with it, but just kind of a cool experience, kind of going through Buffalo, getting to Olean, and then seeing kind of the small town. And it makes you feel a lot better knowing that the product that you're showing is a really good product. Is a really good company that you're working for. And you have that bond with the people there like instantly. And it's like a weird connection that you have with them. But, you're the one selling their eyes. They're just as thankful and excited seeing you as you are seeing them. And I don't know if you all have been on Facebook, but, I know Seth's been sharing I guess Cutco, they always send out these promotional things about the years in service, people that have been there for 40, 30, 20 plus years. When I was going through that, I remember meeting, a couple of people in the pictures and really talking to them and having a real conversation with people that, make the knives that we show to the product or show to the customer. So that's something that's really cool. And I remember Jordan, she was crying by the end of the first Olean trip. And on the way back, she's like, it's amazing. Seeing the people that make it. And, I was feeling the same way inside. We all have different ways of, feeling about it. But if you're kind of wondering why to go, for me, I literally went because I had to. And I was glad that I had that low expectation. High, the reality was just unbelievable. But when you go there, really, there's a lot of different reasons you can go. And if I didn't go, I wouldn't have heard that talk from John Oberg, which wouldn't have made me love really, what we do and, the people that we work with. If it wasn't for the factory, I wouldn't have just an unbelievable passion for the product that we sell. You think it's so it's so easy selling Cutco after you've seen the factory. Like Michonne's like, yeah, they're cool. It's like, no, Michonne's. You don't get it. If you wonder how to have confidence on your demos or how to be really gregarious, really just out there in your demos like I am. Because people ask me all the time, can you do a demo or can I see a demo check? I'm like, honestly, I have no idea what I do. It's kind of like Shreya was saying earlier. It's just because I went to that factory and I saw the passion there and I really connect with that. My company page and my in my training and in my demo is just my Olean experience, just seeing the factory, seeing the people that make it. If you ever study a high-end trainer like Drew Frank and you see the passion that he has for the product, and if you want to be a great manager, you really start gaining this passion that is something cooler than just knives. And especially when you're a sales rep, not only are you going to sell more, but as a manager, you're going to actually feel more fulfilled in what you're doing. It's kind of like you're living vicariously through your reps that way. That way, when they're out selling the product too, you feel just connected with that. The first time on the way back from the factory, I sat next to Brian Hurlman, and this was not the pristine Brian Hurlman that probably you've all met or you all know. This was back when he kind of was kind of on his D2 stage, kind of stage where he was falling out, and he was talking about some crazy things. It was just weird things, and it's just really funny to see where he is now and how amazing he is, and just kind of how you can be your own kind of person, and how you all kind of have personal growth areas, and just kind of how to kind of do well in the business. It's really cool seeing different aspects through other people. The conferences were awesome. The recognition was phenomenal. The dinner, have you all like bad food at like a conference yet? This year's been pretty good, but like the other years, every conference, like, oh man, I don't know about that. The food's not usually like not the best, but in Olean, it's ridiculous. The lasagna was delicious, and it was a lot of food. It was a lot of fun. We got to hear the company story, and if you've ever talked to Lauren Horton, that's probably my favorite. You're right. You got to cancel the next 20 minutes of your time because Lauren, he'll just tell you the most random things, like how old rep numbers used to tell what office they're from, and just like the dumbest things. But for me, I think that's so cool. And when we heard Jim Stitt talk, some of y'all might have heard him at Year and Banquet. It was a long talk, and a lot of people thought it was pretty boring, but I thought it was pretty awesome. Hearing the history of our company, where it comes from, and you kind of become more knowledgeable in the process. To be a really good rep, you have to be educating your customer and be able to show them knowledge. But to be a great manager, you got to do the same thing. You got to know your company. You got to know the people, and you got to know what you stand for. And that's the coolest part about the Olean trip is that, again, no matter where we go, we went to Rome, Punta Cana, and the Cayman Islands this past year. But my favorite trip every year, hands down, is the Olean trip. So I will not see y'all there, but I wish I could go. But a couple of next year I will be there. But it is a cool experience that you all gain. So we have the signups.
Not all the districts can go this year.
So here are the signups for it.
Yeah. Guys, here's I'll take you. Let's give Cole a hand, by the way.
I would go for it.
And guys, I've got a sign up here. The dates of it are November 7th through the 10th. It's a Saturday, fly back on Tuesday. It includes airfare, everything, right? And the trip itself, guys, is like I said, it is one of a kind in that you get a chance to see the factory, you get a chance to go to Canada. The fun ensues with going to Canada. Always a good time. Yeah. Now, obviously, when you're talking about flights and everything else that's associated with it, it's not going to be cheap. Typically airfare, something like that, round trip to New York with air prices the way they are, several $100s, right? $500-600. You're talking about staying in a Sheraton. Sheraton usually is about $100-150 a night, give or take, depending time of year. You got food, meals, everything else. It's not a cheap event. So the cost of the conference is about $1,000. However, you sell a homemaker, you go for free. So all you gotta do is sell a homemaker, and you go for free. Here's the other thing: you can give away shears, kitchen tool set. I think it's up to 300 bonus points with the homemaker as well. So and that covers everything. So it covers your flight, your food, your meals while you're up there, everything, transportation. So as far as the deadline, don't worry about the deadline. The sooner you sign up, the lower your weekly charges are. Okay, because you just charge it on a weekly basis, and as soon as you sell the Olean homemaker, you send it up. That cancels out. For those of you that are senior branches, meaning you've already branched once and will be branching again, you go for free. So if you're a district manager candidate, meaning you're a DMC, you go for free. So after you go the first time, ensuing times, yeah, not too bad, right? You were just signed up anyway. So, it's just one of those things where it is what it is. I remember back when I was a management candidate, it was not free for repeat, silent, 3 different times, paid each time. Had an extra homemaker at one point because I didn't sell it, but it is one of those things where you know, it is a good time. You know, I've been now. Gosh, this will be my since 02. So what is that? 15th only trip this year, something like that. So it's always a good time going up there, seeing the people that work in the factory and everything else. So guys, go ahead and sign up, name, rep number, put it down, get it on. Once you sign it up, pass it down or up. Either way is fine. So if you're unsure whether or not, if you're worried about classes, we'll get you a letter excuse for your students. For those of your students, we've never had an issue with somebody not being able to go because of a class. We've had people that have had to come back early, I'll be honest. We've had people that have come in late due to religious obligations, but beyond that, you know, we've never had an issue with being able to work somehow. So if you want to sign up, give it a call. Train so special. You get the homemaker. You get it. You just get it. Like if you don't sell the homemaker from now until I think it's January, they issue you a credit of $300. Or you either get the homemaker, or they just give you a $300 credit. They take $300 off the price. Yeah, it's the homemaker. Yeah. So you sell it.
It's gotta be a +8, right?
Yeah.
I think it was last year.
Yeah, +8. Now here's the thing though, you can.
They give you the whole
What's that?
If you don't sell it,
Yeah, I
like
did
I
that
didn't
last
sell it,
year.
they give you the whole kitchen system. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so you can actually, I mean, you could theoretically, you could sell it for more and just have them.
I kept my brand.
Did you?
So if I sell it, and
You
that's
give up 300 bonus.
yeah, or
So you sell the homemaker +8,
yeah.
give up to 300 bonus points.
So I just don't get paid off.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. And what you could always do is if you sell and give away less, you ship it to you, deliver what you're giving. Keep the rest. So, yeah, you don't get shit. Yeah, they just don't get shit. That's what it is. You go and you just sell it for cash and pay or just pay for it. Yeah. So I sell you one side. No, you
You take the homemaker on the blackjack table. So if you want to double down with the homemaker on the
trying to get you homemakers. So those.
You go for free.
So what you do is you ship it to you and then you take care of stuff. You're gonna bonus points. You get $500. So for make $500. All right, well, guys, I wanted to for tonight's wrap up. It's pretty funny. It's a good lesson in preparation and learning. I actually had my wrap up on my phone, and it is dead now. So excellent topic. And one of the great things is it was 6 things that that leaders do. So let's see how well I can remember. Right? See how good of a leader I am. But the first thing, guys, that you have to have, you want to be extraordinarily successful as a leader, and a leader of individuals, right? Leader of men, right? Figurative men, not just actual men, men and women, right? But a leader of human beings, right? Is number one, you got to know your why, okay? And when I think about knowing your why do you want to be a great, successful manager with our business? What's your why? What, you know, and the best ways to kind of distill that is just think about, what do you want your life to be like? Right? Because whatever it takes to be a great leader here, you know, it's basically saying that you want to be a better version of yourself. So it's saying, okay, you know, we started earlier by having you draw that picture of where you are right now and where you want to be. Okay. Well, you got to know your why. Why do you want to be that better version of yourself? For what reason? Maybe it's that you want more expendable money. That's you know, it's totally motivational, right? In fact, when I was a brand new representative, that's pretty much what I worried about. It's like, hey, can I make more money doing this? This is awesome. Right? I remember seeing the movie Boiler Room, right? Seeing those young guys driving, you know, the Ferraris and stuff in the movie. I guess now it'd be like Wolf of Wall Street, right? Same premise, same fictional or same real character it was based on, right? But the whole idea was, man, seeing the ability to control your own income and having that quote unquote FU ability, right? The ability to say, you know what, screw you, I'm going to do my own thing and I'm going to be okay, right? You know, there was a really cool post by it was really by Stephen A. Smith. It came through Mike Abramowitz, where Stephen A. Smith kind of got on the air and was talking about that very thing, that FU ability, in a way, because it was talking about this professional athlete who was drafted very high and did very well, and he just said that he was quote unquote keeping it real, and that's why he wouldn't dress up for pre-games. Like he would just wear basically sweats and chill clothes. One of the reasons, I'm not going to say the guy's name, but one of the reasons why they came out with the dress code in the NBA was because of this guy, right? And he just said, I was just keeping it real. I'm just being who I am. I don't care. I don't need to wear a suit. I don't need to do that. No, it was an NBA player, right? What's that?
Wait, did
No, that thing was way before him. No, it wasn't him. Don't even worry about who it was, right? Doesn't matter who it was. But the point is, this was a very successful NBA player who was trying to say, hey, I'm just being me. And it's okay to be who you are. And he went on TV and said, hey, kids, just be who you are. Don't worry about trying to conform to be who they want you to be. Okay? And unfortunately, while he said it for the right reasons, the process of getting there was not accurate. And Stephen A. made a great point. He said, you know, he said when you got drafted, did you just wear whatever you wanted? No, you were wearing a suit. When you went up and shook the commissioner's hand, you were wearing a suit. You were clean cut. You know, all the tattoos no longer there. You know, back then, right? You're wearing the attire, the uniform, so to speak. Why? Because you were trying to be impressive. You're trying to get paid. And then once you got paid, then you started screaming, hey, be who you are. But along the journey, you did all the right things to get what you wanted. And so you got to know what you want, first of all, because that helps to distill what actions you're going to make. And chances are what you want eventually means you got to be a more grown-up version of yourself here in the near future. Right? You got to aspire for more than just your current situation. Okay? Then once you have, you know, and understand why, you figure out the reason why. Maybe it's money, maybe it's experience, maybe it's control, maybe it's having, you know, the ability to create a legacy for yourself. Maybe it's to run your own business, whatever that case may be. Then the next step is the vision, right? And that picture, that's what we were drawing. You're drawing your vision for yourself, how you want things to be. And great leaders have a vision. You know, they create a vision for their team. You know, they have that picture, right? Like, for example, if you were to draw the picture right now, what your office is like next summer, you're drawing what you want it to be like. But the reality is, your office this summer is nothing. It's barren right now. There's nothing in it. If there is somebody in it, they're not going to be there by the time you get in May 1st, right? So that just means maybe there's a failed business in there, which isn't good, right? But wherever you're going to have your office space, as of this moment in time, there's not a single representative selling out of that office. Wherever you're going to have your office space, there's not a single individual answering phone calls. There's not even a phone line. There's not internet installed. And if there is internet installed, it's not under your name, which means you're not going to have the passcode, right? So where you have it right now, what it is right now, your office is nothing. But what do you want it to be like? That's what you got to be thinking about. You have to think about, what do I want my office to be like next summer? I think about my team meetings. Man, next summer, could my team meeting be you guys? That'd be a hell of a team meeting, right? If you guys were my team, right, next summer, that'd be amazing. As a branch manager, if this was your team, just this row, right, straight back, or column, I guess you call it, right? Pretty amazing. This row would be a pretty good branch office, right? A lot of CPO there. You know, so think about what your vision that you want. What do you want your team to be like? What do you want your motto to be? You know, maybe not your chant. What do you want your motto to be? What do you want to be about? You know, somebody's like, hey, when I think about you know, Jack of the Beanstalks, right? I hope that won't be your team name next time, but maybe it can be. It could be Jack of the Beanstalks. It could totally be that again, right? But if that is, right, you know, when they say, hey, when I think about Jack's team, connotations come up in your head, right? When you think about the pilot office, certain images come in your head. When you think about, you know, any office in our business, right? You think of Miami, right? Back when Kathy Vasquez was there, right? You think about the Puerto Rico offices, the passion, the energy that the Puerto Rico offices have when they come to events and conferences. You'll see some of them in Olean, right? You haven't seen them all summer. You know, these people come in like a buzzsaw, right? The passion, the energy they have. Flags waving, chants going. It's like a soccer game, right? I mean, it is awesome. You know, they'll be the smallest group at the whole event and the loudest ones, right? You know, that passion, that fire is there, right? Is it an air of success that's in your organization? What do you want your team to be about? What do you want your office to be about? They have to have a vision. The third thing you got to have is you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan to get there. You got to have a blueprint. You got to have a blueprint on how you're going to get to where you want to be. Okay? If you don't have a blueprint, not going to get there. You know, luckily for us, we've got the blueprint. You know, it's a big old 3-ring, 5-inch binder. Here's the deal, guys. Just because you have it doesn't mean that's all you got to do. You know, and I do want to kind of, I guess, kind of clarify that there is no such thing in our business as a silver bullet. You guys know the concept of a silver bullet? What is it?
Like a one cure-all.
Yeah, it's, you know, the silver bullet is what kills what? Werewolves, right? It's what kills werewolves. You know, what did somebody say?
Sorry, silver bullet in the Navy means something different than.
What does it mean in the Navy?
Don't bring that up.
Yeah, all right. We can talk later. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Well, there is probably some of that. Yeah, but the point is, guys, is that, you know, when somebody has that silver bullet, that, you know, panacea, that thing that cures everything, right? You put so much faith and belief in that one little thing that it works for a little bit, but then, you know, inevitably you start learning somewhere, you're like, wait, it doesn't fix everything. It's like, uh-oh, I'm screwed now. Yes, yeah, we have the template for sure, right? You definitely have it, but it takes more than just simply doing that, just simply having the plan, right? But you got to have a blueprint. You got to have somebody to follow, have somewhere to go, okay? The next thing, okay, that it takes is you got to have the right people surrounding you. Okay? You have the right people surrounding you, and you can go far. Surrounding yourself with the right types of people is one of the most important things when it comes to somebody who's in this business, because somebody is always motivating you. Somebody's always managing you. Somebody's always talking to you, talking in your ear, helping you out. Right? This is key to, you know, it's key to staying motivated, by the way. It's the right people. If you don't have the right people near you, man, it's very detrimental. You ever heard the phrase, it's hard to soar at the eagles when you're scratching around with the turkeys? That's what that's referring to. You haven't heard it. Just talk to Lauren long enough, you'll hear it, right? You know, Lauren's been referenced a few times. It's one of the goodies I've, you know, got from Lauren's over the years. He's a wealth of knowledge, and that is one of them, is surrounding yourself with the right people. Okay? You know, it's, you know, and here's the other thing, guys. Somebody else's opinion of you doesn't have to become who you really are unless you choose it to be. But the truth is, if you start hearing something long enough, you start to believe it. You know, how many times do you hear, you know, you ever seen a parent kind of, you know, in a public setting kind of bash their kid, right? You know, it makes you wonder, man, how often does that happen, you know, behind closed doors? And is that person going to develop, you know, some sort of issue because of that? It will. You know, you keep telling somebody, man, you're no good at this, you're no good at this, you're no good at this. How long, how many times does it take for a kid to hear, hey, you're just not this way, before eventually they just say, that's just who I am. I'm not good at speaking in front of other people, right? Constantly worried about, you know, somebody nitpicks over and over and over again. It's only long enough before somebody says, you know, this is who I am. you know? So you got to surround yourself with the right people. And on top of that, you got to be positive. You know? That's what, fifth one? Is it the fourth one? Fifth. I think I'm gonna get all 6, right? So you got to be positive. You got to make sure that you're bringing the energy constantly. Okay, you got to be positive. You know, so we've got the plan. You've got the right types of people surrounding you. You got to stay positive. You know, and positive attitude. You know, there's a lot of studies say, hey, the singular most important thing that determines one's level of success is, are they positive? They have the right outlook. Number one common trait amongst successful people is self-awareness, but you want to become successful, you got to be positive. You got to have that positive outlook. It's funny, we were at a baby shower, not baby shower, it's something even weirder than that. It's a it's weird and beautiful, I guess, all the same time, whatever. It's a gender reveal party. You guys ever heard of this?
No.
Great. You know, it's an awesome reason to just get your friends together, but kind of an unusual thing to do, right? So when you have a gender reveal, basically you bring everybody together and you do some kind of fun and interesting way to say what kind of baby it is. A lot of times they'll cut a cake, right? It's like you cut a cake and you open it up. Sometimes, I mean, they'll do different things like that, right? Box of balloons. Well, this one was kind of cool. I'll be honest. This was one where they had a baseball. Okay, it was basically a plastic ball that, you know, one of the Easter egg type balls, right? That was filled with chalk. Right? It was painted to look like a baseball, and the wife, you know, softball pitched it. Husband hit it with a bat, and the chalk exploded to say what color, right? Pink, blue. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's different, right? You know, so it's a huge build up to, bam, yeah, I figure out. And so blue smoke went all over the place. It was really awesome. And this guy really wanted a boy. And it was funny because I was talking to somebody, and the individual said, I think it's probably going to be a girl because he really wants a boy. And I started laughing. I said, what? I said, I think it's going to be a boy, but it was for the exact same reason, because he really wants a boy. You know, and I know that there's a lot more that goes into it than just really wanting a boy, right? There's lunar cycles, there's all sorts of different books and theories and a lot of things that go into it. But you know what, man, there's something to be said for having a positive attitude, you know? And there is a science behind it all. I get it. You know, there's a timing of the cycle. There's, you know, the guys, swimmers, right? Are they quick? Are they slow? What's the deal, right? You know, there's a lot of things that go into whether or not, you know, like, for example, as a guy, you're controlling it, right? So Henry VIII, you know, he kept kept killing all of his wives because he wanted to have a boy. It was his fault. He killed himself, right? But you gotta be, that positive attitude, guys, is so critical in somebody's outlook as to where they end up seeing themselves in order to achieving what they want to achieve. Right? Is you got to have the right look. And then this is the last one, I think, and I may be paraphrasing this, but it's basically a promise. Whatever promise you make yourself. So you've got, you know, in order for somebody to be successful, to stay constantly motivated, is you got to make yourself a promise. And what I mean by that is you got to know your limits. And being able to get to that place and say, you know what? I made a commitment to myself that I was not going to go below this, you know, x-axis, so to speak. You know, I wasn't going to go below this baseline. You know, that's a big thing in order to becoming successful. You know, because sometimes that positive attitude gets you, but inevitably you're going to get negative. You're going to have something not go your way. You're going to make the plan, but inevitably obstacles are going to get in the way. It's impossible to plan for 100% of all things that come your way, right? Those of you that have run an office, right? I mean, craziness happens. There's never a dull moment in a vector office, ever. There's always something going on. It's impossible to plan for every little thing. You know, you can surround yourself with positive people, but even positive people could become the wrong types of people, right? People that were seemingly fired up, all of a sudden an egg. People that were going down the right path, all of a sudden they're going down the wrong path. You know? It happens. You can have a vision. The vision doesn't seem to be shaping up. You can have, the why strong enough, but yet it just doesn't seem to be coming to fruition yet. Well, the last thing you got to have is you got to make a promise. You got to make that final stand where it's like, you know what? No matter what, I'm not going below this. And that promise that you make yourself of what you're going to become will force you to get up. So you may have heard this before, sometimes in competition, right? It's I hate to lose a lot more than I like to win. Anybody heard that before? I'm that way. I hate losing a lot more than I love being number one. Right? Well, what's that promise that you make yourself? Do you stay committed through and through because you know what? It's just the right thing to do. No one can do things but yourself. That is the reality. People could put you in the right path. You got to look at yourself and make a personal responsibility. So you know what? I'm going to live to the best of my potential. And I'm not going to allow myself to become a worse version of myself. And you got to keep looking at yourself with that hot poker of truth. Keep looking at yourself in the mirror saying, okay, where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? Am I where I want to be in all facets of my life? Personally, professionally, financially, spiritually, with my relationships. And am I improving each of those? And it's not every day. I mean, that'd be so hard to say every day am I doing this. I mean, that's very, very, very hard to do. But do you self-reflect at least weekly? Say, okay, where am I at? One of the best things to do is do it at night or in the morning when you wake up. And if you get in the habit of doing that, man, you're really starting to see some serious gains. But can you make sure at least every week you're saying, okay, am I doing the right things that are improving me in the best areas of my life? The best areas of your life, are going to be your personal relationships, your business relationships, your financial, accounts. What are those looking like? Your spiritual accounts, your friendships, and family, right? Those are the things that matter. Knowledge, is my knowledge, skill set improving, right? You keep going on to all of the different things, but if you get those things good, right? Easiest ways to improve those, by the way, number one, take care of yourself physically. Eating the right types of foods and working out, okay? That helps you. And I'm not saying going and being a gym junkie. I'm saying just be active. You can tell when you've not been active. Like your blood flows slower. You notice that before? It's like, it's like you stand up out of the chair and it's like sludge, just like moving through your legs. It's like, all right, it's time. Gotta start walking, right? Taking the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Parking on the far end of the parking lot and walking, right? Versus parking right up next. There's little things that you could do that don't really involve a lot of exercise, but could make a difference, But getting in the gym is good. Use a couple times a week, 3 times a week is really all you need. You don't have to go all the time, but can you do some sort of physical activity for more than 30 minutes, at least 3 times a week? Eating the right types of food. That's part of this whole endeavor that we're going to take. I'm going to send out, some of you guys got the link from Chris Gamboa that I sent out. It's kind of, if you haven't watched the videos yet, I advise that you watch the videos. It gets you pretty amped up about, both Chris's program, but also what it's done for him. He was a part of our management training program under his brother many years ago. He was an assistant manager, worked for several corporations now. Pretty cool dude. So eating the right types of food, taking care of yourself. Reading a good book. Right, which for us, you got the book of management. Can you take 10 minutes a day to look through the book of management that we've got, and and grow yourself that way? Spend some time in the classroom of silence. Right, that spirituality part. Right, maybe for some of you, it's reading from the Bible. Maybe it's reading from Torah. Maybe it's reading from the Quran. I don't care. Read something, okay, or just sit there in silence. That helps too. Some people, you can be very spiritual without having to be very religious. So just sit there and just think, kind of ponder, right? It's amazing that when you just take up and actually think, don't just fall asleep, right? Because you can do that. It's like sit there in class silence, I'm already asleep, right? And that goes into the next one, right? You got to get some decent sleep. I need my decent sleep. How do you do that? I know it's hard, right? Got a lot of stuff to do. Hey, I'm with you. Got things going on too in my life. How do you do it? How do you at least get deep, good sleep? How do you get deep, good sleep? Get rid of the electronics away from your bed. Don't have it sitting there where you can easily just grab it and pick it up. Now, I know you're like, wait a minute, I use that as my alarm. Okay. Put it in another room where you're going to hear it, or put it somewhere where it's far enough away where you're not going to go check it. Turn off the notifications, or even better yet, just put it on airplane mode when you go to sleep. So that way, all you're getting is the alarm. You know, so you're not tempted, right? Because I know I could say, hey, don't answer your phone late at night, but you get that phone call, you get that text message. Maybe it's from the boyfriend, girlfriend. Maybe it's from, hopefully just one, not both. But you know, you get some sort of notification or email comes in. It may be an email from me late at night. You know, well, if you're a district manager, hopefully you've given me your stats where it doesn't matter for the day. You've already given me you're like, all right, I'm good with Trey, but done. You put the phone on airplane mode, you go to bed. You get decent sleep. You know, Drew Frank talked about that, right? He needs 6 hours to function, 7 hours for optimal function, right? So find out whatever your hours are. And your hours is not 9 or 10 hours. I have a hard time believing that that's what it takes anymore. It's, you know, I mean, I'm weird. You know, I can function on like 4 hours of sleep, you know. Maximum efficiency for me is probably 5.5. You know, if I get 5.5 hours, I'm like rolling. If I start to get too much more than that, it's like starting to get groggy, you know, and kind of wake up in a stupor. But everybody's different there. But find out what your hours are. You know, get at least one good conversation in with somebody that you care about, right? Carefree timelessness. That's another good thing that helps you. You know. If you do those things, sleep well, good conversation, somebody you care about, classroom silence, take care of yourself, eating healthy, and taking care of your body by working out. And then what was the last one? That's classroom silence. I think I mentioned that one already, right? And getting decent sleep, and then reading. Yeah, sorry. You do those things, it helps you get in your optimal state, which then in turn allows you to be able to keep that promise that you make to yourself. Okay. You know, you feeling yourself falling below what you would consider your base layer, right? Things are just really bad in a lot of areas. Get back to doing those things. You start feeling better about yourself. You get yourself out of that funk, and you start making moves in the right direction so that all those other things that help you be successful can now actually have some meaning. Well, guys, I'm excited about where we're going over the next several months together. I know it's a long journey. I'm excited about the journey we're going to take together. Let's go get some grub at Frontera. Thanks for going over a little bit today. So give yourself a hand.